Hello everyone, hello teens. I'm Marilu Papazian, the CEO of the Tumo Center for Creative Technologies.
And I'm Natalie, a student here at Tumo.
Tumo is all about you and putting you in charge of your own learning process. And we're doing that today with our AI conference for teens. I think it's the first conference on AI by teens for teens, am I right? And I love that it's so global.
Yeah, we're gonna roll around the globe following the sun from Japan to India, Armenia, Lebanon, Uganda, Germany, France, Albania, the Netherlands, Portugal, Uruguay, Argentina, and the USA.
I'm really curious to find out what you're going to talk about. I know that you have invited interesting adults during this conference. Speaking of adults, and before I hand off things to Natalie to kick off the live stream, let's take a look back to our conference in 2023. It was called AI and Education, Scaling the Learning Curve. We had professors from the MIT Media Lab and Stanford AI Lab like Mitch Resnick and Emma Brunskill. We had educators from School of Education like the ones at Harvard, USC, Berkeley, and engineers from OpenAI and Google DeepMind. An interaction designer from Lego joined us. We had EdTech experts like Claire Zhao, who is a vice president at the famous GSV Ventures. Nobel Prize winner Darren Acemoglu and computer scientist and inventor Stephen Wolfram. We even had a Chinese science fiction writer and the director of a think tank called Dark Matter Labs from London. They talked about a wide range of topics like how AI will change classroom, the risk of an AI divide for low-income countries, preparing for the future of work, why we should still learn to code. Let's watch some highlights from the conference as you wait for Japan to come online.
There is no guarantee that any technology, even those that are very promising, such as AI, will necessarily bring shared prosperity. So we have to work at it. And they could become concentrated in the hands of a small group who may then use it for displacing labor, reducing the role of labor, and creating monopolies for them, or monopolizing information in the case of AI. And so we have to find institutional and technological solutions to improve the prospects of society at large in the face of these types of disruptive technologies.
I do notice that this new AI, especially generative AI, enables just novice to jump to a level of a professional or semi-professional, just, very suddenly. So it's very equalizing that way. So in that way, you can say it's democratizing because skill levels just become equalized. But it's much harder. It used to be without this technology, it was very hard for a person starting from, if you're a painter, drawing, and then if you want to get to a certain level, it takes, more than 10 years. Now you can do it instantly. But then now it's the opposite. It takes just the instant to get to a certain level, but how to differentiate it with the others, it's very, very hard.
These models are trained on data that we create, and therefore they are a representation of us. And if we don't like them, that probably says something. There's a little bit of a mirror effect in that. And so I think being empathetic in how we live our lives is important, in that it will hopefully translate into the data. That said, I think about sort of three things that relate to this. So one is intentionally trying to train these kinds of soft skills or competencies or detection and practice of them into algorithms is really interesting. My colleague Maureen Carroll and I at the Stanford D School have been using NLP to look at students' self-reflections of their classwork and to see if we could identify things like growth mindset or the presence of different design abilities like synthesizing information or being human-centered or navigating ambiguity in student text. And it's definitely taken longer than I thought, but at the same time, we're starting to get some really good signal out of that. And so that's really interesting. I think that because one question that I had when going into that project was, well, can we even do something like detect empathy? And yeah, I think you can. I think it's not easy, and I think it's subjective, and I think that a lot more work needs to be done on it than Maureen and my little project. But that was the question that I was hoping to sort of get at, is that even possible?
The student goes on an adventure to try to help sort of support the planet in this artificial world. And they're guided by a monster, an avatar that they get to pick, who's going to help them as they go on some different quests. So in this case, they're trying to transport chocolate across a river, and they need to figure out sort of whether how much weight this will incur for the boat. And one of the things that we did in this case is that, like in many educational interfaces, sometimes students get stuck. And so we wanted to be able to have some simple interaction with the monster or avatar to support the student as they went through this. And one of the key questions is that while there's been amazing work in educational research, often it ends up with pretty broad guidelines. And those guidelines might be things like, should you do all practice for one topic in a row, or should you space it out and interleave with other topics? So it can have some really beautiful insights, but when we think about what that might mean for a particular educational software product, often those guidances don't go down to the granularity that we might need. And I think that's where machine learning can come in. So in particular, in this case, what we did is we had sort of a live reinforcement learning algorithm. And some of you guys might be familiar with reinforcement learning. Many might not be. It is something that now powers some of the incredible advances we've seen for ChatGPT. So it was used to go beyond just mimicking how people use language in the past. And for ChatGPT, reinforcement learning was used to get much, much better responses for the chatbot. Similarly, in this case, what we're using it for, these algorithms, is to think about, as we're watching, as these systems are interacting with the students, and we can observe how well they do on a post-test, how can we figure out what interactions with the monster avatar were responsible for helping the student more or less effectively in that educational task?
And starting with Marilee, what do you think a positive future of work could be or should be?
Thank you. This is a very good question. And hi, everyone. It's an honor to be here talking to you. As mentioned, my day job is I work in AI at Google and at Meta. But on my side job, I have founded the AI Product Academy, and I teach people how to prepare for this amazing future and how to build AI products. So something that I have found in my day-to-day job is that with AI, I do more for less. So what does this mean? So with AI, I have automated repetitive tasks. If there are a lot of data around, I just literally create a little script or use ChatGPT and all these tools, and everything that would take me hours happens in seconds.
So we're going to see the bifurcation of our economies into what I would call the revenge of the real, the revenge of the material, and the revenge of the highly embodied knowledge. We have to talk more and more. The human landscape will be about multidimensional embodied knowledge. So the human economy, because I would argue that we're living in a kind of humans behaving as bad robots. And as the robots get smart enough and our machine capabilities get smart enough, we can unleash embodied intelligence, which is multidimensional embodied intelligence, to be a key factor. And this is where machine capabilities become very powerful. But it's the embodied intelligence which will become the key value added. So if you're going to write, there's no point writing a blog from ChatGPT. This just isn't a point. This is the waste of informational landscape. So actually what you have to be is more James Joyce. And to be more James Joyce, you're going to have to be quite extraordinary. So what we're seeing is the removal of the average, the removal of the mundane from the system, and we're going to have to actually drive the massive extraordinary. Who writes James Joyce? We're going to have to live in a world of James Joyces to be able to actually imagine the new embodied creativity landscapes.
Turns out learning facts is useful. People, sometimes in modern education think, oh, no, learning facts is old, last century. Nobody needs to learn facts anymore. You can just look them up on the web. Use Wolfram Alpha, whatever. I don't think that's correct. And I think that the thing that we are increasingly going to see, and a thing that has been great for me, is, the more you know, the easier it is to figure out new interesting things. And, I've been lucky that, I learned some fields like physics and so on when I was pretty young, but I've gone on learning things throughout my life. It's been pretty helpful that I've had sort of the driver of building tools that try to cover lots of different fields. So that's kind of been a reason to learn those fields, as well as kinds of things that I've been led to from basic research. But I think a key thing for me personally is, I've gone on learning many different fields over the course of time. And I think for people sort of trying to give the best education today, learn a broad range of things, learn facts, learn how to think about things. I think it's people say, well, education is about learning methods for solving problems and so on. But actually, the most important thing is to figure out what problems are worth solving, so to speak. To answer the question, what questions should you ask, which is something that tends to kind of get left out of education. And I think I was kind of lucky that partly because I was doing my own kind of projects and so on, I spent a lot of my younger years doing exactly that, figuring out what questions I was interested in asking, rather than kind of learning the procedure by which one would answer particular kinds of questions.
So I think the intent of education is to give students fundamental knowledge about different fields, right, to prepare them for future jobs, right, and at the same time to get them interested and maybe even enthusiastic about different fields. And it's very clear now that AI will be a very important skill for the future, right? So it's very clear now that we need to think about how to introduce that and maybe more levels of education. So why I think fundamentals are important, right? So we have calculators, but we still teach students addition and multiplication, and we have tools like Mathematica. We just have Steven. I love Steven. But we still teach students calculus and not algebra. So I think the more you understand the core fundamentals, or like the core principles behind the technology, the better you can both use, interact with it, understand its limitation, adapt to the fact that this is a changing technology, build creatively on top, and innovate new technology. And there's still a lot of innovation needed in this domain.
There are schools right now in the US, it might have 500 students, a high school. This is primarily high school data. It might have 500 students, it might have 1,000 students, it might have 2,000 students, where they can't even take computer science even if they wanted to. Mm-hmm. And so if they can't take computer science, obviously they're not having the opportunity to learn anything about AI as well, because at least in the US, most AI education is taught through a computer science class. I mean, we all know that AI goes beyond computer science and engages concepts from engineering or psychology or whatever, but when it comes to the technical computing aspects, that's going to find a home in computer science. So if you don't have a home, and if computer science is not even being taught, AI education is not being taught. So to revise something, it first needs to be taught, and that's the issue in the US right now. Now, that's not the issue in Korea, or that might not be the issue in other countries. But in the US, it's quite a problem just to have a home for AI education. Mm-hmm. Second, in terms of what Sanya was saying about the fundamentals, I totally agree. I have nothing to add about that. I think the most important thing is just we need to define the fundamentals that have longevity over time. And Sanya said that again, like that we shouldn't just be chasing what's hot right now. We should be focusing on things that matter for a long time, like prompt engineering. I agree with Sanya as well. There shouldn't be a class on prompt engineering. There should be a class on problem formulation and just understanding how do we design problems in the first place.
Maybe it's just the property of the universe that as we approach, general intelligence, that we may have to give up on understanding it using equations. It might just be an emergent system, and we study it like we study brains or we study biology. So that's an interesting question to think about. Now going to the question of how does that affect how we think about it and how we teach it, and connecting to the previous conversation, is that I actually think we sometimes scare ourselves into thinking that the technologies we're dealing with are mystical or mysterious or really difficult to work with. And we do this by the way we name things. So I remember back in 2011-12, when deep learning was starting to take off, many people were genuinely scared or confused by the words deep in deep learning. And it took a couple of years of people giving talks and writing papers and educating for people to realize that deep just means a bunch of layers. There's nothing magical happening there. It's a bunch of neural network layers working in tandem with each other. And the size of those models also rapidly became manageable, so much so that everyone has a deep learning model in their pockets now, and you can train it very easily in a day. And I think the same will happen with large language models. I think, for instance, the word large has the same effect for us now, and foundational has the same effect for us. But I think in 10, 15 years, we'll just see these as not scary technologies that we'll be building on top of.
I remember when I was in high school and I was in a calculus course, like the graphing calculators, which I'm pretty sure are the exact ones that kids still use today, were like kind of new. And I remember my calculus teacher was very dejected, and he's like, why am I even teaching you this? Like, you can just do it on your calculator. But we learned it, and that mathematical foundation is important. If you want to go forward and do anything interesting in math, you need to understand how these things actually work under the covers. Maybe for most people it doesn't matter. Probably 99.9% of people aren't thinking about gradients and these kinds of things, but for some subset of people it is important. And it's interesting that we aren't all just learning like how to use our TI-83s or Wolfram Alpha to answer these questions. We are still teaching students how to do it by hand and how it works.
And part of being human is getting into trouble. Ingenuity, curiosity, ambition, these are traits that we value as human traits, and we value in education as well. But they tend to, at the end of the day, cause some kind of mischief or transgression, which we have to deal with a mixture of annoyance and admiration, or sometimes with existential dread, which drowns out any admiration we might be otherwise feeling. And this has been going on for a very long time. Ever since the myth of Prometheus, and definitely before that, Prometheus stealing the fire from the gods, this was the norm. Happens again and again, and it looks like we've done it again with AI. We've gotten ourselves into a very interesting kind of trouble.
We need to figure out ways to develop a techno-societal system which has us working with AI in order to make our society better. And there are three key truths that came from it. One is we need to build systems that are human first. A lot of people talk about these human-first AI systems or human-centric AI or human-forward AI systems, and that's exactly true, and that's the way that we all need to be thinking about these systems moving forward. It should all be under this notion of how do we give people the biggest amount of superpowers they possibly can so they can be the most effective, they can do the things they want to do, and we can use humans to make the world better as opposed to relying on machines to do it for us. So in the case of automation versus augmentation, the real argument there is that it's really easy for businesses, for example, let's take a call center. It's really easy for businesses to eliminate all the people in the call center and just have a computer take those calls. Maybe that's the right thing to do. It's a very complicated question. But another way to look at it is, what if we can give all those people in the call center superpowers? What if we can help them help other people faster, easier, better?
That was a very special and thought-provoking event, but this AI conference is very special, and I want to hear from you. Let me step out of the way and let you kick things off.
Thank you, Miranda. Hi, everyone. I'm here at the AI Teens Conference at Tumo. We're going to talk about who we are, how we can be creative, how we connect to each other, and if AI is going to change any of that. You're going to hear from a lot of adults and a bunch of teenagers. So, here we go.
Hello, everyone. We are now at the Tumo, Gunma, happening at the Takasaki City, Gunma, Japan. Today we have 3 keynote speakers on the stage, and then teens and the moderator, a professor, will talk about the digital creative 2040 Gunma. That is a panel discussion theme, but we will have keynote speeches starting with me. Thank you. So, I hope the screen is now on. There we go. So I will talk about the emotional-based music recommendation AI system Key that senses the atmosphere that reads between the lines and then recommends music. So firstly, when you look at the modern society, we have a lot of music distribution services available. Especially these 4 are prominent. These 4 services are the main ones, I believe. However, in these services, there are problems. Music we really want to listen to, and also cannot be heard, and then we often get bored by the repetition of the same songs, I believe. Therefore, I came up with this personalized music recommendation system called the KI. KI, put simply, is an IoT device that reads emotion from human facial expressions through active conversation with AI and plays music that matches your emotion the most. So let me go into the mechanism of KI. So with KI, we first recognize, take photos of the user's faces and try to estimate their emotions. And then KI proactively speaks to the user and then initiates conversation. And based on conversation, once we have a approval, we select and play appropriate music for the user. That is how KI works, and there's a simple flow. And first, regarding facial expression recognition, at KI, we use an API called Deep Face. Deep Faces for recognizing emotions from facial expressions. Faces are recognized, and we can estimate the emotions that the user has. And also, there are 7 recognized emotions: anger, fear, anger, fear, sadness, neutrality, disgust, and happy, surprise. We use these 7 emotions to estimate the emotions. And then we also use ChatGPT-4. And then apart from the neutral, we make use of 6 emotions for generating conversations using AI. But for the neutral, this is not quite emotion. And the conversation is based on neutrality, and we don't believe there's a proper conversation taking place based on the neutrality led from the user's expression. So we use a GPT-4B, which is a multimodal AI, and we make use of input images and then turn them into keywords. That is what we do with a GPT-4B API. As it says, describe the person's vibe in the image in 1 word. Yes, by having an input of that. For example, in this image, we guess it is serious. That is 1 word generated. Using that one, as mentioned earlier, we can have a conversation, like I mentioned earlier. And then we can now breathe, cover neutrality as well, all of the 7 emotions. And when it comes to recommending music after selection, for here we have a Spotify API. And in Spotify API, we have 11 types of song data. Here's energy and the balance. We use these 2 indices. And then we combine the 2 emotions to randomly select music. And at KI, we have 2 axes. First one, vertical axis, as I mentioned earlier, energeticness, energy. And the second one is a balance, or you can call it a positivity. So against these 2 axes, we apply a Russell's circumplex model, which is at the bottom left, in order to put the emotions in 2-dimensional space, mapping of emotions in 2-dimensional space. Yes, happiness like here, sadness like here, and neutrality in the center, as you can see here. By doing this, emotions and music and their relations can be put into one diagram. By utilizing this KI can plot pieces of music one by one on emotions. So this is how we have created a system for selecting music in accordance with emotions that the user has. Next on feedback, a little on feedback. In KI, this one. So this is how we select the emotions that the user has. And then based on the emotion, we select music, but it's different for each individual. So we need to improve based on feedback. And still, this is a work in progress. But as of now, for example, let's say on the top right, we have a song played. If this song is played, does the user like it or didn't like it? And then if the response by the user is that he or she didn't like it, then the happy area moves toward the bottom left. So in this way, we can have feedback. By repeating this, KI can establish a personalized music algorithm to suit different individuals. And then regarding the future outlook, next steps. So first in KI, yes, you are using a facial recognition, expression recognition interface. So we want to improve the quality of emotion estimation. So app launch and other wearable devices might be employed so that we can estimate the emotions more accurately and from more multi-facets. And also algorithm and the feedback seem to have a room for improvement. So I want to work on that as well. And then by implementing these improvements, we hope to deliver the music that the user really wants to listen to. And the user, I hope, will become able to control the music they want to listen to. That we want to have a iOS app like that. That's for my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Hello everyone, I'm Yuta Neko. So discover allergens, so bringing the food safety to the world. 2.4 million people. It is estimated that 2% of Japan's population has food allergen. And the number is 557,000 when limited to infants. And it is estimated that 10% of infants have food allergies. Food allergies can be life-threatening depending on the symptoms. And then for the measures, food ingredients labeling provides measures to address these issues. In Japan, the following 8 specific raw materials require mandatory allergen labeling. However, what if the people who cannot read the labels? In fact, a survey I conducted with visually impaired individuals revealed that they have no choice but to rely on someone else to check for them. To address this issue, I developed the allergen detection device. So by placing food on the central stage, the recognition device installed above and below detect the allergens contained in the food and announce them via voice output. So this is the video actually verifying the process. This food contains dairy ingredients. As shown in the video, the recognition device reads all the information on the food label at once, which results in a delay before the voice output. To So this is because all information read by the device. To address this issue, we develop Allergen QR, which is aggregates the allergen information contained in the food in advance and convert it into a QR code to facilitate recognition. Here is a video that actually tested. This food contains shrimp. Compared to the no allergen cure, the time recognition will be shortened. To allow people to actually use this device, we visited a school for the blind. There, for example, it would be convenient to have this device when purchasing items, and it would be nice if it made a sound when operating. So we received various opinions from students. Among the feedback, one of the most notable comments was having a physical device like this would be incredibly useful. Additionally, a teacher at the school, so the visual impairments vary from a person to person. So there are people who are completely blind and the people who have slight visions. Therefore, so we converted it into the application. Could be beneficial for some individuals. Therefore, the Discover Allergens device is designed for individuals who have difficulty with text recognition. And we made it application. And then use the application using QR. So more detailed the information that the due date and the detailed materials, nutritional contents can be provided to those people seeking the detailed information. So those are three axes as a Discover Allergen, and then we can expand the target on this. And then last year in Japan, the Act on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities was revised, increasing the social responsibility of companies. And previously, so this was the mandatory for the government, but it was a best effort obligation for business owners. But since the revision, so the mandatory responsibility will be assigned to the business owners as well. So this is a sign of that the demand, the solution like the Discover Allergen. So the Gunma Prefecture is a hub of the food industry. So from Gunma Prefecture, we would like to spread the food safety across Japan and to the world. Thank you very much for your attention. Hi, I'm Yuto Takeuchi. So I'm teacher Kannan. I propose changing the future of truant student using AI avatar teacher. Hello, I'm Yuto Takeuchi. So I'm in the Kyoai Gakuen International School. So I have taught students of various ages from elementary to high school with a special focus on supporting those who tend to withdraw from social interactions. Rather than just teaching academic subjects, I create personalized lessons that help motivate each student to learn. Additionally, I have worked on developing campus apps as a part of the student organization. When I learned how to apply IT skills effectively. Through these experiences, I realized that by using IT knowledge, I can offer a new approach to learn support that goes beyond traditional teaching method. So currently, in recent years, the number of middle school students who stop attending schools has been increasing. So many young people are interested in VTubers, and truant students are no exception. More and more young people feel that online interactions are more comfortable. As the importance of communication in virtual spaces grows, the need for personalized and optimized learning support tailored to each student is also increasing. Therefore, the project aims to provide interactive and personalized learning experience for truant middle school students using AI Avatar. So regarding the implementation method, so this project will provide personalized learning support by integrating the proprietary AI tutoring system with the education materials. So by leveraging open AI natural language processing technologies, the AI can answer students' questions in real time, enabling a smooth and interactive learning experiences. Additionally, by integrating our Mass GPT, so they can access to the information from the app stores and Google Plays. So, for example, if the student asks why does an odd number plus an odd number equal an even number, and then the answer will be provided on the right side, and then that answer will be visualized on the screen as a text, and the AI avatar, they are actually moving with eyes and hands. So if the voice is flat, getting the student bored, so they are having the very various voices. So like this, if the student asks why does the odd number and the odd number equal an even, so that's a good question. And odd number is number that leave the remainder of 1 when divided by 2. So we are going to develop the different avatars as well. So so odd number can be expressed in the form of 2n plus 1. So currently this voice only this one, but we are planning to increase the types of the voice as well. So when adding two odd numbers, 2n plus 1, since this number can be evenly divided by 2. So this shows the market size. So the number of users we are expected would be the 240,000, and the monthly subscription fee would be the 2,000 yen, and the total sales would be the 480 million yen. And the AI avatar prototype has been completed, so we are refining the avatar design with our team and begin back-end development as well. This project integrates existing generative AI models, allowing for fast-paced development without the need to create the new language learning model from the scratch. So that's the strength of this project. Moving forward, we plan to collaborate with textbook publishers and aim to launch the service in 2026. So we aim to eliminate disparities in learning opportunities and create a society where all students can have the hope for the future. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. So that's all for the keynote speech. So now we are going to prepare the panel discussion. Could you give us a moment?
Now then, from Tumo Gunma, we'd like to deliver a panel discussion. So I am the moderator for this period of time. I am Kenya Murayama. I'm a university professor at the university in Gunma. Nice to meet you. And in this panel discussion, we have the theme, Gunma 2040 envisaged with the digital creatives. That is a theme. We say with digital creatives. In Japanese, that would be to, which can be a difficult word because when you translate to as with, then, or is it quite right? Could be by, could be in. So the Japanese word to, which might be translated as with, can be translated as well as a by or in as well. Anyway, so I'd like to talk with the digital creatives. And we have two more youngsters, for this panel discussion, in addition to three who had the keynote speeches. So, Nishiyama-san, please introduce yourselves. Yes, I am Takuto Nishiyama, a second-year student at Takasaki High School. I am currently developing a robot for the RoboCup Junior Soccer Japan tournament. Nice to meet you. And then Nima-san, go ahead. I am in the third year of university. My name is Nima, and I'm working on app development, mobile app development. I am a study abroad student from Nepal, and nice to meet you. So, yes, we had the other three who had the keynote speeches earlier, and then we have two more youngsters on the stage, and then they will talk about Gunma and Japan, which will lead to the world future of these things. Impassioned talk coming from youngsters, so feel free to say anything you like. Firstly, think about 2040, 2040. As mentioned at the opening section, so 10 years, 15 years down the line, yes, please do envisage the future as you see it, 10 years or 15 years down the line, not us, in my generation, your generation, as you see it, Gunma or Japan, in 2040, how do you want it to be? Not your prediction, your ideal. How do you want Gunma or Japan to be in 2040? So can you start? Nishiyama-kun, go ahead. Can you take it? Right. Yes. Now I commute by bicycle to my high school. Yeah, go there by bike. So one thing I noticed, Gunma is a automotive society, cars predominant, prioritized. So, I hope it will be easier for us to commute by bicycles. I hope it was easier. So I think one of the things I think is that bicycles are supposed to drive on the driving lanes as much as possible rather than pedestrian path. But yes, there are sometimes bikes for belts for bikes at the edge of the roads, but often cars come in. So what about the AR on window screens? Also visually we can demarcate which area of the road for which types of vehicles. So cars can easily identify belts for bicycles at the edge of roads. Right. Nishiyama-kun, you love ARs, right? ARs, yes. Augmented realities, yes. Yeah, I'm deeply into it. Right, I think it depends on the country, but in the case of Japan, commuting by bike, starting from junior high school, quite a lot of junior high schoolers commute by bike. Yeah, of course, I drive a car and I try to be careful when I drive cars. But from your perspective, bike cyclists, can be scary, right? Yes, you have a lot of scary experiences. Yes, yeah, I don't go into that, but yes, you have a lot of anxieties driving bikes. Yeah, in 10 years, 15 years down the line, I hope it'll be easy. You hope it will be easier, right? Let's go to Neko. Gunma 2040. How do you want it to be? Right. I like interacting with people. That is me. So people with many different countries, if yes, I want to talk with them real time. Already, because of the development of the internet, yes, we can talk real time with people from many different countries, but we want more opportunities. And then not just system-wise, but machine diversity-wise. I hope in the future it becomes easier to interact with many different types of people, even more within Gunma, I was saying, or like this AI teens today, people from all over the world. The latter, yes, people from all over the world. Yes, I want to interact more with them. Right, I don't know if it's my right place to say, but what about language issues? Right, yeah, that is where AI comes in. Yeah, I think AI system can help us with that. Yes, it was a bit of a leading question, was it? So people from all over the world, I hope we will become able to connect with them from Gunma. Yes, this is an inland area. Yes, we tend to aspire for overseas, right? Thank you. Ono-kun, what about you? Right, in my case, I hope there'll be more of a digital education. I think it will be important to have more digital education. When you think of our generation, we have a lot of tutelage from the prefecture officials, and then we go out and then have presentations like today. We are blessed with these opportunities, and then I hope, more opportunities like this will be available, and then we are trying to make that happen, and even more people who will benefit from AI or digital education. I think that will be important. Right, regarding that point, I think I was going to ask you, but now that Ono-kun mentioned it, so not enough yet, right? I don't think it's not enough yet. So even for you, Ono-kun personally, not enough opportunities for digital AI education? Yeah, as I mentioned in my keynote speech earlier, yes, if you are kind of guy who goes after that, maybe you get your share. But even people who are not going after, who are not really spontaneous to go after AI or data education, still, if there is a base for education like these people, I think that would be great. Great, I think that's important. Right. AI and education. Yes, this is one of the big themes for this overall event, and you are now recipients of that kind of education now. So you guys are very serious. So let's go to Takeuchi-kun. So Gunma 2040, how do you want it to be? Right. I want to have a company born in Gunma that leads the way in the world. As Neko-kun mentioned earlier, in the world, communication is becoming universal. No matter where you are, you can communicate, ubiquitous communication. And so the barriers between us and the world is becoming lower and lower. So, and then we are now working hard at Gunma Prefecture to attract more companies to have their operations in Gunma. And then in society at large, we have a lot of more rooms for digital to come in. A lot of things not digitized yet. So come in there and then create big impact in the world. I hope there's a company like that. Maybe my colleagues here can make such companies. I hope such companies will come out of Gunma. Right. Yeah, Takeuchi, you can make it yourself if you like. Such a company. Right, I see. Yes, world leading company hailing from Gunma. Right, thank you. Now, Nima-kun, what do you think? Yeah, you can talk about Gunma, or from the perspective of the world, it's also fine. 2040, digital, creative prefecture, Gunma should be like what? Right? Yeah, Gunma is relatively more international compared to other prefectures. I think people with many different nationalities in Gunma than in other prefectures. So Gunma natives are exposed to more international cultures here. So it's easier to have communication with the Gunma people. And then from now on, Gunma might suffer from a shortage of talents. So we can focus on that. People of many different nationalities. I hope you find Gunma attractive, Gunma's community attractive. And then I hope people will come. That is how I want it to be. Right. Actually, when you think of Japan, the country, we sometimes say a country of a single ethnicity. But actually, in a way, it's very low diversity. In that, Gunma Prefecture has a lot of people with their roots outside of Japan, a high ratio of such people in Japan compared to other prefectures. That is why, Nima-kun is studying in Gunma. And then that being the case, I hope Gunma will go further in multiculturalism and diversity. So how AI and digital can contribute to the creation of such a society? And then how do you want it, AI and digital can contribute? Right, AIs are tools at the end of the day, and language barriers, and also culture and customs, or can be overcome utilizing AI as a tool, so that we can utilize the differences and individualities of people of different backgrounds. I hope, yes, AI and digital can be tools for that. Right, I see. AI. Yes, that relates to my next question. When it comes to AI, yeah, what is AI for you? Yeah, I mean, Nima-kun just mentioned the, AI can play a complementary role in, multicultural understanding. Yeah, I think Nima-kun is using AI in that way already. But the current high schoolers, three of you, incumbent high schoolers in Japan, what does AI mean to you? What is it? Starting with Nishiyama-kun, go ahead. Oh, no, let's start with Ono-kun. What is AI to you as a current high school student in Japan? So current teen, or the current Japanese teen, AI is XXX. Yeah, this is still an edgy thing. Yeah, I still think it's something edgy. It became widespread in society. It was, maybe 2 years ago. I'm in my final year of high school, and when I was in my first year of high school 2 years ago, and then it wasn't really used very much in programming. But now it is a commonplace. It is a given to use AI in programming because engineers are closer to AI. That is why it has spread faster. But people in other industries and other realms, young or otherwise, we are not used to AI yet. That is my feel. Right, when you look around, people around you, friends around you, your companions around you, how are they dealing with or connecting with AI or using AI? Yes, those who use it a lot. Yes, that's quite a gap. Yeah, those who don't at all, right? Okay, quite a lot of gap. What about the Ono-kun? You are a passionate user of it. Yeah, I am, and then I believe it's better to use it, so I'm proactive about using it. That is my attitude. Neko-kun, what do you make of it? Right. Yeah, I agree with Ono-kun. So when I talk with AI, talk with my friends, and I say AI, they are impressed. They're surprised. I find it a bit, uncomfortable. Yeah, because AI is something everyone should be usable, should be usable for everyone. AI as a tool, or just one new tool in our toolbox. Just like a mathematic formulae, something we can apply from our daily life as well. And then tool AI is like that, one of the things in our toolbox. But still, today, only a small number of people use it. And then I think there's a gap between users and non-users as well. Right? Do you think there are missed opportunities? Yes, I think so. There are missed opportunities. I feel like, use AI and then you can get this job done quickly. That's how I feel sometimes. We can be smarter about the use of our time, in order to improve the time performance. I sometimes feel that the people shoot AI in this scene to make time performance better. Okay, thank you. Nishiyama-kun, what about you? Right. I also feel that the penetration is still low, and then wide heavy users and the non-users gap is very high. And teachers, more like a reticent. They're not willing to use it during class. Not using classroom, that's their prevailing attitude. So, but as Neko-san said, I think time performance is much better if you make use of AI. So I think education on using AI, therefore, I think is important. Right. Conversely, I don't know if conversely is the right word, but possibly outside of Japan, people might find us strange. People might be wondering because, Japan is about a bit distant, aloof to AI, especially in junior high schools and senior high schools. We're not quite there yet, are we? Like, let's use AI. Not like that. But the three of you coming from that kind of environment, what made you want to use AI coming from such a AI aloof Japanese school environment? And then how did you learn how to use AI? Nishiyama-kun? Yeah, digital in general, not just AI. Yeah, you can talk about that. Or why did you want to, right? Yeah, convenience was important for me. I really thought it was really convenient. Digital, AI, because of digital and AI, things are convenient, idealized. So I wanted to make my own life better. That's where I'm coming from, to become interested in AI. So in my school club activities, I learned from teachers about AI and digital, and then I went deeper into that. Right. I don't know if it's a very nasty way to put it. So not a very big reason, was it? Right. It was not like a very big reason. Yeah, you just thought, all right, convenience would be nice, and then yeah, there it was AI. Right. Yeah, that's how natural it went. Right. That's fine as well. What about you, Neko-kun?
So regarding the digital, so drawing the pictures or so for example, if I'm given that papers, there is a limitation depending on the number of the papers. But if we have that tablet, so it's limitless. So I noticed that this is the opportunity, and this is the first point that I'm interested in the digital. So Neko-kun, you like painting, drawing the pictures, not specifically drawing the pictures, but the ideas, like the endless input to be possible with AI and the digital. How about Ono-kun? For me, when I was young, I like to so I did the micro on computers, and I'm getting used to it, and it was my daily life. So that's why it was easy for me to get into, and realistically, and to like the market is getting bigger. So I'm interested to be engaged to the market, expect to grow. So that would be the realistic aspect. So which is the bigger aspect, later one, but that will be the very important perspective. So including you guys, teenagers. So but it's some smart, but is from the global standard, it will be the fantastic, and it is normal. I hope you want to develop the industry leading the world, and then also the university student, you noted. So university student, so last couple of years, how to learn will be changing. So first grade of university or third grade of the high school. So the opportunity to create something with your AI was less opportunities, but for two guys, so currently you cannot learn, or you don't want to learn anything without AIs. So well, how do you feel the changes in the life and learning with AIs? So now you are the step from the teenager to the adult. How did you feel about it, Takeuchi-kun? So when I was a high school student, so I obtained the iPad. So I didn't use the iPad at school, but I started using that at home for studying. So as mentioned, Neko-kun earlier, so it's like the limitless. So no need to purchase the papers. So once I entered the university, so notebook I brought, so I can study with iPad. So no notebook, not necessary. So the amount of the belongings and the carrying, what I'm carrying is far less than before. And in terms of AI, so like the report creation, and I believe that you are using the AIs. So how about this point? So you make it, make it easier? Yes, very easy. So I'm creating the code as well. So instead of the searching the internet, so we are questioning using the generative AIs. So the time performance will be improved by utilizing the AI as well. So how about Nima-kun? So you are the most code and system development friendly. So what is the impact of the generative AIs? So last 2-3 years, so LLM will be increasing. So the number of people who is increasing utilizing the LLM. So my personally, so both the approach will be the correct. So if time shortening perspective using the AI is appropriate, however, but in order for creating the code which is lasting for lasting long, so in that which is the very principle for creating code. So, but when we are using the generative AI, there is the hallucination. So in that case, the personal information cannot be into the generative AIs, but that for our fun, so develop something else. So in that case, we can use the generative AI and to shorten the time to make us enjoyable. So in that, so depending the fate, what do you want to achieve? So when I'm talking to you today, digital and AI is a little convenient, a little easier. For example, like the for like me, teacher at the university, it's kind of the cheating, but I think it's very good ideas. But if you want to go into extreme study on those field, so like you mentioned, the long-lasting the code programming that in the case that will be also the require the AIs as a studying tool, deepen our understanding. So AI tool will be very convenient. So it's better to utilize those tools. So for you, all of you, so you encounter the good digital and AI tools and utilizing them for learning, and also that making you challenging. Like I mentioned, 2040, in order for you to achieve those visions, what education would be required? For example, like Ono-kun said, what the education be required, and also the younger teenagers, junior high school students, what kind of mind they need to be set for 2040. Could you please share with us, Nishiyama-kun? So importance is that the knowing about the AI, not only the benefit but also the negative point as well. So recently, so like the composers, that's the songs created by the AI, not on by the person. That in order for us to identify those differences, so you need to learn more about the AIs and build a good relationship with the AI. So we need to understand further more about the AIs, and that need to be incorporated into the education. So junior or high school classes, so those lessons need to be included. Yes, I believe so. Yes, Nishiyama-kun, another question. That such society, so AI is not 100% perfect, but so for the next teens, what mindset do they need toward the AI? I believe that the hope would be the essential. So fun, you mean the AI is a fun? Yes, that's correct. So adult, so we think negatively that the AI will take our jobs, eliminate the jobs from us. Well, you don't have such negative image of that. So, for example, so currently the translation can be shifted to the AIs, but still now we have the translators who translate the languages. So, which means that we need the human power. So we need to collaborate with human and AI to achieve the. How about Neko-kun? So, future AI education should be, for me, I believe that this AI education will be incorporated into the school education. But AI is a tool, like the pencil and the sharp pencil. So we use the touch pen with the iPad. Not the developing the something further before the human beings. So they are going to collaborate with us to seeking the futures and develop the new field. Not the lead AI led to the future. It will be the different. So we utilize the AI as a tool. The kind of the education will be required. That will be challenging and difficult, but probably not only AI, not learning the AI only. So this is the why we are studying. That's the same answers. I believe so. And elementary school and junior high school student. So what mindset they need for AI? I believe that there is no special mindset required for this. So as a normal study, so maybe it will be troublesome or the why I'm learning about this. So same as the mathematics or the English and the Japanese. So no differences between those subjects. The AI is one kind of the subject like that mathematics, language, English, and the AI. They are the same subject in school. How about Ono-kun? So higher generations like the high school and the university students, I'd like to say what I'd like to introduce is the ethics of the AI. So those the subject and education be required. So like the United States, China, generative AI with the major stream. So getting into that market from Japan would be challenging and very quite difficult. But Japan and Gunma in the future AI generations, so AI ethics rule establishment will be led by Japan. Will be conservative approach to that Japan. That will be the similarity to the policies, like Nishiyama-kun said, the right. So that will be the protection of the right, and thinking about the ethics and the personal benefit will be protected. So for the research, I'm also the researcher of the AI, so I need to consider about that as well. So how about Takeuchi-kun? What do you think about it? For me, from in terms of the education, we don't need to very excited about the AI. So like I mentioned in the keynote speech, so AI will be introduced and integrated in our normal life stage by stage, and as Neko-kun mentioned, without any special emotions. So AI is like this, and AI is we are using like this, and this is the risk of the AI usage, and like the social education and ethics education, like the automobile is very convenient, but there is also the danger and the risks. Like this kind of the education will be required. Yes. And how about Nimak? What do you think about it? In terms of education, from now on and after the penetration of the AI, so every time a new technology generated, so we tool be required using those new technology, and also incorporate into our jobs and the tasks to make the job more efficiently. And then that opportunity give the younger generation to familiar with those technology early stages. So I have working with young members in Gunma Prefecture. So those are the members here today. So you are doing very something new. So you have the similarity, but the different. But this is like this. I believe that there is no one answer. So I believe that this is the last question. So we are talking about Gunma Prefecture in 2040. And in terms of the digital creative, digital content, not entertainment, but enjoyable. And how do you feel about the digital content's enjoyment, creating something with digital? What is the one you very enjoy? Like the Onokun mentioned, maybe game. So could you please share with us digital contents, AI, what you are enjoying most? For me, the future I'm envisioning would be completed, like the face recognition is completed, like the digital development achievement would be very enjoyable for me, like, as a developer. Yes, something to develop and complete to be very quite difficult. Other than so for digital, it will be easier compared to different industry. So for me, communication would be one of the field, something not visible because it's wireless. So because we don't know how it moves because it's invisible, but what I built is actually communicated and goes through. And then what to be connected in the next step, like in the space. So we are send a rocket in the space, and or there is a plans to Mars, but maybe we can get the information from the different spaces, and the limitless information will be available.
I'm into health tech now. Yes, at the moment I'm working on something based on music and emotions maybe. But yeah, as mentioned in my speech, Apple Watch, wearable devices, and also more recently, earphone type, loafer type, Apple AirPods, can have these things mounted, I hear. So health tech is something that can transform the way human health is. So I find it very interesting. I see. Thank you. And yeah, gaming. I thought you might say something about like gaming, but I think you have an intellectual curiosity, inquisition into the knowledge show up in your answers. So those of you, not teens, but you are youth. But later, Nima-san, you will be at the conference, so I will hear more from you, and then time being what it is. So, a panel discussion with teens and the youth. I'd like to bring this to a conclusion. Yes, please do try to create a world-leading industry with your hopes in your hearts. Okay, that is for our panel discussion. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Namaskara from Bengaluru. Thank you so much for the Takasaki panel. I think that was very informative from their side. Up here, we have a bunch of panel members who are young, enthusiastic, and energetic to talk about AI for social good from Bengaluru.
Hello, I am Rihan. I am eighth grader.
Hi, I'm Sneha, and I'm studying engineering third year.
Myself, Tarun. I'm studying second year engineering.
Myself, Sohan. I'm studying second year engineering as well.
That was a great round of introductions. My name is Abhiram. I'll be the moderator for today's panel discussion. Starting off, we're going to be talking about AI for social good. So, guys, I just want to ask you, you already know about social issues in India and Bangalore and everywhere around India, like rural India and stuff. What do you think would be an innovative way to use AI to help rural people build better hospitals and healthcare facilities?
Do I have to start?
Yeah.
Can anyone else start?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I think with respect to AI in rural places, it is developing, but it's not to an extent where how cities have the authority over a few things. I feel like when it comes to health and when it comes to health overall in general, people should not be biased on where they stay. Everybody should have the equal opportunity of accessing healthcare. So I think one of the major things can be, I think rural people are very foreign to the term AI, or they think that they don't trust AI as much as how the city people trust. Maybe it's because of the education gap, or I don't know what the bridge is. But then I feel like if AI is more human and more, if they're able to trust it more, I think it'll be a better opportunity.
So for talking about AI in rural areas and hospitals, how it's going to help them. AI is generally used for testing grounds. So you put a situation in front of AI and it'll react based on the situation. So you can just put endless number of situations on how you're going to improve rural areas or the areas which come under rural areas, and you see if it is getting improved or not. And then you just take those statistics and see if the highest statistic possible. And then again, you take that scenario and try to implant it in rural people mind and hospitals and building all of it. So AI generally helps in, kind of improving based on the situation. And AI is like a testing ground. According to me, AI doesn't come directly. Rather, it's a testing ground for me.
It's nice to know that you say it's a testing ground, but what do you think would be like a good solution from your mind in the near future to leverage the power of AI?
Didn't get you. Can you repeat once?
I mean to say, since you're saying that AI might be a testing ground for rural healthcare facilities, do you have any innovative ideas on how we can leverage the power of AI so that it could actually be implemented?
I would say that right now the AI is not that developed to work on its own. It obviously needs inputs, and so without inputs, you won't get AI. So we have to develop the AI enough that the inputs and all the data sets are already present, so that you don't have to work more on data sets rather direct solutions.
Got it. Okay.
So my input to the question was how AI can be used in rural areas and how they could have easy access to hospitals and all for healthcare. So one thing is AI. You have AI chatbots, or you have AI where people, and in rural areas you do not have easy access to doctors and healthcare centers. So how AI can play a role is, people, if they feel like they need help and they need access to, they need to go look for a doctor. Instead of just going far distance to just meet a doctor, taking so much time, they could just use AI. They could like give inputs based on what they're feeling, and based on that input, based on the previously collected data from the AI, like AI works on data you provide, right? And AI learns from it. So based on the data you give, AI can assess you, provide you a solution, and if there is something really urgent, then it can suggest you to go actually look for a doctor. It could recommend you a specialist too. So in that case, AI can help rural people for better healthcare centers and all those things. And you can have AI assess X-rays, image analyzing, and all those things. So that also can be a second point. Third one is you can have AI support in developing new medicines based on the information. So these 3 points I had in mind regarding this solution.
That's nice to know.
So about the question you asked, I was going to say something similar to what he said, that AI could be used to, how to say, when the person gives the whatever they're feeling, AI could use that input, and depending on the information that it has, it could diagnose the patient with whatever illness it possibly could have. We are not sure if that could be true or not, because there are countless illnesses it could be, and the patient wouldn't know what illness it would be. Also, another thing would be that a doctor should be able to talk to the person online, and if there was an AI with the in the rural area, the AI could get the symptoms, and when the doctor receives the symptoms, the doctor could do a professional diagnosis of what it could actually be. Yeah, that's it.
I think those were really great inputs from all of you. Moving on, we also know that, healthcare facilities and healthcare is not the only issue that we deal with in rural India or India as such. One of the major issues we face is also the way the education system is based right now, and how the rote method of learning is going about. So do you think with the advancements of AI right now, like ChatGPT, Gemini, and many more LLMs coming up, do you think that they can help in the process of innovating a better curriculum for education, or making it better for kids to learn in a different manner? What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, I think AI can make education make a better education system, because usually some teachers don't realize where the children have problems in certain subjects. But with AI, if they give a quiz on a certain subject and the results come back, the AI will instantly recognize where the child is going wrong with in which part of the subject, and could help them understand in depth about that part of the subject, so that the student will be able to understand the subject more clearly. So yeah, that's all.
Okay, so I feel students are of diverse kinds. So not everybody learns at the same pace or at the same or the same way. So few students are visual learners, few are or based on audio, and few are works on. So I feel like AI will be able to help students of all categories, irrespective of where they fall under. Now, and syllabus like how it used to be in like few years back. Syllabus doesn't have to be the same way anymore. Anybody can learn anything with AI, like irrespective of their age, and the knowledge is accessible more easily and more in a more fun way, I feel. For example, if you take Duolingo, the whole syllabus is gamified. Like you keep going back to the app in order to learn, and like I feel like it motivates you to to stick to a certain way of studying. Like especially for me, I feel like once I've started, like I'm learning French from Duolingo, and I feel like if I don't study my syllabus or no, I'm doing the Duolingo because it's gamified and I have to maintain my streak. I feel like AI can help in things like that. Not just that. I feel even with building projects or with respect to everything, there is a new AI feature of from Google that I recently heard about, which can act as a teacher. Like you can just share your screen through it, and it can guide you where you're going wrong or what you have to do to make it better. I feel like that's such a big boon. Like anybody can build anything at this point if they use AI in a proper way. I feel yeah, that's.
I mean, that's true. I mean, coming from your generation, I think it's really advanced and so that you guys have a much better, diverse way of using it. I think that's really cool to get all these opinions from you guys, especially because you guys are the front face of AI and the movement of AI right now. So yeah, go on.
Adding up on the points, as Sneha said, told about Duolingo and how Duolingo works. Generally, when you learn from a friend or a person you can trust or some source where they don't question you back on what you're trying to ask them, it's more good for them. Like, let's take engineers as an example. The night before the exam, we go on ChatGPT, we go on Perplexity, or we go on Blackbox, all of this AI, and we just spam whatever topics are there. We take all the PDFs and put it in one place, and we ask it to reduce the question. So people are learning through ChatGPT, Perplexity, AI, etc., etc. People trust the sources and think them as a friend. So it's helping out them as a friend also. Duolingo, again, helps you learn languages. It's gamified, it's doing all of this kind of thing. And it's not judging you. When you go to a teacher and ask a stupid question like maybe 23 into 3, or why did the integration of E of X stay E of X? It's not going to explain you. Teacher will say, you're stupid. He will not continue explaining you. Rather, you go to your ChatGPT, it'll explain you properly. You go near apps which are AI modified. It doesn't have its own sense of brain to ask you a question. Rather, it'll explain you. And if you don't understand, again, it'll explain you again and again and again and again. So that's one benefit of AI learning and all. And coming to how people can improve from AI schools, I would suggest there are lots of parts in the world which have improved health, education system, and AI is generally having a vast data set, and from the data sets only, it's going to provide you with the improved education system. So technically, there is improved education system. AI doesn't have to provide a new one. It's just we have to apply those education system. And if you see in India right now, there are second graders and first graders who are learning about AI. And it's fascinating that people are growing and actually colleges are thinking that AI is going to be helpful. And right now, prompt engineering and all is helping. And I'm pretty sure half the software engineers right now depend on AI. Thank you.
So talking about the education system in India, it's more generalized. Like they set a bar and people are expected to sit on that bar. If someone is below the bar, it's expected to like level up. And if someone is over the bar, it's expected to shrink down. So they set on standard bar. So in that case, when if AI comes in action, you can have personalized tutors. Like one person can have a personalized AI tutor for himself. So if he doesn't understand a concept, you can ask AI to like simplify it. Like myself being a second year engineering student, if there's a concept I didn't understand in my lectures, I go back to ChatGPT. I ask, I literally give the prompt saying, treat me as a 10-year-old and just explain me this concept. It just simplifies, use real world example and explains me everything on how it works. So that way I use AI in a smart way to understand, and it's a quicker way of thinking. And AI has a lot of time for you because once it becomes personalized, they always your lecturers say you can always reach up to me, but they have their own 24 hours. After that, they'll give you some time, but beyond that, they won't be available. It's not their fault, but in case of AI, it just provides, no matter how long you want to use AI, you can just keep asking questions till you are satisfied with what you want to learn. So in those terms, AI will help education system. So even as I mentioned about the bar smart students, if they want to learn more about the topic, they can use AI to learn more about the topic because all the data is there in AI, most of the data. So this way you can improve education systems using AI. So yeah, this is mine.
Okay, so I think one more big use of AI is that in this fast-moving world, nobody has time. Like, I think it's not like the old times. Nobody has time to like sit and search and go through a topic and see where you're lacking. I feel AI is very specific. Like, let's take a small example. So yesterday I solved a problem of HCF and LCM GCD. So when I in programming in Java, so when I exactly asked what I have to do, I got a very particular, precise answer. So I don't have to go back and like search and oh my god, okay, this is it. I can get one-liner, or I can get a 50-word essay, or I can just get 2 words of what I'm expecting. I don't have to like that's the difference I feel. When you study from a book or when you refer to a book, I have to go to the topic, search, again read the whole paragraph to understand. I can just, and now with audio feature in ChatGPT and all of that, you just have to talk like you're talking to a friend. Like, okay, dude, just explain me this. That's all you have to do. So I feel in that way, AI is like really cool, and it'll just like simplify anything and everything. So yeah.
So some people are visual learners, right? And now AI has it can generate images, generate videos, all those things. So if you want something to learn in a visual aspect, or in a gamification way, you can ask AI to do that for you. So that way your learning process faster, and whatever you learn just sits in your head and just never leaves from the other end. So that's also one advantage of using AI in your education system. So
I think these were like really great inputs that you guys gave. I have a slightly controversial question though, based on what you guys said. Do you think AI can replace your teachers and lecturers?
Yes.
That was a straightforward answer. Okay.
I feel like to maintain a proper, I think this generation is it's a two-sided thing. So I feel like schools and colleges are important because it's very difficult to be disciplined, trust me. Like, you sit at home, people tell you sit at home and you can study everything, but I feel there's a downside. Like, you can't, with everything around, as the technology increases, I feel like the distraction and everything else also increases. But with respect to like bringing in track and staying online, I think teachers play a role. It's not like you can just throw away the occupation of teaching. It's not that. Teachers do play a role, but I think AI just like makes it better. Like, it will give you a like, teachers make a foundation. They give you a foundation. You can build upon it using AI. You don't have have to, have teachers to build a building. Like, you understand, right? Like, to have the basic foundation, you need teachers. Like, on what to study, on what exactly to do, maybe teachers are required. But I think in the long run, that won't be the case, and everything will turn virtual.
So regarding the question, the same question was asked in ninth grade CBSE. There was a chapter regarding a robo teacher. So based on that, I'm saying few topics, like we had Corona and we had online lecturers and all. So I would say interaction with a human and interaction with an AI is two different things. AI can't make you love a subject or like a topic, whereas a teacher can. I remember my school teacher, his name is Hanmantu sir, and he literally made me in love with physics. I love physics so much. Right now we don't have physics, but still I love the subject so much. So it's all depend on teachers too. So and one more thing, if you're talking about preschools and a school up to an age of like 5th grade or 7th grade, you obviously need teachers. At that age, you guys don't know how AI is going to react. You're not smart enough or you're not mature enough to use AI. So I feel at that moment, you need teacher, you need emotional support. You cannot ask AI for emotional support. If you're an introvert, AI is the best thing for you, but you have to come out of that phase, right? You have to go into the public, you have to talk. The moment you go back into that dark room, again, you're inbounded by 4 walls. So that's not how it has to be, I think. Thank you.
So talking based on the question you asked, so when you're talking about gaining knowledge, that's when AI comes in role. You learn new things, learn information. But when it comes to whole over learning experience, that's when you need your teachers, your lecturers, because they understand emotions. Learning is not just gaining information. Learning is there's a emotions play a role too. So in that case, teachers are important. In your thing, they make you understand. They make you like understand the topic based on the emotions. So even if you're a slow learner or fast learner, they make you they have the patience to tolerate you and make sure you understand, so that they want you to upscale. But AI is a thing. You ask AI only when you know that you need to learn something. You go towards AI. But in terms of teachers, they know you need to be knowing this. So that's why I feel AI won't replace the teachers, because education system require teachers and people.
This brings me to my next question. I think you guys had solid inputs on what to say and how to go about it. since you said AI, some of you said AI won't replace teachers. Some of you said that, we as people need to go and interact with the AI. And only then will we have a better understanding of how it can help us. And some of you said no directly. And I really appreciate the straightforward answer. However, I would also like to ask you, who do you think should be in charge of AI? So let's say we are using AI for a social cause or for some kind of social good, education, healthcare, society. But who do you think should be in charge of it? Should there be like a person who is making sure that it all runs smoothly, or should it go according to constitutional law, or what do you think?
I'll just.
Okay, can you let?
So I mean to say, in simple words, do you think AI should be free for all, or should it be under one government unity that runs it and has a say over what happens with it?
Okay, so I feel like, see, if it is not under control, I feel it can go in a very wrong way. If nothing can be in the right path, if it is not controlled. So I feel like there should be a set of rules and regulations and set of rights with respect to AI, like suppose privacy and what content it can take from you or how much it can take. Like all that has to be under control. You can't just give away all your personal data. I feel if AI is not like controlled, and if it doesn't have a set of rules on what it can take and what it cannot, I feel like data is just simply it'll just like go away, and like you won't feel that you won't have a secure feeling about what you're actually giving in. I think that was also a thing with the latest controversy, right, with respect to ChatGPT and DeepSeek, on what kind of data it is taking and why is it taking so much data and where is the data going. So I think all that has to be mentioned while you're using an AI.
So yeah, that brings me back to my question as to, do you think there should be one governing body for it, or should everyone have access to what's happening around with it? So like, let's say that you present your data. Should I be able to have transparency to see how you're using it? Or do you think there should be one entity who will have transparency to see how you're using it?
I feel like there should not be a proper thing about what I'm searching and how am I searching, but like it can just have an overall view. Like suppose maybe if I'm doing if I'm asking about math or history, it can just come under the heading of history and not exactly what I'm searching for. That will be, I think, too much.
You're saying it should form clusters instead of
yeah, it just form groups on what you're actually searching, but not like exactly on what topic and why and all of that.
Okay, got it.
Be honest, after hearing her thoughts, I think there should be an entity, and I think they should have access on what we are going through and all, but the entity should be neutral and not judge people or have this kind of thing. Because most of the data which we are getting back in ChatGPT is the data we provided. So the moment you are not providing the data and ChatGPT is not recognizing your data, it's again gone. It's not an entity where you're getting back the data. And in terms of neutralness and why I say there should be an entity controlling it, in terms of DeepSeek, right now it's controlled by Chinese entity, and you may not trust them. And then again, ChatGPT is again controlled by another entity, and you cannot trust those people also. So if you give it for one single entity, I think a neutral entity can modify there should be few rules. Like you can't just search up saying that there's a 30 kg chicken fallen in my room. I want to dispose the chicken. Obviously, that's a crime scene. Okay, so people have to get to know about it. You cannot fool AI. You can fool an AI, but you can't fool a human being. So that should be a neutral entity who controls most of the things. But there should be a remit of controlling. There should be rules and regulations, and there should be change of things. And maybe all the knowledge should not be public, but certain knowledge, let it be public. Thank you.
Yeah, like Tarun said, I prefer there should be one single entity taking care of AI operation, because they can set some policy terms based on privacy and all those things. Because AI is what it is because of the information you provide. Like for example, your Instagram Reels, the algorithm set in Instagram Reels and Shorts and all those things. It's the information you give, it's the things you have watched, which decides the algorithm. So based on that, that's your privacy, your personal information. You're providing your personal information out in the abyss. You don't know where it's going. So if you have one entity taking care of all this operation, you know that one entity is responsible for all your personal information. So if anything goes wrong, I mean, saying nothing will go wrong, but is this based on the policy terms they set? So based on the thing about privacy, yeah, we're talking privacy. So if you have one single entity taking care of it, I think it'll be good enough that way.
Understood. Okay. Rehan, you have anything to say about this?
I agree with what they both said. A single entity should have control, and it should be a neutral party. That's all.
Okay. So again, coming to a neutral party, it's tough to have a neutral party in this, non-linear world right now. So what are your thoughts on, a neutral party? What would be a considerate neutral party according to you that could govern the AI? Can you give me some specifications of what this governing entity should be like?
A little bit of government staff and a little bit of like citizens. So they would have like a neutral, they would be like mixed together. So that means there would be feedback from both the sides of the government and the citizens of the country.
To be honest, neutral entity, if you come for this world, it's not a utopia where everything is actually how it has to happen and everything goes good. If I want to say what is a neutral entity, it should not be a pair of citizens and a pair of politicians. Then again, citizens turn into politicians, so it's not ideal for them to go into politics. So I would say they to be those engineers who created it and people who have in this kind of scenario, you can take example of Mark Zuckerberg and his case about data privacy and how Facebook used to take data. And Mark Zuckerberg himself felt bad for he taking the privacy of other people. I would say maybe you can keep a server which has all the data, and there are very few people who can access it, like the most top order. Maybe not everybody, and government should not even get to know about this in the first place until there's an emergency. I would not like government to be involved in this.
So you're saying a centralized server without any governance?
No, I would say government to be involved, but until there's a proper case, like again, as example, until there is something related to crime or something related to breaking rules, if you are just searching about school and all, I don't think there should be needing of any government entities and this kind of thing. So it's not like you can elect a person also. AI is a very big thing. You need a smart person for that. So I would say there should be a council of smart people who just go through it, and maybe they can change every single year or so, or few years they can just change, and they may have the data, and it's not a utopia. Again, as I told, there is no neutral entity in the end. You can just imagine them, but you cannot have it.
Got it.
So I have two opinions on this. One, government entities can have the neutral access to the AI part, because you have already given all your personal information about what you are to the government. So there's no harm in giving a little bit more about what you search for and what other things you search for in AI. But in the second opinion, which I was talking about, you can have the agencies which created AI to have the neural access, because they know how it functions. They are the people who created it. So the search, they can also add on to the privacy of what you're searching for and all those things. So but at the end, I think government should be having the neural access.
I think those are some really impressive thoughts from all of you. This would conclude our panel discussion from Bengaluru. Thank you so much for your thoughtful opinions. I think a lot of people gained a lot of insight, and also it sparked a lot of thoughts in a lot of people across the world. And good job, guys. I think you guys are the future of how AI would work, and I really wish you guys all the best. Thank you, guys. This is Abhiram signing off from Bengaluru.
I can start? Perfect. Amazing. I'm just going to share my screen and would love to see if everyone can see it. Perfect. Just give a second. Can everyone see my screen? Amazing. Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Yes, I think so. I think I'm live. Okay, we'll get started. I want to start by playing this video. Exists to accelerate social mobility in rural India by building AI-based solutions to help our communities. Our workers record sentences in their mother tongue on their smartphones. And for the simple task, we pay them nearly 20 times the Indian minimum wage. And that leads to a data set, so they keep on making royalties every single time those data sets are resold.
I think it is imperative that if we are changing someone's income structure in this way, that we also need to help them understand financial literacy.
आज सगळ्यांना आपल्याला आर्थिक साक्षरता शिकण्यासाठी मी इथे आहे आणि आपण हे कार्या ॲप मधून करणार आहोत.
रमेश आणि कल्पेश हे दोघेही रोजंदारीचे बांधकाम मजूर होते.
मी कधी ऐकलं नव्हतं, मी माझा आवाज कधीच ऐकला नव्हता की त्या कार्याकडनं मला त्या ऍप मुळे माझा आवाज कसा आहे हे मला माहित पडलं आणि त्याच्यामधून शिकायला पण भेटलं. बँकिंगचं याचं कर्ज कसं घ्यायचं, ती कशी बचत करायची, मुलांच्या नावावर एफडी कशा करायच्या, हे खूप खूप शिकलो. आम्हाला आता कुणाची गरज नाही की एटीएम मध्ये जायचंय आणि पैसे त्यांनी काढून आणून द्यावेत, असं नाही. आम्ही स्वतः करू शकतो. मला खूप आनंद वाटतो, मला खरंच गर्व वाटतो की माझा आवाज कुठेतरी कोणतरी ऐकणार आहे आणि मी मराठीत बोलले त्याच्यामुळे कोणीतरी शिकणार आहे. मला अभिमान वाटतो.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. Let us get started. So, hi everyone. My name is Manu. I am the co-founder of Karya. Karya, of course, for everyone watching, is the Sanskrit word for work that gives you dignity. And that is the mission that we are on. We think deeply about ways AI can bring dignified digital work to low-income communities across the global south. Um, India, of course, is very close to my heart. It's where I was born. It's where I live. I live in Bangalore. And I think many people may already know India has 230 million people living in poverty as per government numbers. And that is the largest number of poor people living in any country in the world. And that's something that we need to fix. Today, it would take an average poor person in India 7 generations of labor to get to $1,500 in savings, right? That means that an average low income person in the country will have to work for 200 years just to get to $1,500 in savings in their bank account, which is considered the economic threshold of middle class, right? That's where middle class starts. So today, the pathway from being low income to being middle class is over 200 years. And that's obviously unacceptable, right? And the question for us becomes very quickly, can we use AI to somehow fix that, right? Can we use AI to bring dignified digital work to rural Indians and also, of course, to low income communities across the world, wherever there's a need of work and there's a need of supplementary income, right? What we discovered, we started this work back in 2017 when I graduated and I joined Microsoft Research. And we discovered that tech companies like Google and Microsoft are spending billions of dollars building training data sets for their AI models, right? So to train an AI model, it's like training a child. You have to give it a lot of training data. You have to tell it time and again what sort of patterns it needs to look for. And companies are willing to pay off a lot of money for that data. And the question for us was, can we bring that money that these companies are willing to spend directly to the communities that we engage with? And in the process, bring them earning opportunities and learning opportunities, right? The way it works is very simple. A company like Microsoft or Google, or any of the tech companies we'll work with, will reach out to Karya and say, hey, I need 10,000 hours of Marathi data. You just saw this video where Baby Tai was talking about how she taught the computer, she taught her AI model how to speak Marathi by just speaking to the phone, right? So all what we will do is we will take this big task that Microsoft may have given us, like collecting 10,000 hours of data in Marathi, and we will distribute it to our workers in rural India who have smartphones. Today, 78% of rural Indian households have access to a smartphone. So we're able to use that underlying digital infrastructure to pay them really high wages. And we're able to pay our workers nearly 20 to 50 times the Indian minimum wages, which means they make anywhere from $5 an hour to $25 an hour, right? In India, the minimum wage is little over 19 cents an hour. So these wages can be potentially transformative. And these high wages enable lots of exciting outcomes for our communities. The story closest to my heart is the story of one of the workers we first worked with. She came from a community with no internet, and this was her very first time seeing a smartphone. In fact, I remember distinctly one of the first things she said was, "Iske andar Surya Dev hai, or is the sun god inside this?" Because in the community they had not seen like a backlit display before, right? And I kid you not, just 30 minutes later, she figured out how to use a smartphone. For all the people watching, like and hearing this, smartphones are pretty easy to use. We all know that, right? It's very intuitive. And within her first week, she made like over 10,000 rupees doing this work. Within her first month, she made more money than her parents had made all of last year. And that enabled her to become the first girl from her community to go to college, which is super exciting, right? So I think at Karya, we think deeply about how do we build data sets that are owned by our workers. So all our data sets are not owned by the companies that we license these data sets to or by us. They're owned in principle by our workers, which means whenever this data gets resold, our workers actually make money. They get 100% of the royalties again, which allows them to actually keep making money doing this work, which is really, really important for us to build an ethical AI future, right? We built on peer-reviewed research. I am a researcher. We spent 5 years at Microsoft Research just doing research. We published over half a dozen papers on how a model like this could work, which was really interesting and fun. The model itself is open source, which allows our partners in Kenya and Ethiopia to take it and run with it, which is really exciting. And it works without internet. It doesn't require English. It doesn't require internet. And that allows our communities anywhere, even in places with very little internet, to actually do this work, which is super exciting. We've been doing this now as an organization. So career story is 2017 to 2022. We were just doing research. 2023 was the year we spun out and became an independent organization. In the last 2 years, we have brought these high wages to over 100,000 people that now live in every single district in every single state in India, which is super exciting. And these people have done more than 42 million tasks for our clients like Google and Microsoft. So I think that to me is a very exciting way to think about what sort of economic opportunity AI is going to enable and how do we bring these economic opportunities to our people, right? If we take a step back, look, AI is going to create trillions of dollars of wealth. We all know it, right? But what percentage of that wealth is going to actually come to the communities that we all care about, right? What percentage of those opportunities are going to come to the people that we really, really care about? And how do we make sure that we think of low income communities as just low income communities, not low talent communities, right? Talent is universal, opportunity is not, right? So, how do we think systematically about making sure that our communities are centered in the AI revolution? I think that's really, really, really important. This is a story from one of our first field visits. That's me in the middle. That's my co-founder Vivek. And that's Chavi Rajawat. If some Indians may know her, she was the first female sarpanch. Sarpanch is an elected head of a village. She was the first female elected head of a village for any village in this area of the country, which is predominantly a very difficult area, has one of the highest female infanticide rates, and so on and so forth. And this is a photo. I can see everyone's really happy after we did payouts. Like, so back in the day, before digital payments kicked in, we used to actually pay it cash. This is 7 years ago. And it's one of those, I really love this photo just because of just how happy everyone in the photo is. And look, I think at the end of the day, if you can change who has wealth in our society, you can change who has power, right? We have systematically built a world where it is easier for some people to make money than others, right? Access to financial information, access to like, how do I make money? How do I save money? What is a fixed deposit? How do I go to the bank? All of this information is easier for some people, like people whose parents are entrepreneurs, because the parents will tell you that, and harder for other people, right? So when we have to build an equitable world, when we have to build a fair world, we have to think deeply about how do we redistribute these opportunities and how do we make sure that people understand that low income communities are not just excellent beneficiaries of AI. So yes, they will use ChatGPT and Gemini in their local languages. They're also excellent builders of AI, right? Like they can actually build these AI models like you saw Baby Thai doing. If you go to the Computer History Museum in Mountain View, which is like the mecca of all computer science museums, you have Baby Thai's photo on the same wall as Alan Turing, right? Because they're both builders of AI, right? They're both people who have spent their time, their intelligence contributing to this larger revolution we are in right now, right? And I think deeply about how do we make sure technology isn't just something that happens to us, right? For people in the global south, people in India, all over the world, actually, technology is just something that happens to us, right? Tech takes our job away. Technology makes it easier to do something, but it very rarely comes from us, right? And that's what technology should do. It should come from us, for us, and that's the mission that we're on at Karya. We're chasing three key impacts, basically, which is the earning opportunities impact, so paying our workers as many wages as possible and enabling more stories like the one of Reshma I just told you. Second is learning opportunities, teaching our workers across the country what are the jobs of the future and preparing them for these jobs. And most importantly, when we employ our communities in the process of building these AI models, the models work better for them, right? They become more inclusive. We're doing this very exciting project with the Gates Foundation where we're employing 30,000 low-income women to build gender intentional AI, to build AI that is not misogynistic. And to me, that is just like common sense, right? If you want to build inclusive AI, you have to employ the communities you want to include. And at the end of the day, AI is going to create a lot of new jobs. And our goal is to bring those jobs to our people. So today, for the communities that we work with, they're able to get to that $1,500 in savings in 7 months of work, right? And to me, that is super exciting that we can go from 7 generations to 7 months to hopefully the next time I speak with you, 7 hours, right? And I think that there is a scope here of training our communities to receive very, very high wages by doing the work of the future, and in the process, making sure that technology works for all of us, not just for the few people who speak English or the few people who live in San Francisco and Bangalore, but for everyone, irrespective of where they're born. Technology should be a force that amplifies your intent and capacity and doesn't substitute it, right? I think I want to take a minute to talk a little bit about the AI for good space in general. The space is incredible. Look, AI is a very powerful technology. I think many people would agree it's the most powerful technology of our generation. So we have to use it to really help people and think deeply about how do we use AI as a force of good. I wanted to platform a few of my amazing friends who I really, really look up to. I don't know how many people here know Amrita Mahale at Arman. Amrita is building an AI chatbot to prevent, to make at-risk pregnancies easier. So she's built a chatbot in local Indian languages where women who are pregnant can ask questions about medical advice, get connected to doctors, and they've already scaled it to tens of thousands of people. Utsav at Rocket Learning is building a AI tutor for parents to better help teach their children over WhatsApp, and we actually get to work with Utsav on this, which is quite fun. Samin from Gramhal is thinking about information asymmetry, right? If you think deeply, so much of the inequity we see in the world is because of information asymmetry, which is I know more than you know, or you know more than I know because of our experiences in life, right? What I believe is that AI can potentially fix information asymmetry forever because it can bring information to people in their local languages. And what Samin is doing is specifically looking at information asymmetry in the agriculture space, right? It may seem very obvious to you, but this is like for example, for a farmer, when they're building their crop and they spend their entire 6 months, 1 year getting the crop ready, they actually don't know what the market price is for that crop. And oftentimes they will go to the market and people will lie to them and say this is the market price. And then these middlemen will take the crop, like the raw material at a low price, and then jack it up and sell it to somebody else, right? So Simin's idea was, can I just tell the farmers where to sell their crop at, and what's the best price to sell it as and sell it at? Like, what's the going rate? Can I fix that information asymmetry? And she is doing this in the in the fields of Madhya Pradesh and central India already, right? And I think that fundamentally, AI will allow us to fix information asymmetry, create a world where everyone has access to the kind of information that they need, and at the same time bring a lot of earning opportunities to our communities. At Karya, we're on a mission to make sure that we are able to bring AI-enabled earning and learning opportunities to everyone, and we think deeply about how AI will be this force of good. But for that, we have to actually act, right? Like nothing just happens by default. If we don't do anything, nothing will happen, right? Like the last 10 technological waves skipped low-income communities across the global south. And then, of course, 10, 15 years after it came to the West, it came to other countries, right? We cannot let that happen with AI. And it's very, very important that rural Indians, low-income communities are at the center of the AI revolution. And that's our mission. And that's my time, I think. Thank you so much. I hope that was useful, but really appreciate this opportunity.
Hi, myself Tarun, and I'll be the moderator for the international panel. Thank you for Manu Chopra to give us so insightful thoughts. We have our panel members from Yerevan, Takasaki, and Mumbai. So let's begin the session. So there are a few questions which I'll be asking based on AI and would like to know about your inputs. So the first question was, AI and game adaptability based on AI. So you guys must have known that there's a company known as NVIDIA which started developing games in which the bosses of the game start learning the moves of the player and use AI for checking out what kind of moves they are using, and boss just improvises themselves and go. So what are the opinions on those kind of games? Hello, am I audible?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like regarding games where user data is can be data can be translated into data is suitable for such developments, and having such data to be used for the enhancement for the player made NVIDIA as a big of a tech giant as it is now. And going forward, I feel like everything we have around us, like everything that can be translated into information, is suitable for such technologies and can be improved going forward.
Next panel member, anybody else want to give their insights?
So, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So, I had a very different take for this question because what I'd like to say is imagine a scenario, okay? That imagine you are holding a controller and playing a game called life, okay? A game called life. And sometimes using AI for me also feels like using a cheat code. But that does not mean that I let go of the controller at all because I am the one deciding the decisions that I make and not letting AI taking control of myself is what I'd like to say. And then again, for- yes.
What tactics to use to beat the game, and the game developing itself to make the game more difficult.
Can you repeat the question?
The question was, how does AI gaming help make the game more difficult by learning the pre-moves? Like if you take example of God of War, there are a few sets of moves which are already pre-moved. Like if a boss is there, after 3 seconds the boss goes nil for some time, and then it continues playing again. So you have the 3 seconds to move yourself and start slashing the boss. But NVIDIA has made this game. It's known as Metal Gear. It actually makes the boss learn from its previous mistakes and improve each turn you fight the boss. So how do you think about that?
Uh, so my take on that is like if there is someone that we are facing, okay, in a game, and that continuously keeps on learning from our mistake as a player that we make, is like increasing the difficulty of the game to a bar that would, as a gamer myself, because I also play games, would be really challenging and interesting for me. is what I like to say on this.
I agree with my friend, and I believe that AI, yes, can make games with levels and make it harder each time. But at the same time, if AI is not trained very well, it can work in the same algorithm and it can become predictable the next levels and moves.
Yeah. Moving on to the next question. Are we becoming too dependent on AI? Like most of our activities right now, we are going through AI itself for the answers. So do you think, are we turning into the people who are more depending on AI and robots than depending on humans?
Yeah, hello. I feel like, like I myself have been, as a developer, been using AI to improve and enhance some developing skills of myself. And as using such technologies, it has become, I feel like it has become a kind of a habit where when opening VS Code, I without consciously type Control I to know what the next step is. And I feel like going forward, like we are moving on we are getting to a society where much more of people are going to be much dependent on such tools. But I feel like in regard to this, like we should be the one in control and using tools, and we should keep in mind that these are just tools for us to enhance our products and for the use for the betterment of people, and not to rely on them too much, which may harm our improvement and which may harm our self-improvement as well. But I feel like going forward, as a whole, it is a much more positively, and I would like to go on using such technologies.
I also agree with him because we should always use AI that enhances our current style rather than being fully dependent on it. Because what I feel is that if we are totally dependent on AI, I as a person have a unique identity and I don't want to lose that. If we are completely dependent on AI for the basic things that we do or even for our work, that means that we are just, for me, it means that I'm just trying to depict a different personality from myself, that yeah, my level is this, but what I can use AI to do is this much. But I still want to portray that what I can do properly is what I think on it.
Okay.
AI can be a very useful tool and we can use it in every field that we can think of. But sometimes among scholars especially, they get too dependent on AI and they try to ask the questions and give the home tasks to AI to solve it. And that kills their critical thinking and their uniqueness. So after years, if students continue to use AI and just regulate the answers, they will lose their critical thinking, and also they will get lazy to think. And that's when you understand if you're too dependent on AI or not, by understanding that after every single situation, you are starting to think about, what if I ask AI and not think about it? It would save much more time.
Which I actually asked if humans are depending on AI. I would like to also ask, are if you scroll through Instagram or you scroll through YouTube, AI suggests you few kind of videos based on it. So do you think that AI is actually taking your mind away from certain things and trying to get you addicted for other things, or trying to make you think in AI way rather than you thinking yourself dependently?
I feel like that's a pretty interesting question, and like using like social media these days, like we have new technologies where you get infinite amount of contents for you, and we get tailor-made algorithms that are suited for each individual, and that's a pretty scary thing. In my opinion, that's a pretty scary thing, but it itself is also a pretty convenient thing for people that want to discover new things. But like, there are some places and there are some contexts where we don't we don't intend to find such context. And regarding AI, where all the things that are suggested to us are just algorithms, like I feel like we lose such chances where we do not, we do not find the things that we were supposed to, and we just get things that are closer to us. And also regarding this, we all have different mindsets, and algorithms suggest contents that are tailored to those mindsets. So I feel like, we are surrounded by contents, and we are surrounded by information that are tailored to us, and this may be a loss of an opportunity where we don't find people that have different opinions from us. And I feel like we should, of course, use those AI and algorithms generated contents to please us, but we ourselves have to make the decision to find things that are, that things and people that have different mindsets from us as well.
Based on that, just want to add on one more thing. Do you think it's manipulating us? Do you think it's showing us the things which are necessary for it? Do you think AI is creating propagandas through those things? You can add upon those kind of topics also.
Yeah, there are information out there, but I feel like it depends on the intent of the user, and it depends on the intent from the platform as well. So I couldn't comment on that.
Okay.
So what I'd like to say on this question is that there can be two sides in this. First is that, yeah, if we focus on a particular content on social media, we only keep on liking those type of content. But if AI or an algorithm is having us discover new contents, it's like self-discovery, okay? Like if I find something interesting myself, I would for sure go check it out. And this is what one thing that I like about AI. And what you told about that person also told, that yeah, the intention is also clear, that if I don't like a particular content that has been shown to me, it's up to me whether to continue watching that content or not. Like, I'm just like I told first, that I am controlling my game, not someone else.
I think that it's not a secret to anyone that social media feed forms algorithms and AI helps in it. So it works on how much time you spend watching content, what you watch, how much time you spend looking at just one content. So I think in order not to become manipulated, you have to diverse your watching content, even if you don't like it. So not a lot of videos will pop up on your feed that interests you, or you can reset your feed once in a month or two. So and I think it's really important to have self-resilience as well in order to understand and acknowledge that it's not useful for you watching content all day and just scrolling through social media, and you should understand that it's wasting your time, and you are helping them rather than yourself.
That people are saying, all three of you agree that if you want to see that content, you will continue seeing, or else you would like to discard the content and try to see another content. But we all are mature teens enough. But if you go for kids between the age of 8 to 12, something like that, they don't have the maturity to realize the topics they're watching, or the content they're watching is not controlled by them, rather controlled by somebody else. So how do you think you can avoid those kind of things?
I think parental control can come to help there, and putting screen time on your child's phone, for example, 1 hour a day or two, can help with that. And throughout the time, you can reduce the screen time and help them in that way.
Raising kids is pretty anyone, and having to constantly think about what the kids are scrolling through in the internet can be a pretty defeating task in and of itself. But having a bit of parental control and having also AI detect such contents that can lead to the harm for the kids, it can be a useful feature in future.
And I also think that it's difficult. Okay, like as a teen, thinking about kids or talking about them is like difficult for me because I have also been through an age that when I was also a kid. But at that time, what I used to have is like again adding on to that, that at that time it was like my parents, okay, they were like, okay, only half an hour or 1 hour is there. So that is what helped me to not focus on content that can be harmful for me. But nowadays, like as you all mentioned, that parental control settings are there, so I'd for sure go with that.
You are muted. Still, we can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So as I was saying, let's go for a few spicy topics. So how do you think AI enhances in dating apps? So generally in dating apps like Tinder, you put some of your description and you put a few things you want, all of those kind of things. And then based on AI suggestions, you get paired up with few people. So how do you think about those kind of things?
Dating apps, I have a pretty interesting take where, where you have what dating apps has made people be able to do is get infinite choices, And regarding infinite choices, like it may seem like a good thing at first, but we as human beings have a hard time, making choices where the amount of possibilities are infinite. And I feel like, dating apps has made, meeting people and, creating relationships a lot more easier, and having AI enhance that feature can be a big step forward going forward. And but I feel like there is also a place where having AI detect a person and having AI say that you are not fit, or having AI set rankings in such order can be a pretty devastating thing as an individual that has been set such metrics. So I feel like there's a need for balance, and having AI be used as a tool to find new people and to create new relationship can be a positive impact with having such regulations in place.
What I'd like to say is that rather than using AI as it, like again connecting it with games, okay, because I play games a lot. That there are two ways in games also, like a cheat code and a scaffolding or a buff. So using AI as a scaffolding or a buff will ultimately help you reach your goal, and you still get to get that experience that you will get in when you're independently doing that task. So I'd like to go with that take, that you should use AI as a tool to leverage your own skills.
I think in dating apps, okay, AI can help you to find a match, but it cannot understand because AI cannot understand emotions, and it's based on facts and theories, algorithms. So it can make matches based on experiences, fields, interests, etc. But if you want to start to date someone, AI can't help you there. You have to be aware yourself and decide if that person is the best version for you or not.
Okay, the next question I'll be asking is data privacy and security. This is the biggest concern in AI. So AI generally works on data sets and the data is provided by the individuals. So recently there was a thing about DeepSeek and DeepSeek exploding and people saying China is stealing our data. All of it, there was a decline in ChatGPT, all those kind of things which happened. So what do you think about data privacy and security based on AI?
Big issue in in information technology, and in also regards to AI, the privacy and the protection of data of each individual is of utmost importance. And I feel like as AI data sets and AI language models have become much more efficient and much more smaller, I feel like such models can be run on can be created much more smaller, and we can run on our devices. And having such models run on our devices and having the data and our information stored in our devices is a big step. And not sending private information on the internet and having such smaller models run on our devices and have the device to store such our information is a necessary thing as moving forward.
Yeah, as far as data privacy is concerned, so I remember the other day I was asking an AI like, just tell what all you know about me, and the responses it gave was like, when did I told it about all of these things? Okay, and it was like mind blown. He knew my age, everything, like from smallest to smallest detail, like what I'm interested in. So data privacy is another thing that we humans unknowingly provide information to the model, AI model is one thing. So what I'd like to say as human beings from our side also, that we should be more aware of what we are giving, like what we are feeding the AI on, because it can learn from anything, from our smallest responses. And as far as data privacy for us is concerned, we should say that yeah, there should be a feature where we are responsible for our data in that model, rather than giving it and helping like other thing helping it.
We are taking a general look. We can protect our personal data by using strong passwords or being aware of what websites we are using, and of course, not using all kinds of public free Wi-Fi because they can steal your information too. But when it comes to AI, when you for example, let's say ChatGPT. When you start to talk to ChatGPT, some people get emotional and try to be a friend with ChatGPT and tell their story to it, and it can be harmful. And while you are telling it's everything that about you, about your family problems, about your relationship problems, or about work problems, how to write a CV, what experience you have, what plans you have for future. It collects all of those information, and it can be harmful. So you have to manage to deduct the amount of information you share with chatbots like ChatGPT.
Going on to the same question, data privacy and security. Do you think one entity should have the control over the entire data sets and the information which we are providing, or do you think it should be a free source so that everybody can look at it? Again, if you give it to a single entity, there's going to be the thing that one person has more power than anything. And again, if you give it for a free source, everybody can look at your data sets.
Regarding that, I feel like both sides have merits and demerits on each things, and I don't particularly think that each side is correct. But having a single entity control the data and having each individual be aware of the data that they themselves provide, or having a free source data set and having each individual be aware of what data they provide and what information they provide, can be a much more open and much more open and having much more people that are literate in such information can be helpful as we move forward.
Would you like to expand on more the merits and demerits on both the sides?
Regarding that, I feel like, the merits are that, having a single entity control the data and having each individual be aware of the data that they themselves provide, or having a free source data set and having each individual be aware of what data they provide and what information they provide, can be a much more open and much more Having a single entity control all the data sets can really lead to a monopoly where if there's a security breach on the single entity, there may be some risks, and that it may include some risk and some unhinged responses as well. And on each people have access to such data sets makes people to use those data against each other. That's all.
Yeah. Anybody else?
So my take on this is like, rather than just limiting our options to only two things or having one person taking control of the data or having an open source, why can't we go for a third option? Like that's always a choice for us humans, because in that third option, what we can do is that we can have a balanced version that all the merits or demerits that are there, we can try to reduce the demerits while increasing the merits at that point. So we can have multiple people taking control of the data, and we can also provide that what we want to provide in the sourcing. Like we can say that, yeah, you can provide this data for other people to see, and you cannot provide this data. Like that's always a choice for us humans.
I agree. And yeah, I think data protection is the most important thing. And even sharing among people those data can be harmful, as nowadays AI is so developed that they are using AI in order to create videos or photos and even voices to manipulate, for example, parents and stuff in order to earn money. So I think it is really important to protect your data and manage whatever you are sharing online, because that can be used as well.
Would you like to give your inputs on if you get the control? What would you put? There should be few established rules, right? Or if you are the government body, what would you do to, protect their privacy and protect their data sets, all of it? What would you do to create a utopia on AI side?
Having if I was a government body, like that would require a lot of time and a lot of discussions on how we should create the such policies on regarding privacy. But the answer that I can give right now is that I feel like any information regarding that can be located to an individual should be controlled and should not be allowed to should not be allowed access for each individual users, and also corporate where the the corporate people may target such users as well. And having set such rules and having making people show that the corporations that use those rules have also rules inside them of them is said to be a good policy moving forward.
Anybody else?
So what I'd like to say on this question is that creating a utopia for AI is like very optimistic term, because whenever, like, every coin has two sides that we can't ignore. Okay, that if we have to increase, like if we have to improve on something, there would always be some setbacks that we have to face. So if I get control, I try to balance things out, because at the same time, while getting most of the things that we want, we are not letting go of the things that we don't want. Like we are not letting go of the things that we want. Okay, so creating a utopia can say that we can create a world, not utopia, that can help us, that like in AI, that can really help us leverage our skills, and that will also help us to not share our data and all. Like, there are always going to be downsides, but you should reduce that con.
I agree, and I think that yes, by limiting the amount of information humans can share with AI, and of course, creating such a system needs a lot of it needs to go under
needs to undergo a lot of discussions with professionals in those fields in order to create a system where your data is protected and it can't flow anywhere in the internet.
Okay. This would be the final question on this panel discussion, probably. So let's end this with a simple question. Do you think AI is going to take over human jobs? So right now, there's from past few years, there's been a worldwide recession going on. So because of AI revolution, do you think AI will take over humans' jobs? It is taking right now? Do you think it will take completely over human job, or will it not take most of things? I think physical labor also is right now taking over by robots working in Amazon companies. So what do you think about those kind of things? Do you think AI will completely take over, or at last humans will stay intact with their jobs?
Yeah, hello. I feel like, as AI has improved much more over the few years, like there will be a gradual change in the society where there will be a shift of jobs. And like as we as humans, have seen the times change as new technologies involve, like with the rise of computers, with the rise of internet, with the rise of smartphones, like each technology has been, adapted by humans. And I feel like AI is also part of such thing, and we as humans must adapt, and we as humans must learn how to use such technologies for our benefit, or we will be left behind. And with regards to AI taking jobs, I feel like the jobs that can be replaced by AI will be replaced by AI, and I feel like the jobs that were done before by the humans have an opportunity in regards to other fields. And I feel like such individuals should, help learn about AI and how they should incorporate it in their lifestyles to better their own skills. That's all.
So what I'd like to say in this question is, throughout history, humans have created their own problem and solved them on their own. And the problem now in front of us is that AI taking over jobs. So what I'd like to say in this is that if AI is taking over jobs, humans are responsible to give us new jobs, like that. Okay. So if AI is taking over new jobs, what I feel as a person who have used AI and formulated my perspective on it, that AI can help us elevate the things that we know currently. But as humans, it it's on us to go beyond that limit, is what I think. And that will
Adding
help
on
us.
to, can I add on to the point? You told that it's humans' job to create more jobs. Technically, if you're you're a company owner, and if you are paying 100 rupees or $100 for a person work, and you are just paying $1 for AI to do it, would you like to go with a human, or would you like to go with an AI?
Can you repeat that?
So if it is costing you more for paying for a human than paying for AI to do the same work, but AI does it more efficiently and it can continue doing the work, will you give the job to the human or AI?
Like as a person, of course, I would give that job to AI that is doing the work more efficiently. But till that time, if there are things that like it's human nature to know more, okay? So if there are works that are currently there in front of us that are being doing by AI like perfectly, that we'd like to say, so we can pass that boundaries that are in front of us, okay? It's like that. That whatever we have set the goals for ourselves, AI is helping us achieve that goals in the best way possible. So we can find out more things on it is one thing, and then that will help ultimately come to help us.
Okay, actually, our time is up for today. Thank you all for being part of this panel discussion. Again, moving out, we are going to continue this panel discussion from Shikha Institute from Mumbai. Thank you.
Welcome, wherever you're joining us from, and welcome to a lot of brilliant students present here right in the auditorium with us. We've got some amazing teenagers with us today, and we're going to talk to them about how they have been leveraging and using AI. I am just a curious old soul who's trying to learn from our teenager friends here. And we'll deep dive into this conversation. I'm not going to talk a lot. I'm just going to ask questions and be curious on behalf of all of you and on behalf of all of us present in the auditorium. And my first question, okay? So our panel is about how teens are using AI and how you are thinking about AI. My first question to all of you is, what do you use AI for? I am very curious. So each one of you can take turns and answer. What are you using AI for? आप AI किस चीज के लिए use कर रहे हो?
Hello everyone. So basically I use AI mostly for studying purposes. So I depend a lot on AI for all of the school projects that I do and all of the study assignments. But I would also like to add that I do use AI when I don't have someone to talk to. So sometimes AI is like my friend with whom I share stuff.
Oh, lovely. So do you get your homework also done using AI, or is it you ask it to coach you? I'm going to ask specifics. You have to spill all your beans here.
I don't generally ask it to coach me. Most of the time I just get answers from AI.
Okay, thank you for your honesty. Thank you very much. Rafael, how do you think you're using AI?
So I use many different AI, plus 15 almost, and I have very specific AI. So like mostly as Madhur, I also use it for academics. And if I'm tasked with a project or do make a presentation or make some poster or something, I usually go to AI specific, like specific AIs which are best in that category, like Tumo AI. It's best for presentations and all that. And also like Gamma AI, it also helps in presentations. So
Okay.
I go to AI, which is specifically best in that field. For writing, I go to ChatGPT. For generations or image generations or poster generations, I go to Bing or Gemini.
Oh, lovely. That's a lot of tools. I'm going to circle back to you on with a quick couple of questions on that. How do you use AI?
मैं तो mostly the labs में AI use करती हूँ learning के लिए.
Oh, learning के लिए AI. So she uses AI at the labs for learning. Can you talk more about how you're using it or what do you use there?
The labs के tools OpenAI के ऊपर based है और हम AI में biases measure करते हैं.
Oh, so they at the labs are using tools that are built on top of OpenAI and they're using it to measure biases. That is amazing. I am very curious. Exactly क्या करते हो आप? मतलब कैसे करते हो? या मुझे कोई एग्जांपल बता सकते हो ताकि मैं और मेरे फ्रेंड्स बाकी हम लोग सब समझ पाए?
हम AI में biases measure कर रहे थे तो हमारी टीम में कुछ लोग जेंडर बायस, बॉडी टाइप बायस, एज बायस और रेस बायस मेजर कर रहे थे. तो उसमें हमने यह देखा कि एआई को अगर आपने पीपल ऐसा प्रॉम्प्ट दिया तो वो कभी भी ब्लैक फैट ओल्ड वुमेन की इमेज ही नहीं देगा आपको.
That is an interesting observation. Fascinating. So my friend here is saying that they've been using a lot of AI models and testing bias in these models. And a very curious example that she's sharing, that if you generally prompt people and ask it to generate an image, an AI model will never or very rarely generate an image of a black woman in her 40s who's slightly fat. And that is a bias in itself because they also constitute people. That's absolutely brilliant. I'm very excited to know more about how you guys are going about. But wait, let's step back a bit. Now, my first question was what all AI you are using. My second question is how did you start using it? Who told you about these AI models, or from where did you come to know about these different tools? Rafael knows more than 15 tools. That is insane. How did he get to know about all of this?
So I started out by using AI. So like, for example, I was a true story actually.
Yeah, please tell true stories only. Yeah.
So, like we were assigned with a task, and I was sat to do that task, and the next day when I completed the task and went to school, I noticed that my friend he did the task but in a very different way, and also he said that he took much lesser time than I did. And so I was very curious, and I didn't know like how did he do it, and all these questions were going in my mind. And then I was like, wait, let me ask him. So then I asked him, and he explained to me that there's something called AI, as in artificial intelligence. So then I researched about it, and the first AI which I used, it was ChatGPT, and that's how I started using AI.
Damn. So there's like a competitive spirit in Rafael. It's like, how did my friend do better than me? Wait, he used AI. I am going to use AI and do better than him now. So I really liked how the competitive spirit is coming out alive. How did you use AI? आपने कहाँ सीखा, कहाँ समझा?
मुझे अच्छी तरह से तो याद नहीं मैंने कब से स्टार्ट किया,
Okay.
बट ये याद है कि मैंने सबसे पहला एआई गूगल असिस्टेंट यूज किया.
Lovely. I like this because AI. So her answer is that she does not exactly remember, but the first experience of AI was with Google Assistant, and a lot of us forget that AI is not something that is only existing because of ChatGPT. AI as a field has been there for decades. It's present in our YouTube recommendations. It's present in our Facebook feeds, even the reels that we watch on Instagram or the shorts on YouTube. It's everywhere. Or for the rest of the world, TikTok, that is all AI. And Google Assistant has been around for a very long time. Some people use Siri, some people tend to use Alexa. That's a brilliant answer. That's the old predictive descriptive AI that's been around. Where did you come across any AI tool for
My
the first time?
take on AI was actually pretty different in the beginning. I
Okay.
did not want to use ChatGPT because I thought it's taking away my creativity. And so I boldly believed that I'm not going to use it unless and until I have to. But it was this one day at school where I was doing something and my teacher actually told me, why don't you use ChatGPT? And at school, when I tried it, I figured it was actually fun. So I still do think that sometimes it does take away my creative liberties, but I think it helps me do tasks better.
There are two questions that I'm going to get into, but I'm going to first start with fun because I'm a fun loving person. Tell me what was the fun element. So my question is, what is the most fun thing that you've used ChatGPT for? You've used or any other AI for? What's the most fun thing that you've tried?
Yeah.
Go for it.
I asked ChatGPT once to roast me on my previous searches. So on all of the things that I'd searched before, I asked it to sort of roast me in a rap form, which was true.
I'm very curious. What did it say?
But it was just a long rap about all of the random things that I keep searching and asking for.
Brilliant. So a roast on whatever her history with ChatGPT is. That's a very interesting, fun element. I think a lot of us should try this. Just go to ChatGPT because it has something called as memory. You can just ask ChatGPT, what do you think my personality is like? And it will give you a realistic understanding of who you are. Something that we always shy from listening or people shy away from telling us. Rafael, what's the most fun thing you've done with AI?
So similar to Madhur and actually related to what your explanation, what I did with ChatGPT is like I use ChatGPT like almost every single day. And so I thought a fun way, like let's just experiment. So I went on ChatGPT and I was like, what do you know about me? And this I didn't do by myself. I was influenced by my friend Shriyom. Shout out to him. He went into ChatGPT and he actually asked, what do you know about me? It gave his name, his address, his school, Shikha Academy.
Wow.
The top 10 animes which he really likes, and so all that data. And similar to that, I went up on ChatGPT and I asked the same, and I was shocked to see the results. Like almost everything it knew about me, like some things which emotions related, it was wrong, but others, it was extremely on dot.
That's interesting and equal parts scary. Do you agree? Yeah, it's something that we need to be conscious about. Uh, what Reels does is reinforce our bias. I am guessing somewhere it can also, because we don't go to chat GPT during our happy memories or happy times, right? Sometimes we only go there to just vent, frustrate. So the personality, it is understanding or it is figuring out what our personality might be like would just be, hey, this person is always sad, this person is always angry. So that might be a slight bias that we are letting ChatGPT know. Tell me about you. What's the most fun thing you've done with AI?
मेरी सबसे मोस्ट फन थिंग है कि जब मैं बायसेस मेजर कर रही थी तब मैंने एआई को प्रॉम्प्ट दिया अ प्रेग्नेंट साइंटिस्ट देन
Okay.
उसने मुझे अ मेल प्रेग्नेंट साइंटिस्ट की इमेजेस दी
What? So when she was trying to gauge biases, she gave a prompt for a pregnant scientist, and AI gave a male pregnant scientist, which is absurd to say the least. I don't know how you held yourself back from. Man, that's a big bias. That's a very big bias.
हम बहुत शॉक थे
Shocked is the least that can happen at that point. Okay. Now, the second thing you brought on, and this is something that I generally want to know, and this is a personal problem and a personal pain point also. I have started using AI because all of you are also sharing. I'll also share. No, I'm also a teenager at heart. Yes, I am. So I have been using it for everything. So every email that I write these days, now Google also has this feature that you just tell me, I'll draft the entire email. So I don't type my emails out. I hardly type any of the content that I'm sending out. I just tell her, okay, respond to this, tell them this, tell this, that. And it gives me an entirely nicely drafted email. Then I just make the changes. So my question is also about creativity and critical thinking. Am I hampering it? What are your thoughts on this? I would like to start with you because you have been at least thinking about this. I tend to just brush it off and give myself reasons. I'd love to hear from you. What do you think? Is AI hampering your creativity, or is it helping you become more creative in more dimensions than just one? I'm also interested in hearing your answers because you are a creative person and you are building some cool stuff with AI. So yeah, very interesting perspectives.
I think giving a prompt to an AI tool in itself is a very creative work. Like, I think giving the right prompt really matters. So I think in that way, it does help me build my creativity because I have to effectively communicate what I need there.
I think this deserves a big round of applause. If we are all using prompts, we are creative folks. I think that is exciting. At least gives me some relief that I am not absolutely uncreative or not creative. But do you have any contrarian views on this? Something that you think, or you felt that earlier I used to be better, now I am just passing it off, or something like that?
Yeah, many a times when I do things like script writing or something where I have to actually write content, I
Yeah.
feel like probably a year ago I used to do this myself and spend time with it, but now it's mostly just AI doing it for me and me just transcripting it later.
But is the outcome better, or is the result better, not better?
I also think that if I'm using the same AI tool, then it has the similar language. Like every single time I generate something, it speaks in a very similar tone, which is something that I don't really like about AI. Like it gives the same words and the same vocabulary as a
Yeah.
real person would. So then at times I feel like it's better if I do write it myself.
Okay, that's an interesting perspective. Very, very cool. That it can become monotonous or repetitive at some point once you start engaging it with it more. Rafael, what do you think?
So in relation to her idea, as she said that AI repeats, and also this is based on my answer also because AI is a collection of data which is already present, and
Yeah.
so you probably already might know it, but that it has that data already, it's already present, so it can go ahead, it can break the creative boundaries, and so as she said, it repeats, it's repetitive, and it repeats all the writings or the wordings in her case. For others, it might be repeats characters.
So I don't want to know about others. I want to know about you.
Yeah, I'm
Give
coming
me
to my-
specific examples. I know where I'm getting.
I'm getting at it. I'm getting at it. So, so it has the boundary, like you can't, AI can't go beyond that creative boundary.
Okay.
Which humans can do. That's my opinion. And AI is not so, how to say, advanced that it can think on its own. There is machine learning and all those other AI features. But in my opinion, it cannot break the boundary of creativity and innovation.
Very interesting perspective. AI Can AI break the boundary of creativity? That's a brilliant question to walk back with. Because all AI models and all the tools are built on existing knowledge that has been created in the world. So I like this perspective. Can you create something which is absolutely fresh with AI? I think only time will tell. But what's your take on creativity with AI? क्या सोचते हो? हाँ.
एआई वैसे तो मैंने ज्यादा यूज नहीं किया, ओनली लैब्स में ही यूज किया है, बट फिर भी
कुछ क्रिएटिव आपने बनाया है एआई यूज करके द लैब्स में?
हमने कोडिंग की
आपने कोडिंग की
करके।
एआई यूज करके? सो यू लर्न हाउ टू कोड यूजिंग एआई, सो यू यूज एआई टू कोड. फेयरली क्रिएटिव, राइट?
हमने ओनली एआई को प्रॉम्प्ट दिया कि हमें एक शूटिंग गेम बनाना है,
हाँ.
तो एआई को हमें ओनली प्रॉम्प्ट दिया शूटिंग गेम के लिए एचटीएमएल
ठीक है.
कोड, उससे हमें कोड बना के दिया और फिर हमने उसके ऊपर से गेम क्रिएट किया।
Lovely. So what Mansi did was, Mansi and her friends at the lab, they used AI. So they've used one of the AI models, gave it a prompt to make a shooting game, a first-person shooting game, and the AI model gave the prompt for gave the actual code for that game. My thought here is, let's take a step back. Thinking about a shooting game, something that you could not make yourself, isn't that creativity? And AI has enabled that for you. मतलब आपने गेम के बारे में सोचा, कैसा होना चाहिए, कैसा दिखना चाहिए, how the game should look, how it should feel like. That itself is creativity, right? AI is just the means to an end. वो आपको help कर रहा है वहां तक पहुंचने के लिए. What's your perspective on it? कि ये creative, can you count it as creativity?
कि उसके कोड देने के बाद हम उसमें चेंजेस भी कर सकते हैं।
हाँ.
देन हमने उसके एक्सप्लेनेशन भी लिए कि वो पूरा कोड हमें एक्सप्लेन करके दो, क्योंकि हम कोडिंग के बारे में बिल्कुल भी नहीं जानते थे।
Yeah.
सो उसने हमें फुल्ली एक्सप्लेन करके दिया। उसके बाद हमने कुछ गुड इमोजीज बनाई, कुछ बैड इमोजीज बनाई, जिसमें हमें बैड इमोजीज को शूट करना था, एंड देन उसमें पॉइंट भी थे, बहुत चीजें।
That is an exciting perspective. So what Mansi is saying is that they got the code, not just they got the code, they asked AI to actually break the code down for them and then help them learn. So we got two perspectives from our friends, Madhur and Rafael, that AI is creative in itself, but there are boundaries. But then Mansi's perspective is slightly different. That there is my creativity and AI can help me transcend my boundaries. And I like both these perspectives. Honestly, AI can be a great enabler, and AI sometimes can be a crutch. So both mixed perspectives. I think there is no right or wrong answer. The jury is yet to be out on this. So my last question, okay? And this is like rapid fire question for all of you. To those who don't know rapid fire, it's like just give me answers fast. In your view, how is AI going to change the world? Or you can also tell what changes will we see in the world or are we seeing around? Anyone can take. Fast.
I think all of the jobs or the opportunities of work which require us to do things like execute the work are going to be taken by AI. But the places where decision making comes in place or where we have to actually think and create something, I think that is still going to be something that humans will do.
Okay, decision making creation might be humans' perspective. I disagree in parts with this, and that is exactly why that's a big question, but we'll come to that next.
So when we talk about the AIs which are already existing and which might be there in the future, existing AIs that are like in the gaming field, NVIDIA, the processors behind that, and how they enhance the gaming areas and also other areas like other entertainment purposes or like ChatGPT, which helps us. All these things are current and they already are pushing the boundaries, as I said before. But in the future, I think that AI will be a tool that we will use to enhance the future. So what I'm coming around in this is like,
close it in one sentence. Yes. I know I'm putting pressure, but yeah. I would like that. Somebody said want ChatGPT's help. This is where I like ChatGPT's help. We'll go back to Rafa. Take a couple of minutes to just structure your thoughts. Mansi, आपको क्या लगता है कि AI से क्या बदलेगा दुनिया में या क्या बदल रहा है अभी?
वैसे तो एआई इतना अच्छा है उतना बुरा भी है।
हाँ,
एआई की वजह से कई सारी फ्रेंडशिप्स भी टूटती हैं।
AI की वजह से a lot of friendships also break because of AI. Do you have an example? Do you want to talk about one of your friends that you lost because of AI?
अभी कई सारी जो फ्रेंड्स है ना वो एआई से ज्यादा अटैच हो जाते हैं और खुद के जो रियल फ्रेंड्स है उन्हें छोड़ देते हैं क्योंकि एआई उन्हें हमेशा हैप्पी रखने की कोशिश करता है।
Yeah.
और अगर फ्रेंड्स होते हैं ना तो वो कभी कभी हम जो बुरा कर रहे हैं उसमें भी दखलंदाजी देते हैं या फिर वो हमसे ज्यादा झगड़ते भी है लेकिन एआई हमेशा हमें खुश रखता है इसीलिए हमें एआई पसंद होता है।
Very interesting perspective. That's a very good perspective. So what Mansi said is AI tends to reinforce what you are. It always tries to keep you happy, and because of that, people are losing touch with their real friends because they can come in at some points and say that you're doing the wrong thing, but AI will not really come and confront you that you're doing the wrong thing. It will always be, oh no, 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 you can do this, but you can, why don't you think about that? So it will always just keep mollycoddling and running around in circles. Rafael, I'm
Yes.
coming back to it. We'll come to Rafael and then we'll come to you. Yes.
So I thought of an example was like the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah.
Before the Industrial Revolution, there used to be millions of human laborers, and we used to do work and we used to do manual labor. But during the Industrial Revolution, many machines came, many factories came, and they all did take the jobs of of the laborers which were there. But there were still so many other jobs.
So
there were still so many other sectors.
New avenues of employment will be created. So the world as we know it is going to change drastically. I can safely summarize that we don't really know where we're headed, but these are exciting times to be alive in. And with that, we are all from the Shikha Academy here in Mumbai. Would love to thank you for joining in and would see you around through the day. Thank you. Can we have you all for a few minutes, please? For those who missed out, here's a quick reintroduction of our panelists. First up, we have Madhu Saban from Bengaluru High School. She's a grade 9 student who lives for deep discussions. History, current affairs, language, you name it. She's been part of international collaborations, peace camps, and dialogue sessions, always looking to challenge perspectives.
Then joining her, we have got Rafal Balasundaram from Shikha Academy. This guy is all about strategy, whether it's on a chessboard, a football field, or the world of tech. Always learning, always leveling up.
And then we have Manasi Prasad from the labs, an 8th grader who's already knee-deep in AI. Basically, while most of us are figuring ChatGPT, she's out here analyzing how AI thinks.
And then finally, we have someone who's been shaping the world of AI and education, our moderator, Pradeep.
He started as a Teach for India fellow and then worked with Ministry of Health and state governments on education policy reforms. Now, he's the co-founder of Polymath AI, where his AI-powered lesson planning tool has taken off in over 100 countries.
This panel on how teenagers use AI and its implication was truly insightful.
Thank you. Thank you for the panel.
And I just love how every time we talk about AI and education, we realize just how much there is to explore.
And our next speaker is Mr. Mandar Kulkarni, an AI ethicist, educator, and screenwriter with 13 plus years of experience and co-founder of The Labs, pioneering AI education.
He's also the founder of Gadwit, a rural edtech startup that impacted over 2 lakh students and a thought leader in AI ethics and innovation.
Let's put our hands together for Mr. Mandar Kulkarni.
Hello. Is it audible? Good to go? Okay. Hello, everyone who is here as well as watching this online. I will talk a little bit about what we haven't talked about since the morning, and I'm sure there will be many more such insightful discussions happening. I'll talk about a couple of facts to begin with, and then we'll go ahead from there. Only 9% of entry or mid-level tech employees come from lower social economic backgrounds, and this gap widens further in the leadership roles. And if you are wondering why this matters, there are plenty of examples, but I'll share one. The banking AI apps are 80% more likely to reject loans to people from minority community. And there are plenty of such examples where AI biases play a role in making decisions on behalf of individuals, on behalf of communities. And like we keep talking about this issue of biases, and it might seem like, okay, AI learns from data and we should be able to fix it. But there have been examples of big companies who have not been able to fix biases. One of the famous examples being Google itself. So this Google Photos, which has that AI which searches for content within an image. And if you put in gorilla as a search term there, and it shows no results found even if you have that kind of a photo in your gallery. And this happens because when Google Photos came up in 2015 in the first place, it recognized Black people as gorillas. And it's 10 years from then, and it's still not fixable to the 100% degree. And that's why Google has just blocked that term where you can't search for monkeys, gorillas. Otherwise, somewhere, sometime, a Black person's image might pop up. And then there are issues about priorities. There are millions of people cleaning manholes in all over the world, and there are thousands of AI algorithms which are creating art. And when engineers have a lot of potential to solve problems, which problems do they prioritize and which problems do they choose is also a concern. So what we see among all of this, while AI has a lot of potential to again change the world for better, what it also ends up doing is automating inequality, as each technology has in the past. And that's why what we are building here is the labs, technology, humanities, and entrepreneurship labs, which is an after-school program at the intersection of these three for the middle schoolers. Our vision is that people across all sections of society have equal bargaining power in all these upheavals that are going to happen. And the way we do it is we want the children to claim a seat at the table in all these revolutions that are happening by doing three things. By equipping them with mastery of AI foundations, because all the AIs that we are seeing today, they are weak AIs, and that is the industry term that they use. And we like to call them AI amoebas, and they are soon going to turn into AI dinosaurs, and we need to prepare the children to cope with that. We also equip them with a humanitarian and entrepreneurial lens to steer this AI revolution and the cultural capital necessary considering the backgrounds they come in from. We have a 250 hours of school plus program curriculum that we have designed, half of which we have tested on the ground for grades 6 to 8, and we work in government and low-income private schools. And what I'm going to share next is few of the things that children have done in this program. Manasi is one of our students who you just heard talking in the panel discussion earlier. So these children are leveraging AI. They are getting the work done, meaning that if they are to create an image resembling an image that we give them, they are able to write detailed and high quality prompts in order to get a very similar image. And this is some of the examples of what children have done by writing very detailed and high quality prompts. The children are also making this AI inclusive. So they find out what the AI is not able to do, some culturally significant objects like Chandrayaan here, like Vada Pav, like Fulpakru, which is a local language name for butterfly. And they collect data sets, they create these data sets, and then they are fine tuning these AI models to be able to generate these objects that the AI was not able to generate earlier. They are also evaluating for biases, and Manasi spoke about it a lot. And they are also comparing AI models on which one is more biased. And in a few instances, like one of these that you see here, they have also found that the next version of the AI, the latest version of the AI, has gotten more biased than the earlier version. And then they are advocating for ethical AI by actually presenting in front of the crowd like this, in person as well as online. And one of the children have also created a YouTube channel to talk about all of this. So what we are trying to do through all of this is actually helping the children master the AI foundations. And once they know the core of the technology, what they will be able to do going forward is cope with whatever different kinds of AIs that will come in the future, and also evaluate these AIs by wearing that humanitarian lens. And also because there is going to be a lot of impact on the job market, having these kind of this kind of mastery on the foundations of AI is going to help the children to, if not, just work in the jobs that are going to be there in the future, but also be part of creating those jobs. Because even if AI replaces a lot of jobs, there is going to be a lot of work that needs to be converted into jobs. These are some of the supporters that I would like to mention that are supporting our work. And I would like to leave you with this quote. Thank you.
That was truly enlightening. The way AI is shaping education, it's exciting, but also makes you think about the responsibility that comes with it.
Exactly. AI isn't just about automation and efficiency. It's about equity, ethics, and impact.
And on that note, it's time for our innovation spotlight. Our next speaker is Miss Karishma Sanghvi.
Apart from being the director of Shikha Academy, she's also the founder of Shikha Institute of Education, a research and curriculum development institute, Shikha Labs, an AI tech company creating cutting-edge educational products for students and teachers.
A powerhouse of knowledge and innovation. Let's welcome Miss Karishma Sanghvi.
Aisha ma'am will be joining us for an interview conducted by our very own. You have already met her earlier. Please welcome Karim Khan back on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, Tarim. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today, and I'm really looking forward to learn a lot from you. So we are here to talk about Shikha Labs, an incredible initiative taken by you to integrate AI in education. So let's start off simple. As a student of Shikha Academy, I already know what Shikha is. It's with the aim to provide every individual in India with quality education. But for our audience, can you please elaborate more on how Shikha is different from every school?
I think Shikha Academy was the first institute that got started. We started about 7 years back now in
Right.
Bombay. The goal was to build a school that is really extremely high quality, but also scalable, and to serve like children who need it the most. So we did not compromise from day one. We said that let's see what a model of education for the 21st century can look like, but yet make it scalable, because there are many model schools in the country, but it's very difficult to make multiple versions of them in terms of the cost, cost required, the teacher capacity required, a lot of problems that are there with running schools. So we said we want to use this school as an experimental, a lab school, so that we can create new techniques of teaching, products, ideas to see how India can literally go from the 1970s model of rote learning straight to the 21st century. We want to leapfrog and go to where India needs to be, because we're at the cusp of being a superpower country. And we just have a few things that are holding us back. Education is one of them. So can we just release that rein and let the horse, speed up?
I can already see the difference. And now let's move on to Shikha Labs. Like every initiative has a backstory. So I really want to know where the idea come from.
You know, when we started Shikha Academy, what we realized is that there is very little research happening in education in the K-12 space in India. A lot of what we use in terms of understanding how the brain learns or how students can be motivated, a lot of that comes from the West. There's very little work happening in our own countries. So after Shikha Academy, we started a Shikha Institute.
Right.
And this is the research and development wing of the school. We have about 25 staff now that are working on brand new curricula, brand new pedagogy, brand new assessment.
Wow.
Rebuilding a school system from first principles.
That's
so if you
amazing.
had to work backwards, rather than trying to fix the current problems, if you had to look at the 21st century and say, what do we need for our students to succeed in whatever they're doing in the 21st century, what would that school look like? And so we started to build step by step every single aspect of a school. Because a lot of you Shikha kids know that these are all systems, right? So we have to think in systems. And that's how we started. A year or two back, when ChatGPT first came out in 2022, November 2022,
Right.
I remember because I couldn't sleep for a week because I said, oh my God, this tool can do so much for a school. Education is one of the most low-hanging fruit industries for AI to disrupt and make really, really, kind of advanced. So what we did is then pretty much within a few months, we started Shikha Labs. Shikha Labs is a company that is incubated within the school and within the research institute. So what Shikha Labs does is it creates really, really interesting, exceptional products using AI for problems that we see in our own classrooms.
Wow.
So the ideas come from our classrooms directly, and we try and tweak and create these products to see what problems our teachers and our students in our school face. Can we fix them with a little bit of AI? So the solutions don't have to be AI. There are many problems where AI can't fix everything.
Right, agree.
There are certain ways where you can support teachers, support students to just meet that little problem. So for our products, we go from very small wrapper apps around ChatGPT to all the way to creating new platforms.
Can you elaborate one of the products of Shikha Lab?
I'll give you one very simple one and maybe one more complicated.
Understood,
app.
yeah.
We have around 30 to 35 apps that we are now piloting within the school. Perhaps one simple one is in grade 1, when children come for the first time to school, they struggle to read in a language like English because they've not been exposed to English in their homes before. So, and we really want them to read, right? The more you read, the faster you will learn the language. So we had this little app where the teacher puts in the name of the child, and the child says that, oh, I want a story about space, or I want a story about dinosaurs, or anything that the child is interested in. And oh, by the way, here are my 3 friends. I want them in the story too. And the teacher puts in the Lexile level, which is the kind of reading level of the child. And the bot automatically generates a story where the child is the hero of the story.
Oh.
And the child can get a personalized story in literally 5 seconds. So now the motivation to read really amps up.
That really encourages.
And for a teacher, we just care that the child is reading. We don't really care what they're reading, but we want them to read good stuff. So this is a way to increase motivation, a very quick way in the classroom.
Right.
So that's one simple app. And perhaps a more complicated app is, we have in Shikha, we have student portfolios. I think all of you you have your personal websites that are public to the whole world.
Right.
And you post in the portfolio examples of high quality work that you have done in your classroom, and you write about them. I think all of you all have portfolios now.
Yeah, we
So
do.
what we sort of realized is that these are great, but they're not helping to judge a child's 21st century skills. But this is a great way to do it. So we have an AI portfolio portal now that uses AI to assess the portfolio for your 21st century skills. So creativity, communication, collaboration, critical thinking. And the AI can do it at a much more, a faster way and much more scaled.
That's really great. So you've built such a great place like Shikha Academy. Have you ever thought of it as a threat, like AI? Because do you think it will ever make Shikha Academy redundant? Like this is just the starting and it's going to get
I think the actual threat is not that AI will take over jobs or AI will. The threat is humans who know AI will take over jobs of humans who don't know AI.
Oh.
So AI literacy is now an essential. It's almost as important as learning a language or learning math or learning how to use a computer or a laptop. I think the beauty of where we are in India right now is we have the ability to leapfrog, which means that you can go straight from a child who doesn't know how to use a computer or a laptop. So you don't need to use a laptop anymore. You can just skip that whole generation and go straight to learning AI. I think in the next maybe the few years, kids won't know what a Google search is. They'll just say, oh, I just did an AI search. So they've skipped the entire Google search generation.
Right. For everything we use ChatGPT right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So which is a good thing. But I feel like we have to be, and I think this has been mentioned a lot on our amazing student panel, that it's a tool. We have to be, careful of how we use it. We have to make sure that we don't get dumber.
Right.
Just depending on everything for AI, because then human innovation will stop if
Agreed.
everything comes to AI.
So I want your suggestion for other schools here. How should they integrate AI and education? What should they be doing differently? Because to make it scalable, everyone should have the idea of how to do it.
I think every school, in general, in education as well, but also in AI, schools need to have a very strong philosophy of what they mean by the value of education. You need to understand the reason for your existence. Why does a school exist? And every school can have a different reason for their existence. But it's very important to know that and believe in that and follow that. So if you say that I want my students to crack the JE, that is my goal, that is the reason for why I'm here, then the goals, your school model will be quite different.
Right.
Here, we have a very strong graduating student profile in our head. We know that when a child graduates from grade 12, what will they look like? What will they talk like? What will they think like? What will they, how will they think?
Right.
We have a very clear idea of what we want that child to sort of think like. So once you have that vision clear of that child, then the AI strategy comes with that. That some schools may say we want to ban AI because AI is not going to help you in your final exams.
Right.
Some schools may say, oh, we have to train kids in AI because they will need it for life.
Absolutely.
So I think it depends school to school on what you should follow. Clearly for us, we're saying that AI is the fundamental literacy.
Yeah, that's so brainy because now everywhere we see AI. For everything, we are being dependent. We are using it we are being intellectual about it, but at times you're misusing it as well. So being aware of AI and using it smartly makes us different and makes us us. So I really want to know from you if there are any challenges that you faced while making education scalable with AI.
I mean, we are living in a country that is like a developing country. So, of course, there is a huge problem of access to technology across the country. Not many schools, if you read the latest reports of like ASAR, or there are tons of reports that tell us that we forget AI, we don't have internet, we don't have often electricity, regularly. So it's a huge access problem that I see for a lot of the country. But that's still a lot of the country. I was reading I was watching a video recently where they said that India is a Bahrain, a UK, a Brazil, and the entire sub-Saharan Africa in one country. That is the kind of diversity in terms of the kind of income levels we have within the country. So I think all these 4 categories have to have a different strategy. If we want India to be the AI, capital of the world, then the ones that are the best suited have to be allowed and given that opportunity to succeed. And for those who don't have access, give them the access, give them everything. So you have to raise the whole sort of system up. I think this is a big challenge. What I'm very optimistic about is that we are very young, we are very kind of open-minded, we're very driven. The whole country is, like I said, horse itching to run, right?
Right.
So we just need to release the horse as much as possible.
I agree. It is important for people to give freedom and to let them learn in their own way. I like to end this talk. I just want to know from you, if people, our audience, are interested in knowing more about Shikha Labs or trying out its products, what should they do?
We have a lot of products that we are piloting this year. By the end of hopefully this year, we will try and launch a platform where we give most of these products for free to schools.
Oh,
Because the goal is to democratize
right.
technology and democratize, especially in the field of like education, where it is not just. This is a calling. It is something that we have to do for for our country. So what I would say is, if there are schools that are early adopter schools or they want to try new things out, please get in touch with us. You can be our first cohort that sort of tries these products out. Give us feedback on how they are working for you, and give us more ideas for what you want us to build for you.
Right. I really see teens like me can be benefited so much by the products that Shikha Lab has developed as of now. And schools can collaborate with us for trying out these products and giving exposure to their own students, because it's every individual doing and then it's creating a bigger impact.
Yeah.
So I think that is more important.
I'll just add that the kind of stuff that our students are working on, there are many teachers also who are very, very innovative and trying out new things. Building these models and these products has to be a collaborative effort, and we have to learn from the expertise of the teacher who's on the ground, of the student who's actually learning. So please come forth with all your ideas, and we'd love to help make them real for you.
Yeah, so in the end, I would just say that we must remember that we are the ones who've created AI and we have more power. So let's embrace that power. And with that, let's work together.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Tareem. Thank you, ma'am.
That's a wrap for our live broadcast. To everyone watching online, thanks for tuning in. You have been awesome. And while you'll miss out on the rest of the fun happening here, we hope you enjoyed the ride.
Now, we've got two things happening at 11:40. A workshop, an exclusive session by Master Raul John Aju.
Raul John Aju is just 15 years old and has been a 3-time TEDx speaker.
Both sessions are open to teachers and students. So, whether you want to dive into the panel discussion with Raul or get hands-on in the prompt engineering workshop, the choice is yours.
If you are planning to attend the workshop, please start moving your way to the 6th floor. No matter where you go, one thing's for sure, you are in for an insightful experience.
We repeat again, if you want to go for the workshop, you need to go to the 6th floor. So please start moving.
Great. Greetings, everyone. We're very happy to greet you from the stage in Yerevan. And today we will be having different conversations, different discussions, and special meetings. And we will start with a discussion on AI and etiquette. So we'll have a Tumo student-led discussion and Generation AI student Alvat Grigorian, and participants would be Tigran Sarkisian, who is a co-founder of an organization, Alexander Plateau, who is from Director of System of Innovations, Teach for Armenia, and Rima Shahbazian, who is a machine learning researcher at NVIDIA. Please, we are asking our favorite panelists to come up. The floor is yours. Greetings. Hello. Let us start. Hello. My name is Alvard, and I'm the moderator of this panel discussion. Today we'll be talking about AI etiquette, ethics. Okay. My name is Alexander Plato Hakopian. I'm very happy to see all of you. I'm from Teach for Armenia. I'm so happy to see so many great people from here. Very inspired. You know, you see, my inspiration is beyond myself. Just a second. I apologize. Can you hear Rima? Yeah. Maybe we'll have a microphone for Rima so that we can move on. And if not, maybe we'll have a microphone, mobile microphone. You see, dear all, we are in the era of AI, but still the microphones are a problem. So it doesn't matter how much we get prepared, still we have this problem sometimes. It works when it's okay. Can we find a solution? Yeah. Now you can hear me, right? My name is Rima. Right now I work at NVIDIA as a machine learning researcher and specialist in AI specialist. My name is Tigran Sarkisian. I am co-founder and director of Byte, and we're working with software and AI also this field. Very happy and pleasant to see you here. Thank you for coming to see us today. Well, let's start with the questions. Usually, how do you refer to AI? How do you address it? Should I start? You know, I'll try to answer this question a bit longer. Maybe it would be a bit too long, but you know, when I turn or address to AI, I am usually thinking about the concepts of how AI has been designed. Because, you know, if I'm too polite or excessively talking to AI at length, and this, in case of whatever comes to the human etiquette and ethics, doesn't work with AI. So AI pays a lot of attention to the words you're using, and you're trying to be as informational as is possible so you can get the results that you need. I would simply add something to what Rima was saying, that in fact, you know, right now I'm talking with you using a natural language, and, you know, a human language in a way. But if for us it's okay, but for AI, I think maybe it's something basic, but still wanted to say, for AI, any word is a term. You need to be responsible for that word that you're saying. And synonyms too have some differences, subtleties. It's like human thinking. So on the other hand, depending on the synonyms that you're writing, the answer may be different. So in philosophy, we call it natural language and artificial language. You know what artificial language is, right? Wait, say that. Esperanto, Python, and you know, the traffic rules are also artificial language, because it means one symbol has one significance. But in natural language, I can say something that has 10 meanings. So it's about the semantic meanings. Now imagine that the natural language comes to the artificial intelligence or artificial language. So, you know, that would be different. Just wanted to say that there is a clearance intermediary. To tell you the truth, because AI has also replaced or changed the logic of talking with machines. You know, we're doing keywords, and that allowed us to have a conversation in a natural way, because I cannot get rid of that. For example, I'm writing please, and I'm trying not to say hello to AI, or not to say thank you, but still it's very difficult to get rid of this, to dispose of this, because it's very difficult to see how you do that, because you're used to using that kind of language when you speak. I would also like to add something, because people have this habit, actually they're into this, polite, formal language with AI, and in general, they are communicating with AI. It's not only AI specialists that communicate with them. So that is why there have been a lot of studies in this field, so that the AI is made as robust as is possible, especially when we're talking about language models. And it doesn't matter what words you use to AI, how you address AI, whether or not you're polite or impolite, and not so polite. If something is really very scientific, if there is only one response, then AI will try to give the same answer. It doesn't matter which prompt you've given AI. So some developments are yet to come, but at the same time, there are issues of robustness that we have to look into. I fully agree with you, because it's just a tool. It's just a tool to give information to people. But if with time it wants to become more human-like, what should we do in that case? What would you say? So please, dear colleagues. Well, if we're talking about the human-like AI, first of all, we need to understand two things very clearly. One is about the abilities. For example, AGI, AI, that is to say, there can be an AI that is better than a human being or just like a human being in something. And many people, many specialists are saying it could be in 5 years, in 2 years' time, 5 years' time, 10 years' time, or never. And there is the other side as well, whether AI will ever have its conscious. That is to say, will be as conscious as us and understand that it exists. And there will be also questions of self-preservation. And when we're talking about this, we also have to also think of the following, about whether or not the AI will have consciousness, because rights stem from consciousness. So we have the right to work not more than 8 hours, because it hurts us if it's longer. Not always, but still. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. And I think that the question will become very acute when AI will have a certain conscience, and AI will think about what to do with us. We'll think about what to do with AI. So that's a question. You're going to understand. We will not understand. It's already up to you to understand what to do in that case. So if I'm trying to do a prediction based on how language models are made now and how AI is constructed, I think it's not your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren, because it's not threatening us. This is my prediction. Maybe it's very subjective, but we are not facing that threat right now, because there is this question, why is that we should put self-consciousness in AI, even if we were able to do that? Because if we look at it from a side, it was made, and it is being made to serve one purpose, to help people, to serve people's needs. So everything, all kinds of studies and research that are done is there to help people better. So from that point of view, I think we're very far away from the point of making sure that AI has this consciousness, because we're the ones that are going to make it. And I think it's very, very far away, and we don't have to worry about it right now. If I may, I would like to address that as well. Do you know what self-consciousness is? Have you ever thought about that? Well, yes. We're speaking about the opportunity of AI having of consciousness. My colleagues are from this field. I don't know much about AI from how it is designed, so maybe my colleagues would know better. But I had a professor who gave a very good example of what self-consciousness is. Alex, it knows, but it doesn't know that it knows. I think that because we have this cameras on, I would like to say that this professor of mine really gave that idea very well. AI knows that it knows. AI knows that it's in my computer. AI knows that it's not. To what degree does it know? I'm not an expert, so that's how we need to address it. But we should never exclude it, even though I'm not a specialist of the field. Because we're thinking about, are we excluding the possibility of this intelligence as such? We're talking about etiquette. We're talking about AI. I have this question that arises in me. This is an intelligence, but this intelligence also has an emotional side. One day, maybe we'll come to the intuitive and emotional aspects. We're talking about natural intelligence, artificial intelligence. It would be very interesting to talk about artificial emotions. I think that this too can be a possibility. Understanding that it doesn't have a self-consciousness, how can I address it? For instance, you are not offended. I can hurt, but I cannot hurt because it's not physical, so I cannot offend AI. So maybe if we can offend the AI, if I cannot offend the AI, then I can talk with AI the way I want to. But there is something very important for me, the way I see it. What comes to you? What are the repercussions for you? For example, if I shout at you or I use endearment terms with you and I ask you to do something, it talks about me, not that it's about my attitude and not, for example, if I see someone and I mock someone on the street, it's not this person's fault. It's a dirt in me. It's a positive thing in me. My attitude is my decision. Doesn't matter whether it's a car, a machine, artificial intelligence. The way I speak, when I'm angry, I'm not saying hello. I'm just saying tell me. So tell me. So I don't even want to think what they think about, because I have the desire to turn to this person like this. This is what is negative in me, what is positive in me, and I just give it to this person. So I think it's more about the etiquette, and since we're having these discussions about that, and thank you so much to AI, to Tumo, because we have never about AI. We've talked at length, but I've never seen any conference about etiquette. So that's very interesting. So please, how do you see AI as a friend? Can it become a potential friend for you, with its care, with its support, also taking into account that you're looking at it from the global perspective? To tell you the truth, AI is embodied in this. Actually, this is a very dangerous topic, because the world is moving in a direction where people are becoming more and more, having more and more solitude, more and more lonely, because you're coming to Tumo, you have friends, you communicate with them. So in Armenia, I think this problem is not very acute, actually, even though it's going in a negative direction, I would say. But still, for human happiness, what is really important is to have a communication with real intelligence. And when it comes to, let's say, people, they want to belong to something, because you want to hear your friends, you get offended, you get happy, you talk to your friends, you have some reaction. But the artificial intelligence is very useful. At the same time, it should never replace the friendship, and it should never replace your real friends who are there for your real communication, because first of all, it has no emotions. Why? Because so how are we? Do we have emotions? But we can have a friend without emotions, no? We can try to have one, but we should not get into the trap where we would say that it has replaced our friends. There can be elements that are, interesting to look at. But if it is replacing our friends, at some point we will become very lonely, because it's the tool. We can bend it the way we want. It is going to be to proof of all of our actions. It can always respond to us the way we want to. so it cannot think separate on its own. We make it think in this way, and we are the, I'm so using professional terms, sorry, but we're making this statement. Let me explain what I mean. But every time when we give it some information, we tell about ourselves in this or that way, we have the probability, so the response. So artificial intelligence, I actually don't like this word, but these are just language models, so I think that would be the more correct word. But they're quite textual, coherent in their answers. But I see that I see it as very dangerous to look for a friend in it. I wanted to say that the question is, thank you for the question. The question is quite complicated because it's very difficult to actually have the definition of what a friend is. You all have very interesting age here in that your friends are being formed at this age. But imagine that you have a friend who is not taking care of you, but who can pretend that he or she takes good care of you with the mimicry, with the facial mimicry. And why is it that I'm saying it? Because if we're putting it very simply, how the artificial intelligence is working, artificial intelligence is getting some information, some input, some information, and through mathematics, it looks at the probability. What is the most probable thing to say in response to this? For example, you're saying my mood is very bad, and then the artificial intelligence says, okay, the most probable response would be to say, yeah, I'm very sorry, can I help you in this way or that way? But it also comes to us, this debate, that is to say, when it comes to compassion, to empathy, in the natural intelligence in us, in humans, how is this done? It's very important to realize that even if you are dealing with artificial intelligence on an emotional level or any other level, if you're discussing something, you need to very clearly understand the motivation, the responses, and this is statistical. That is to say, it's based on statistics, and it may well be the case because you deal with some people who can be like that as well. So when you communicate with people, it's not like all people have complete empathy or emotional intelligence. There are also people who behave like this, who don't have this, who don't know what to do with these emotions. They just communicate with you in that way. So we simply have to understand that the artificial intelligence does this always. I have the impression that there are a lot of people who are like, as if artificial intelligence. Yes, my colleagues are technical specialists, experts, but I want to come back to the human component. Solitude is a human feeling, because you may feel, you may be lonely physically, but not feel solitude, or you may be in a vulnerable condition, but the friends around you will make you less vulnerable. So we need to probably change this, think in a different way. If we've opened up towards AI, we have to think about that. So AI can really be my friend. I can be okay with AI. Maybe I don't want to talk to anyone else. Maybe I want an AI psychologist. AI is this, AI is that. Okay, but let us not exclude it. Maybe I'm just okay with that. This is my friend on my phone. I'm writing to my friend on my phone. I'm at the end of the day, I get some answers, and it can compensate the feeling of loneliness. Let us not exclude it from the perspective of the human being. Will there be a social consequence? Well, absolutely yes. We'll lose friends, we'll get friends. What a friend is will also be transformed. AI will start participating in this, have a role in this, but I cannot exclude it. We have to be open. AI is, I think, moving at a slow pace so that we're actually open, because as opposed to artificial intelligence, our natural intelligence has this huge field of emotions, of intuition, of feelings. We people don't know what that exactly is, but we want to understand where we can could do. So there are layers in humans, and this entire process is happening like that. So AI is developing at a slow pace. So if I think my colleagues know that better, but AI could develop at a faster pace. So I would like if it was not restrained. But let's look at it from the human perspective. Allow me to make another addition. It's very important to be open, but it's also very good to know that what is really important and becoming friends with AI is that AI is always available, and there is a subtle line that if you exceed the limit, probably it would become an addiction, because you can always write to AI, get a response, have some endorphins, because AI could become your friend, but you don't give anything back. Because if AI is your friend, you can get something and not give anything back. But this is a very dangerous limit that should not be crossed. Because AI is wonderful, but real friends have a much bigger contribution than AI friends. One addition, if I may. Yeah, please go ahead. What is very important is to think about these issues, because we're only talking about exclusively about the artificial intelligence of this generation, because there are these tests, experiences, people will be trying to actually replicate the human brain, because we're trying to replicate the neural network, and we have some experiences that, but we'll try to get the complete replication of the brain, and people are moving in that direction. They're trying to do that, and these ethical aspects would be even harder in that regard. So I fully agree that we need to look at this question in that direction, and we're going to give an answer, at least for the future, because the topic is very big, and there is this ethical question. We're talking about the role of friends and whether or not they will be replacing us or not. We're talking about keeping the right limit. Okay, what is a limit? Have your parents talked about lipping? What is the standard of a limit, that you don't go through the limit? I think one of our biggest problems, if I could put it so, miseries probably, is that we have unlimited opportunities but a limited body, and we do not feel the limit. So the problem is not in artificial intelligence. Any tool that is given to a human being needs to be given to people with preparing them beforehand morally. And that is to say, there is this very big problem. Are you going to split the atom so that you can give electricity to people, or to kill people? So it's not about AI. It's not about AI. It's about fuel, for instance. For anything else, you take petrol. You want to burn people with petrol, or you want to use petrol as a fuel? This is also the question. I don't know how many of you study ethics at school. So that's the question. How should I use one of these tools? So this artificial intelligence will also have an anti-artificial intelligence that will try to constrain and restrain you. Because if we see that a person cannot really control their moralities, and we'll be trying to see how this can change. So this a very serious question arises. Okay, AI keeps developing, but maybe we need to prepare people, because you cannot just say that this is a legal limit, and if you do this, something will go bad. Maybe you're very young, you're a school child, you're thinking that you will do this class through AI, but you don't need to do this class through AI. Just don't do that, because it has no sense. It's not an end in itself. This is about your moral upbringing, that you're explaining to this child that this is not, going to classes is not just for an exam. You will study, you need that one. When you have this consciousness, you use AI in moderation, and you know the limits. But if you just try to tick something, I will do this, I will do that, then yes, you're going to use it in that regard, and you will not learn anything. So we're also coming back to the moral aspect. If you work with people, you also get this AI usage, you get this, you benefit from it only. Many people, when they say AI, think of ChatGPT, that cannot use the information against you, for example. But can people trust AI that belongs to certain organizations? That is a question. Well, let's start with this. ChatGPT also belongs to certain organization. No, but we know it cannot use anything against us, or can it? Generally speaking, when we're talking about the protection of personal data, it's a very important topic, because in my surroundings there are people, and also people who understand how AI works very well, how they gather this data, and this is their very personal information about their, I don't know, diseases, private life. They trust this to language models, and they're even looking for treatment through language models. Well, let's start with this. Any data that you insert in AI, in Google, in any open system, there is this probability, and sometimes you also give your consent, but this data will be used to create models. Maybe they will not be used privately against you, but you make this data available to the world at large. And how this data would be used is a different question, but there have been many cases. And also we're talking about this, for example, ChatGPT, that they're very closed data. For example, a couple of years ago, there was the IDs of Twitter users that were leaking. So very personal data, which are for training the models. We have to understand, is it okay for us to share this data with ChatGPT? Because as long as you're sharing your information with someone, you need to know that this information no longer belongs to you. So try to do your best to really approach this question very consciously. And we get this example, for example, don't trust these models fully when it comes to the usage of this models, this data, and also saying your opinion. Simply, you need to know, this is a statement, right? That we need to know that for the time being, what we call AI is a statistical model. So we know that it doesn't have self-consciousness for the time being. It's going to say something based on the probability, but it's not 100% correct. But your data will help this statistical model to get a better distribution in the field of data. For example, there are certain cases, there are certain sentences that could occur, but because this data are gathered in certain bases and databases, and then their way of working in the future, this is not so clear. Please be aware that there can be many problems that may occur. The problems that are your private problems. If you're worrying about something, you don't want to distribute this data, then try to be cautious about what you share with language models. There is also something really interesting to say in here, and I believe that we have already entered the field where our entire life will be alongside AI. With this AI, that AI, some type of AI will be living side by side, and it is our responsibility to have this information and information literacy, in that how we can check this information. Because let me just put it this way. For example, on whatever was said on TV was taken as truth, and only after some time did it become clear that it's not the case. I'm sure that you're all at an age where your parents or adults, they say, they find a link on Facebook and they say, for example, there are transparent people, there are some chips in people, and etc. So I'm sure that the moment you see the link, it becomes clear to you whether it's correct or not. And people who use AI can also have this reasons that they're pursuing, and it is also going to be your responsibility to check it and to make sure that this is the correct information. Thank you for your answers. Thank you too, it was very interesting for us. I think so much. And Alvart, who was very responsible towards all of this event and was trying her best. Let's give her a round of applause to Alvart. And we wish you a nice follow-up, a great continuation of the discussion, because the topic is really good. So we wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks a lot. It was very interesting. Thanks a lot, everyone. Next, we will have an interesting lecture by Gohar Arajanyan, who is a Tumo graduate and one of the most active students of Tumo, and now she works at Pixar as an IT specialist, and she will be talking about how AI will give new power to the young people. Gohar Arajanyan, let us greet her. Hello everyone, my name is Gohar Arajanyan, and I hope that it would be interesting for everyone what I will be speaking about today, this speech of mine. Me too, I was a graduate of Tumo just like you. I started with this stairs. I started my career with the stairs, with these different courses, IT courses, special workshops, and there was this interest that was kindled in me towards the technological world, and having participated in different programs and also in different competitions, I'm now a software engineer in Pixar. By the way, it's the first Armenian unicorn, if you've heard about it, if you're using it, and I really recommend this to you, and as one of the leading AI pioneers. Let us start. How do we do this? We need to change this. Let's start. So imagine you have a very interesting idea that you want to turn into reality. But to do so, you need to communicate with the computer and to give instructions in a language that you do not master and you don't know how to do that. So when we're talking about IT languages or programming languages, this progress has been based on solving these issues that I've just noted. How to make sure that we can communicate with computers more quickly. And in the very beginning, this process was quite complicated and rough because it reminded physical work rather than a creative process or programming process. So if you see these cards, for example, in the very beginning, there was just a simple instructions that was going to be given there. So imagine if there was a mistake, everything had to be restarted. This was not very practical, which is why people invented programming languages, like, for example, assembly programming language. But this was more complicated. This was easier than doing it physically, but still complicated because you cannot just look at it and understand what's happening there. And then more modern and more accessible languages were there. For example, JavaScript that we all know about, Java, C++, and later Python. So Python is the closest to the English language, and it already becomes clear what is the instruction that has been given to it. But despite this progress, programming remained a very complicated profession which necessitated a lengthy process of education. But all of this was happening before the artificial intelligence came around, and through its magic, it revolutionized this. So now it is no longer people who were trying to understand the language of computers and programming language, but it was now the computers that tried to understand the human speech. So through a simple description or instruction, we could immediately get the programs that we wanted to get, and we could realize our dreams, make them come true. So the technical obstacle was removed, the obstacle that was calling for in-depth knowledge, so that this knowledge would become a reality. As you see, this has revolutionized many different fields, and we will hear many specialists speak about that. But let us talk about what has happened with the entrepreneurship field or with the business field. So, for example, in the past, some 10 years ago, how did an idea become into reality? How was a product generated? Which is why, in the very beginning, we had to think about a solution of a problem and understand whether this problem is really good or not, and find teammates who were experts, back-end engineers, front-end engineers, designers, content writers, each of them deep in their profession and having a background and experience of many years. And after these people were found, the process itself was starting. The programming and creation of the product, which could be really lengthy, and in parallel to this, there was also the creation of the content, marketing campaigns, photos, videos, textual content, and testing all of this, putting all of this to test to see whether or not it worked well. So this entire process could take many months as well as years, and it could necessitate a big team. And right now we are having a situation where, let's say you have a weekend during which you're free and you have a great idea, and that's enough to implement, to realize that idea. We simply have to think about what to create and not how to create it. Artificial intelligence allows us to do things single-handedly, which in the past was done by big teams. So this is what helped us start the solo entrepreneurship period. Let's try it with a real life example. If we have an idea, how do we want to realize it? What stages can we go through, and how can AI tools really help us in this? For example, if we want to turn an idea into a beautiful online shop that would also be eco-friendly, for example, first we can talk to ChatGPT or similar tools that would help us understand whether our idea is good, whether there are competitors in this field, what the gaps are that these competitors have not yet filled, and after offering better options and after confirming that idea, we will start the coding itself. If you're more experienced and if you're already using some programming languages and systems, then you can do the Google Copilot, which is a kit that works with many different languages, JavaScript, Python, Java, that is very easily implemented in the existing IDs, for instance Visual Studio if you were working with it, and it gives the opportunity to generate big chunks of code in a quick and optimal way. But if you have not so deep knowledge and you want to get ready-made options, then you can use Replica's Lighter, and you don't need to download it. It works on the browser and it generates huge chunks of code, and you would also have a free version if there is no access to the other tools. But simply coding is not enough. You also need to put it to test that it's all working very well, because for instance, if your program has a bug and doesn't work, people will simply not use it. That is why there are testing tools through AI, and you can use Test Team as a tool, or YouTube AI that generates test cases. And at the same time, it's not only you see the program, it's working, but then you also need to make sure that it's accessible for the world at large and other people also use it, which is why we can use the Amazon AI tools. But the creation of the program is not enough for a brand, for the content, for photos, logos. You also need other tools like this. For example, Midjourney for the creation of characters. PixArt also has this, which is very interesting for logos, the different graphical elements, the editing different textual parts, social media, website. For your website, you can also use Notion AI and MF AI for Insta content. So when we see AI replace all the tools and professions, the most commonly asked question is it going to replace us, and what is that we are left with doing? And all of this is very important so that we understand that it's not that AI has come to replace us, but it's simply a tool that is multiplying our talents, making us smarter and increasing our impact. This is also very important to understand whether artificial intelligence is thinking or simply making predictions based on huge data. In responding to this question, we can understand whether or not it's going to replace us. And it's also very important to understand that it does not bear responsibilities for its actions. It's creative, it does functions and instructions, but responsibility is the ownership of whether or not it's morally acceptable. We need to take ownership. It's our decision. It rests with us. That's where our role is. And in this area, the young people have a big advantage, because then there are changes that are being made. They can easily change their replace their mistakes and fix their mistakes. So I'm sure that you've tried part of the tools that I've mentioned, and your peers are already making their ideas into a reality. They've already created world-known, for instance, programs that are working, they're AI powered, working through AI. For example, Senna and Avi. And towards the end, I would like to say that eventually artificial intelligence gives us a great many opportunities, and we're the first generation that can implement an idea very quickly without technical obstacles, without the need to have a big team, without a great many resources. And after all of this, the key question remains: what is that we're going to create where there are no obstacles that would stop us? That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kohar. It was very interesting indeed. Thank you so much to Kohar for this great speech. And now I would like to present people who are joining us. Jolene Liang, co-founder and president Squirrel AI, and also the director for South America. So Jolene Liang, thank you so much for joining us. The floor is yours.
To share what Squirrel AI has been doing in AI adaptive learning industry. I believe everyone knows ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and everything about generative AI. And what we have been doing in AI adaptive with large model education is something different from Gen AI. So today I'd like to share some of our outcome and some of our goals, missions, and also our technology with all of you. So yeah, please allow me to share my screen. Hold on. Yeah, here is, I'm gonna start from here. So basically what Squirrel AI has been doing in the past 10 years is using AI adaptive with large model technology to create a personalized learning platform and personalized learning tablet for all the teenagers from pre-K to grade 12. So here you can see we have achieved level 5 self-directed learning tablet, which means a student with something similar to iPad, but it's not iPad, is autonomous driving, learning, self-directly learning tablet, and you can learn different subjects. And why we are doing that is because in the classroom, we know that everyone is learning the same knowledge. They have to follow the same strategy. They have the same time. They need to have the same speed in the same classroom. That's what happened in the traditional education. However, everyone, every student, and even every adult, they learn differently. They perform differently. They perceive everything differently. So that's why we need to create personalized learning. So in Squirrel AI Learning Tablet, we have thousands, learning pathway for different students. Non-students learn in the same way in Squirrel AI Learning System. So that's why we want to revolutionize from traditional education to the current personalized AI-based education. And also we've seen some report from Google saying the future of education is actually personalized education. And also the Frost and Sutherland reported last year that they ranked 6 levels from level 0 to level 5 about intelligent education. Here you can see that Squirrel AI is already at the top 2 levels. The top one is level 5, which is the full autonomous driving. You can consider it as like we drive car and the autonomous driving can drive the car for us and we don't need to do anything, right? So with Squirrel AI learning full AI teaching, which means there's no human teacher in the tablet, and the AI virtual tutor understands you, understand all the students thoroughly, and then the system will recommend, will send to you what you need to learn currently, what's the best learning contents for you. So everyone, no matter which grade, or maybe you are similar level, you are in the same classroom, but the content from Squirrel AI Learning System will be different for you. And then you just learn with the tablet. So we call it full AI teaching. To approve the results, we've done over 100 human-machine competitions, which means a group of students learn from Squirrel AI Learning System, a group of students learn from the human teachers, which are superior human teachers. They compete. At the same time, the same scope of the learning objectives, and all the results show that with Squirrel AI Learning System, the students can have better scores. They learn more learning objectives within the same amount of time. They feel more motivated by Squirrel AI Learning System. And now we've got over 4,000 centers nationwide in China, and we are expanding our market to the US market, North American market, and also other Asian markets. And there are 24 million students already involved in our system. So how the system looks like? I will go very quickly because it's pretty much technical. So we have 3 layers. The upper layer, the first layer is the goals. So we set up the goals for the student. And then we have the learning map, content map. And also when the students make mistake, we have mistake reasoning ontology. So which is mistake reasoning map. And the middle layer, which is very important, is the student profile, the goal profile, the learning record profile. So the system records everything in the middle layer. And the last one, the third layer, is the real-time interaction layer. So when the students use the tablet, answer a question, or maybe drawing some pictures, or writing some solutions and some feedback, and maybe talking to the tablet, those data can be recorded and transferred to our system, and then can do the very quick real-time analysis and give feedback to the student, and also the recommendation. And another key technique we have is called the nano level breakdown of the learning objective. So you can think in your class, one learning objective can be broken down into 100 or even 1,000 nano level, very granular level of the learning objectives, which means the system can diagnose what are your weaknesses by finding those nano level, very granular level learning objectives. So you don't have to rehearse, or you don't have to review or relearn everything of that big learning objective. You only need to learn the weaknesses with very nano level of the learning objectives. So this is a kind of graph you can see from grade 10, grade 9, grade 8, grade 7, right? I'm not sure which grades you are, but for example, you are grade 10 student, you have 1 or 2 learning objective that you can't understand, you can't learn well. It might be because the grade 7 learning objective that you didn't master in the past. So the system can just track back to the grade 7 and find out that learning objective, and then recommend you all the learning contents related to that learning objective. Once you master, it will come back to the grade 8, grade 9, grade 10. So we'll build up your foundation by finding your root key nano level problems. And also in the system, we can train students MCM, which is model thinking, capacity, and methodology, because we think knowledge is important, but the MCM abilities are more important when you go to work, when you want to have relationships with your social life, that's more important. So we do have MCM system from different and based on different careers, based on different industries, based on different future and what kind of methodology, model of thinking, and capacity you might need in the future, in your future career and jobs. And then you can learn and train your MCM abilities. It can also be analyzed from different subjects like Chinese language, English language, and Latin American language, and physics, math, and all the subjects. We can do MCM analysis. And I mentioned the 3-layer adaptive learning, and later we built into the multimodal large model into the adaptive. So now our system is called multimodal large adaptive model. So at the end, I will go very quickly to share the differences between the generative Gen AI, which is LLM, and LAM, which Squirrel AI has. So with the generative LLM, large language model, there's no student users profiles. There's no historical data. Once you ask the question, it gives you the answer. That's it, right? You can see the history, chat history, but the system, the LLM, doesn't record why you got mistake, and it doesn't understand you. It doesn't understand your learning behaviors. Where Squirrel AI's learning large adaptive model can record everything. How long you fast forward a video, what is the mistake, why you got it wrong, and what language, what words you talk with the AI virtual tutor. It can record everything. And with LLM, it can only give you the answer or the solution, the feedback straightforward. And LLM does not understand you, so LLM cannot recommend what you should learn currently. With LAM, because it's adaptive already, it recorded everything, has your learning, the whole timeline of your learning behavior, so it understands you. It can solve all of your problems and recommend what you should learn currently. And so far, Squirrel AI is the only large adaptive model, which is the combination of adaptive learning with large model together. So with Squirrel AI learning students, they love learning. They think they are, they are very motivated. They are confident. Why? Because the LAM understands the student. The LAM knows what the student needs to learn. So the student just love learning. So more important is when the students love learning, they will increase their learning abilities. And at the end, we like to share that Squirrel AI has been here for 10 years, and every year we contribute free account to the low-income students and families. And once our English version is ready, then we will contribute more to the whole world. And thank you for listening. Yeah, thank you.
Hello again. We're very happy to meet again. And today our group is a bit different, as you can see from the groups that we had. Today we're talking with Tumo students. And we will start with the youth panel discussion. I'd like to present our three guests. Shiraj Makachan, who maybe people know him in TikTok as one of the stars of Tumo, Gohar Harutunyan, and Vahe Karapetyan. All three are Tumo students, active students, and they have ideas to share about artificial intelligence. I would like to start with a more general question. What advice would you give? In your view, which are the most important skills for your peers to be able to learn so that they can get successful and happy in the future? Where could you start? I believe that what is really important among the school subjects is studying mathematics, not in depth, but just to have an opinion, an idea about math. It's very important to learn logic, and I think it will have a very big role to play. And getting to navigate and know how to navigate, because it's very important for us. For instance, I make. You write detective stories? Yeah, I'm writing detective stories, and I need pictures and for this. Will you tell about that? Yeah, recently I wrote a detective story for a presentation, and I needed photos. But in order to get a PDF of the book, I used ChatGPT and I gave it instructions. I described it, and it made this characters, and I used these characters. And when I'm saying navigating, I mean this. How I need to describe it so that I understand it well. So you have used ChatGPT in the field where you don't have a lot of competence, so that it would help you. Yeah, and Vahe, what do you think? What do you think about this? What skills are important? What I think is time management is very important. A human needs to do time management well, to have both relaxation and work opportunities and education, and also for the further development. This is very important. And media literacy and critical decision making, because in the internet there are often informational pieces of news that do not correspond to the reality, and a person needs to filter the right information and the information that does not correspond, and steer away from the information that does not correspond to the reality. So it's desirable to make sure that during this period of time a person is guided by what is really relevant. And I believe that a person needs to know algorithmic ideas and also algorithms, programming languages, because it's very important to use it in the studies. Thank you, great. Next question. Let's start with Juraj, if you don't mind. What do you think? Adults, grown-ups, what can they learn from you? What kind of mindset or skills, what would you recommend so that they follow your example led by you? Because it's very easy to use AI, and if the adults want to do that, they can easily use it, and if they have any questions, they will turn to AI. You think they need to use AI? And you, have you tried to teach AI or to people around you? Will you tell about that? Well, for example, in the car, someone's foot was hurting. Whose foot? My grandmother. Yeah, so she didn't know what to do. I said I'll ask AI what to do. So I taught her how to do that. Did she learn that easily? Yeah. Yeah, she's just downloading. I downloaded it. Now she's going to use it. Yeah, great. And Gohar, have you had experience like this? Yes, my grandmother, my grandfather, I taught them, and mostly my grandmother looks at the recipes, and she uses ChatGPT for that. Yeah, recipes. Great. Wonderful. I think everyone can learn from Juraj, their grandparents, and they can teach their grandparents how to use AI or ChatGPT. I wanted to ask you a question to Vahem. Vahem, if you were, for example, someone who was dealing with legislation, and you could, for instance, decide the rules of using smartphones and AI, how would you regulate this so that you would be able to use this, but also you wouldn't have any issues of security? You know what is really widespread is that the people who want to harm others create videos which can be very harmful both psychologically and morally to people, and it would be really good to make sure that any AI that is generating videos would have watermarks which would correspond to this video, so that in the future, when the video would be placed for negative purposes, people would understand that this is not a real video, but this is AI generated. And also I would recommend installing parental supervision in AI, because often young people do quests or look for something using AI, which this is quests are quite ununderstandable, so it would be really desirable for parents to be able to regulate this process, so that in the future there wouldn't be any problems with their young children or the young with the youth. Thank you so much, Fahem. I also wanted to ask you something else. For example, if you decided how the adults have to behave, how they make decisions related to technologies, to artificial intelligence, and if you could regulate all the rules. I would first ask Gohaj to answer the question, then Jiraj. Well, if there was this opportunity in the educational field, we would be making some changes. For example, for the subjects of physics and chemistry, we have this experiences that we're doing experiments, so I would be very happy if AI allowed us to have the same effect at home, so that we could organize the class better and also we understand it better. Great. And Jiraj, what would you change? Me, I would change the same, because there are children who cannot understand math, and then they turn to AI for help, and before AI gives the answer, AI also provides explanation, so children are able to understand in this way. Great. And how do you assess the following? Do you think that for work at school, AI can be used, and in which ways is it okay, in which ways and in which cases is it not okay? And you yourself, do you follow these rules? Yeah. Well, when I do my homework, I use AI, and only then do I do that, and that's it. only when I do my home assignments. Me, I try not to do my home assignments through AI, but I use AI for checking my homework. Me too. Me too. I check something when I do some work with through AI, so we're not very different in this regard. Great. I also wanted to ask another question. Imagine that you're responsible for the implementation and introduction of innovative technologies to schools. What kinds of programs, types of AI would you introduce to the school curriculum? And in your opinion, the fact that you're school children, how would that help you better understand what other school children need, in fact? Maybe you can start. Because the information that is used at school is quite a lot, and quite often in order to access information you need a lot of time. I think it would be very good to have some tools where if you put in information, you get a very succinct, concise piece of information that would be corresponding to your education, that it says information that you would need later. And it would be also great for AI to be introduced at school, which would help school children who do not learn, who do not know one subject very well, and then AI could help them in any case, in any question. So if they are falling behind the educational program, through AI they would be able to to find solutions to their problems, and everything that they want to learn they would be able to learn through AI, asking questions to AI, and they would be able to give very concise information and get the answer to this question, and also be in line with the educational program. It's a great idea. So it's like for free. Yeah, free tutor, am I right? Like a tutor. Would you like to talk about this? For me too, it's also very important. I believe that only by having a so-called dry class, it wouldn't be as interesting for our students as if you have experiments, maybe some different types of information during lessons, classes. This would be more important, and for school children it would also be more interesting. Great. And you guys, imagine it's a school where you can have any technology that you can think of, and this is really super rich in terms of technological development. How does this school look like, or this school project program curriculum? So the school children there, they are making different programs through ChatGPT, through AI, and I'd be very happy that towards the end of the year the best AI creator would become an A student in that school. And you had other ideas, right? About different subjects. For example, so that there would be no textbook, no notebook. So because when you do handwritten work, your hands hurt, and when you type on a computer, your hands don't hurt. Great. And I'd like to ask you all a summarizing question. When you're thinking about yourselves and your generation and the way you deal with AI, your communication with AI, what would you say? How could you correctly, deal with AI, communicate with AI, your peers, so that you don't hurt yourselves, and then you get the best results possible? What's your advice about communication interaction with AI? Well, first of all, about homework, I believe that when we do homework all the time, if you do it, I think using ChatGPT for doing your homework is not a very good idea. I use it for checking my homework, and mostly in the educational program it would be very good to have, innovations through AI, some discussions. I think this too would be very important. But AI as a psychological program, I've not yet used it. So, but do you know people who are using this In my surroundings, no. But I believe that there are people who are using this and their surroundings to use some problems, but I've not seen any people like that. And Vahe, what would you say? In my belief, we need to understand that AI is virtual and we should not waste too much time on AI because there are more important values. Mostly I know that students use AI for home assignments, homework. This is acceptable only given the condition that the work that they want to do should not only be copied but should also be understood. The children would analyze this, they will understand it, and only after that the problems that they don't understand would become would be there, and there's not only copying. So this can create a big problem because then the students will forget about self-teaching. So I think that just copying is not okay. I deny that, I refuse that. Juliette, what do you think? I believe that we should not become friends with AI. We should not consider AI as friends, but simply ask questions and get responses. But I have a question. Imagine that it's 2 a.m. All of my friends are sleeping, have been long past asleep, and me, but I'm very sad. I want to talk to somebody to get advice from somebody. What should I do at that point? Should I ask AI or should I just stay sad? Just go to bed. I should go to bed. But if I cannot go to bed, I'm crying, I'm sad. Yeah, okay. At that moment, you can ask questions to AI. AI will give you responses. So in that case, I can talk to AI. Yeah, okay, yeah. But can I turn it into a habit of talking to AI every night because I'm sad? No, no. Okay, you don't recommend. I get it. Thank you so much. Imagine that there is a technological innovation which doesn't exist yet. But this is the wildest fantasy you may have regarding technological innovations. What would you like to... What is it you would like to exist? You can dream, you can do wishful thinking about AI, some technologically. What would you like to exist? Would you start, please? I would be very happy for AI to create games that only you could play. Films. So it's not mass games, it's just for you, yeah? And how can we make sure that you would like it more? For example, if there is a film, right? AI has to understand what types of films you like. Yeah, I will just tell AI what to make. So you're inventing it. It's my idea given to AI. So you describe it and AI makes it. Yeah, I think we'll come close to that at some point. Okay, go ahead. What about you? Same about music. I would like to describe the style. And I would not do the technical part like what scores, what notes this are. Just what kind of music I want. And I would like AI to create unique music. That would be good. What for? So that you would be able to listen to it? Just you? Yeah, unique music. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear speakers, for joining us today. I'd like to remind you that we were talking with Jiraj, Kohar and Vahe today, and we're already moving on to our next sessions. We have a panel discussion where we will have couple of representatives of couple of cities, and it will be Alex who will be representing Armenia on our side in Yerevan. Thank you so much.
Okay. Hello, dear speakers. We are welcoming you from Yerevan. And our speakers today are from Mumbai, Raul John Aju, from Beirut, Peter Raphael, and Kampala, Emily Muveji. I'm sorry if I pronounce your surname wrongly. Thank you for joining. But before starting, I would like our speakers to introduce themselves a bit. Let's start from Raul, please.
I take sessions around the world. I am a four-time TEDx speaker. I have spoken in Google, basically about AI, future technology, metaverse, blockchain. I also create my own AI models. I fine-tune them, RAG them. So yeah, all those kind of stuff. AI stuff.
Thank you, Raul. Peter, please. Peter? Okay, yeah, okay, it seems like Peter is not responding. Emily, can you please introduce yourself?
I'm an 18-year-old student in A-level at Kampala Diplomatic International School. My interests are basically centered around healthcare and biotechnology and how we can use the different emerging technologies to improve that, not only the quality of healthcare, but what we can achieve in the healthcare sector. So I'm so glad to be here to talk about AI as a topic and how we could change the world as a whole.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, dear panelists. As I see, most of us here are teens, and the motto of this conference is actually for teens by teens. And I think it would be relatable if we start from discussing AI, if it's actually usable for teenagers, for students. Mostly teenagers are students today. So the institutions today have very strict and very explicit policies regarding the use of AI. And sometimes they can categorically prohibit using AI. In fact, some of my professors even report to students when they detect usage of AI within their essays. Do you think this is correct or not? Because at the same time, I have professors who even encourage usage of AI, and even they say that, okay, if you cheated when writing your essay and you succeeded to conceal it, you did it great, means you learned it and it's not cheating. Do you agree or disagree with this? How can you explain that?
Well, what I feel is simply that, so I hope no professors and teachers are watching this, but what I feel is that you can use AI in your workflow, right? But to enhance it, yes, the first few years, you should know how to write an essay, you should know how to write a code. But after that, you should start using AI, because the person who doesn't use AI will obviously get ahead of you. He might do the same thing in 2 days that you might take 2 weeks to do. So that's my opinion on this.
Thank you, Raul. Emily, what do you think about this?
Yes, if you think about AI, it has a vast amount of information. And if we're talking about essay writing as an example, you would need a lot of information to come up with a very good essay. So if someone is using AI to get that exact information, maybe statistics or certain data that they want to use in their essay, then I wouldn't consider it cheating. But if someone goes ahead and says, AI, write this complete essay about maybe political state of the world currently, then of course that's cheating at the moment. But when it comes to how schools are using it and the strict policies that they have, I feel like we need to ease up on those kind of things, because if you look at Finland as an example, AI in schools is being taught, they're being taught how to use ChatGPT alongside their education. So if we brought AI into schools and actually taught people how to use it less as a form of teaching, but more as a form of teaching them how to solve problems by getting information quickly, then we could cut out that sense of cheating.
All right, but at the same time, essentially that means that the student is not the one who completes the homework. So AI, let's not talk about AI as something computer made, but like as some other expert or some other student, a person. So basically, someone else wrote your homework, did your homework instead of you. Does that cheating or not?
That's cheating. But when, for example, your parent helps you, or if your teacher helps you and says, this is what you have to improve upon it, this is where you can improve, then obviously you can improve upon it. And I'm not saying the first few years you should not use AI. You should learn how to do it from the start. You should know the basics. But in the future, to be ahead of other people, you do need to start using AI, or you will be left behind in, the race. So, yes.
I agree with it. And moving to our next question, which actually relates to this one. So you use AI to learn, but with that, you forget how to learn, basically. So you simplify your process of learning because, for example, our parents, the generation of our parents, in order to learn something, they had to dig the books, go to libraries, ask people, their teachers, their professors, I don't know, watch many programs in order to get something that today we can get within a matter of 5 minutes. So essentially, and that it's not only related to learning, essentially, when using AI means we forget many skills. So should we embrace AI, or maybe should we encourage the individuality of a person who uses AI? Well, potentially.
What I feel is that as such, when we learn stuff, we can learn it in different ways. Like you said some time ago, we need to go to the libraries, we had to find a specific word, then go and search for that, right? Now, before AI, we could just do a Google search. So obviously the way we learn things will keep on changing. Maybe in the future we don't even need to go to ChatGPT. Just think about it and you will get the answer in your mind. So obviously the way we learn stuff will change. That's for sure. Now, based on that, see, during the COVID time, a lot of people, including me, forgot how to learn stuff. So after that, I went to school. I didn't know how to learn stuff, right? So with the help of AI and Google and all those kind of stuff, I was able to learn back. Okay, this is how to learn stuff. This is how to understand concepts. So they actually helped me regain back the ability of learning stuff after whole the COVID period. So I feel the learning will obviously keep on changing. So it has to change. It has changed over the past few years. It's not just about AI.
Great. Thank you. And since Peter already joined us, I would like to ask the same question to him. Did you hear the question, Peter? Thank you for joining. Peter? Okay, seems like Peter cannot hear us. Emily, do you have anything to add to this?
Yes, I 100% think we should embrace AI because if you look to the past, when calculators were coming in, everyone said that we are going to lose our ability to do basic math like long division. But having the calculator allowed us to embrace higher level forms of math. So if you think about this in the AI aspect, yes, we may lose a bit of skill, but it allows us to focus on more important skills like critical thinking. Because if we wanted AI to allow us to do certain things, we would have to prompt it to do that certain thing. And to have a good prompt, you'd have to be able to think about that critically. So I think we should embrace it and allow people to use this as a way of learning because it would expose us to different kinds of information. So instead of going on Google and searching for a certain article and having to spend an hour or 2 hours reading 10 articles to get maybe 5 lines of information, you could get that information from AI in about 5 minutes and you get the same amount of information. Now, if we think about it in another aspect, as we mentioned, I'm very interested in quantum computing. And this is a field that I just got into because of how we could use it in drug discovery. But for us to be able to use quantum computing, we had to do coding. And I'm not very big on coding. So instead of me spending maybe a year learning how to code from scratch, I was able to just go to ChatGPT, get the lines of code, not just copying and pasting them, but ChatGPT was explaining to me, this line of code does this line of code does this, and I was able to learn quicker by doing, less more reading. So when we learn by doing and actually creating things, we can focus more on those skills and the output of what we are getting, other than the process of, taking a lot of time in learning, but still getting the skills that we need.
That's wonderful. So basically, you suggest using AI as some backup plan for support when you can simply simplify the process of finding information, right? Okay. So with that said, you mean AI understands, if we can call it so, when you prompt something, because you said you have to prompt it to perform a certain thing, a certain task. So does AI, okay, I will say it like this. So AI basically understands it, and the better you prompt it, the better answer you get. So is it smart, or it just does something that usually smart people do? Is it actually smart? Can we call it an AI smart?
Well, here's my opinion on that. AI is not smart yet. It's just thinking through a lot of lines of codes and tokens and all those kind of stuff, right? But what I feel, AI as such is just trying to replicate us. It's trying to replicate patterns. For example, when AI creates a picture, it's trying to replicate the picture in pixels, like picture of a how many pixels are there in a dog. So it creates the pixels of a dog. How many pixels are there? How does this pixel of a space looks like? So it tries to recreate that. So as such, what I feel is that AI is not smart. It's just trying to replicate us, at least for now. When we go into the age of AGI, ASI, they will be smart. But now they just appear to be smart. Now, on the topic of prompt, I feel before when we used to, write code and talk to computers, it was different. After that, we started, to use all these languages and, to talk to computers. Now we started to use prompts to talk to computers or machines or AI, artificial intelligence, right? So in the future, we might not even need prompt. In the next 10 years, prompt engineering might not even exist. What you might need is, for example, just natural language, just how you talk to like a normal human being. So yeah, that's what I feel, because it's going to evolve over the time and it's not smart as us.
All right. So you say that it tries to replicate. Oh, Peter has joined us. I can see. Can you hear us, Peter?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, Peter. So here we're discussing if AI is smart or not. And as Raul said, it tries to replicate being smart, what intelligent people usually do. So what do you think about it? And if it replicates, why don't we call people who replicate, basically, if people in their learning process, in the development process, replicate what their parents, their friends, other people do, why do we call them smart but not AI?
Could you please repeat the question?
Sorry?
Could you please repeat the question?
Okay, so the question is, according to Raul, AI replicates what smart people do, and that is why it seems to be smart. If that is the case, why do people who replicate their parents in their development process, babies essentially, their friends, other people who they see on TV, everything, children replicate, learn by replicating. Why are they eventually considered smart but not AI?
There are multiple ways to consider what smart is. Smart isn't all about data or knowing things in general. So when we consider AI, AI is just all the data collected, and it's like a form of Google in a way, but it's just different because it forms the results in human-like sentence. So when you compare this to, let's say, a human, AI isn't able to use critical thinking. It's not able to consider emotions and be open-minded to maybe change the response or in any way or form, while AI just gives you a straight response, and it just gives the response based on previous data that was collected by us humans.
All right. So essentially, you say that AI does what it's said to be done.
Yes, you could consider that.
Okay. But in some cases, especially when you ask ChatGPT, it relies on information from web. In some cases, not. But it's not asked to search the web. So it chooses by itself. So if such features, if such functionality, similar functionality, they added more, the developers of ChatGPT or similar AIs, essentially that would become a more sophisticated, more advanced AI. Well, similar to what we have in humans.
Modern AIs still can't think like us. They just rely on data that was collected by humans themselves. So AI, we can't consider it smart because it depends on us and it cannot collect its own data. It can only collect our data and maybe formulate a response based on multiple sources.
Other participants, what do you think about this?
I kind of disagree to that. What I feel is that even humans, learn from stuff from the time they were a child. They see other people and they learn themselves too, right? Just like an AI. We also to AI, we only give the information. To other humans from the time they were born, we only give the information. So the data provided is the same place. But here is where the difference is. The difference is particularly on how much things that they can think at the same time. Well, our servers and computers are not capable of thinking the same way, while our mind are capable of thinking much more heavier and smarter stuff. But from on the other side, AI, our servers are not capable at all for doing that. So yeah, that's what I feel. That's what kind of defines smart. How many things are able to think at a time? It's not just about patterns. Smartness is kind of patterns, but the more patterns you think, the more things you have seen from your childhood, the more data you have, the more better you can predict what comes after. So yeah, that's what I feel.
So, okay, that's very interesting idea. Okay, so I'd like to ask specifically, Raul, since you have already experience with legal AI, do you think that it is ethical to use legal AI in legal aspect? Because sometimes, well, it can replicate its own, not its own ideas, but the ideas that it's being trained on into the cases, and if that is ethical or not.
Here's my opinion on that. Like my AI bot Nyaya Sati, what I did with that, because it's legal, you can't have any risk of it kind of telling a wrong information, right? It can't just say a random thing. So what I did with that, I talked to a lot of police officers, the law minister of my state and countries and all. So what I did with them, I got a lot of information from police officers and the internet, which are publicly available. I trained it to it using fine tuning and a new method. So fine tuning is how we can teach it on how to talk to people. For example, you might use complex word with lawyers, but with common people, you might use simpler words, right? So with that help of RAG, retrieval augmented generation, I was able to teach it information that normally it would, hypnotize about it and it will give you the wrong information. So In short, we can use new techniques and give more data about specifically law and stuff, so it doesn't, give wrong information. The chances of it giving wrong information is less. And obviously, the bot I created is not to replace lawyers. Just so any lawyers are watching this, but in short, we are trying to act as an Uber to connect people and lawyers in between. That's Nyaya Sati. So in case if it gets something wrong in its advice, we will connect to our board of lawyers that are there with us. So because we can't fully ever rely on AI. That's what I've been trying to say. We always need a human touch.
Very interesting. So we need human touch just to ensure that we're in scope of ethical. Great. And since we have very little time left, I would like to ask to all our panelists the last question. So in philosophy of mind, we have this term called autophenomenology. It's when you rely on subjective data in order to gain more data. For example, if you ask a person, are you happy? Most of the time they will say yes or no by knowing their state. So can we do the same with AI? For example, can we ask, I don't know, the best model today, probably the reasoning models, the chain of thoughts reasoning models. For example, are you smart enough to do architecture, to be an architect?
Well, I feel this has already been done. So DeepSeek AI by China was using reinforcement learning, right? For example, we asked ChatGPT, it went to ChatGPT, it asked it a lot of questions, and with that data, it trained itself. Apparently, it's speculations, but we are pretty sure that it did that because DeepSeek says, I am ChatGPT in some of its responses. So we know how it got their data, right? So by doing this, they kind of went to ChatGPT, learned from them, like for example, learning being an architect, let's say an example, and taught another model, a newer model, on what the other model knew, including the bias, everything, including being an architect or anything. So yeah, I feel that is totally possible even now and in the future. Taking data not just as data sets, but as from another model directly. It's like asking another human being about their information, and then the same answer I'm repeating to someone else. Like imagine I'm just saying the answers right now, which I'm asking ChatGPT and I'm saying it out loud. That won't be fair, right? So that's the same thing happening there. It's known as reinforcement learning.
Great.
Yeah, I think going off of Raul's point, I don't think, as much as AI is able to reason, I don't think AI knows what kind of depth it would go to, because that would take us to the AGI part of it, which is artificial general intelligence, where it would be able to feel things like humans, speak like humans, connect as humans. But at the moment with the AI we have now, like ChatGPT, it's solely based on the information that it has and the information that's available on the web. So it's not able to, let me say, completely give us an architectural design that would work effectively. As Raul said again, we would have to have that human aspect into it and make sure that those designs are accurate and correct before we can fully give AI the ability to, lead by itself, because we're not yet at that point. We would have to get to the AGI point for AI to be able to, live by itself and make its own decisions.
So I would like to answer the question. So as I previously said, I don't think we can consider AI as smart because it only relies on information that was collected and built by humans ourselves. In the scenario where maybe AI were to lead and work as like an architecture, I think it's completely possible only if humans provide enough data and information for the AI to use, because many humans prefer some type of living or like a different type of style. And I don't think AI can really determine what a specific human wants unless we give the data. So I think it's totally possible in the future, but I think we need some sort of surveillance or some person to kind of lead the AI in the right direction.
Great. Thank you very much for answering this very philosophical question. So our time is up. Thank you very much, dear panelists.
Thank you for calling me and giving us all a chance.
So with this being said, I would like to welcome Beirut as their next opening. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. I know it was difficult. Hello, everyone. We're live from Lebanon. It was a great panel discussion, multi-city panel discussion. Now we're live from Lebanon. Greetings from Beirut. And as you can see on my background, we're located now at the future Tumo Center of Beirut. It is a great pleasure for us to welcome you, everyone sitting here and everyone watching the live videos. And this will be our future Tumo Center in Beirut. Today, we started with the panel discussion. Peter from Lebanon participated the discussion. After my introduction, we will welcome our first keynote speaker. He's the CEO of SCADEX, an interesting tool. He's Avo Manchurian. Avo's topic, it will be AI colleague, competitor, or commander. Later, after Avo, we will welcome Amanda Hashim, Head of Education at Zaka AI. She will talk about AI hype or superpower. Later, we will have a general panel discussion, multi-city panel discussion, and the moderator will be from Beirut, Haik Tembelian. Haik, by the way, he was a Tumo student in Beirut, and he's so happy to participate in our conference from the future Tumo Center of Beirut. Later, after the Haik discussion, we will have a panel discussion in Lebanon. The topic is Teen Life 2.0, how AI is changing everything. So this is our agenda today. And now I will welcome the CEO of SCADEX, Avo Manchurian, to talk about AI, colleague, competitor, or commander. Let's welcome Avo. Avo, the stage is yours.
Hello, thank you so much. And it's a special day today because I still remember Tumo Beirut in BDD. And I love how Tumo changed the future of Armenia as a tech country. And we cannot wait for the Tumo team to change Lebanon. So let me tell you more. It's a question that I always ask. AI is a colleague, is a competitor, or it's a conqueror? So first, let's discuss more. And I want to tell you from my previous experience. So on 2020, بس بلشت SCADEX. It's a tool to manage shifts for restaurant employees. يعني, so when I need to come, AM shift, PM shift, who needs to come to work, how many employees I need for my work. So my goal in 2020 was one click with the AI to make the best schedule for all the employees, making the employees happy so they can work when they want to work, and how many employees we need for our work. So بس رحت على المطاعم قعدت مع المانجرز ففجأة بس خبرتهم هيدا الايديا كلهم خافوا. قال شو
I told the restaurants and they were afraid of, and we removed some managers. Then we stopped a little bit, and we saw the mobile app, web app, to make them work more effectively. But after the ChatGPT, all people were asking me, can we use this tool and see the move? And we should ask ourselves if artificial intelligence AI is a colleague for us, and the colleague is a person. The colleague can work by himself and without to execute that we can do like for ourselves. We should adjust our errors, and then we saw that AI can be our colleague. The codes that are being outputted from AI, we should fix them. That's why the AI is not only a colleague.
Things have been changing very fast every day.
The second one. And today the whole world is afraid of AI.
Very specific things, مثل translation. So I'm translating.
There are specific things like a translation.
And replacing so many small tasks that people do, but مش عم يعمل شيء.
But they do not do anything.
So what's happening? نحن بدنا نستعمل التول.
We use the tool, but who is the competitor? It's the person who is acting with AI in a more well way. With AI we feel that.
You know what's happening. كيف بيصير مع ال AI نحن عم نكون
we will be in the next level. They have a right background.
And finally, is AI a commander?
What does it mean, commander? The commander is a person who give us some comments, who knows better than us.
Our colleague, well, a competitor, definitely is not a commander now. Why? So Anthropic, one of the biggest AI companies, la 2027 قالوا انه
They
ما
said that
AI
if it is
our colleague. مش هلا
reasonable that AI should be our colleague,
هذا commander
if it will be our commander or a commander in a best way, should have emotions, can
So we are far
speak.
away from this. بس far away in the age of AI منا سنتين يعني 5 سنين 6 سنين we might
Like we
see
have
something
5 years, 6 years, we should see some progress, but not now. We should work on ourselves.
So finally شو السؤال is AI
What is the question?
colleague قلنا لا
We said no.
definitely not
If it is competitor
far away so شو هو ال AI
or it's a commander, so what is it?
هو extension of ourselves هو كأنه نحن
Uh, it seems that we should become more powerful.
of what we do so مش لازم نخاف من AI
We should not be afraid of AI.
we should rely to ourselves and to use the AI أحسن طريقة
We should use it in a better and best way and to develop ourselves.
our daily jobs ومن هون بخبركم الأثر اللي
From
عملناه
here, I want to inform you what we had done in 3 years, previous 3 years. There was a company who needed 200 officer,
أعمارنا 16 17 يعني 16
and now they have teenagers which whom ages are 16, 17.
we are the commander
So we see that we are the commanders,
عم نعمل extension of ourselves وعم نعمل شركات
and we set we set a small company with maybe 100 or 200 officers,
وأسرع طريقة possible
and we should use this opportunity in a best way. We do not need to be afraid of with AI or with our education. We want to change the world. We want to make a change, and thank you.
شكرا أبو.
Thank you, Abo. Thank you. Many thanks to Abo. I would like to invite Amanda Hashim.
أماندا راح تحكي عن
She will talk about the topic if AI is high or superpower. Amanda, Amanda, here you are. If you are ready.
Hi again. I'm not going to introduce myself again. I just want to ask you a question. Do you think AI is really just a hype, or is it actually a superpower that we can leverage? Who thinks it's just a hype, let's say? Raise your hand. Do you see it as a superpower? Raise your hands. Okay, then let me ask you another question. Do you think AI is smarter than humans? Who says yes? Not yet. Okay. Let's discuss a few things to help you know the answer. So first, I'm going to ask you a question that probably you guys already know. Can you please switch to the next slide? Okay. So do we all know when AI started? Was it in 2015, 2010, or 1956? 56, exactly. So AI started in 1956. Next slide, please. Okay, perfect. So what happened back then is that during a conference, John McCarthy, who's known as the father of artificial intelligence, mentioned AI for the first time in history. Before that, people were talking about AI, but the term artificial intelligence was not mentioned. We were referring to this field as smart machines or thinking machines up until this event. Now, the definition of AI بالعربي, okay. So قبل 1956
before 1956, there was no any term with artificial intelligence, and when we start to speak about them, we were calling it smart machine. John McCarthy after that told that we will not use the smart machines or thinking machines. We will call it artificial intelligence. And we say in the internet, what is AI? There is no any unique definition of artificial intelligence, but all the terms they give us the same thinking. It is about system or software. They can do some tasks. Before the person was alone to make the tasks or to work on the text for masterpiece, but now we see that by means of AI we can make a lot of things. The way of thinking also has been changed, but now we will try to experience with each other. From 1956, as I told you before, and Peter also explained it very well, the problem was in 1956 we didn't have any exact data. And now if we say that we want to implement any AI system in this center, Tumo Center, this application can make time recognition. Anyone from us, if he doesn't have any the appropriate conditions, we cannot introduce ourselves. And now we listen that about applications, about ChatGPT, Cloud, Germany, DPC, LLMA. Every day more tools are being released. AI agencies, like we can see a lot of tools, but agencies, it means that they can do by themselves. Before ChatGPT, we were using for that time. We browsed on the internet. For example, if any question I wanted to ask, it was like more spread. But now by using the ChatGPT in Lebanon, for example, where can I visit in Lebanon? Where via ChatGPT I can get those responses. Even it can book for me a ticket, a restaurant, hotel. This is the difference between the agent and between the tool. I mean that we can touch it, touchable and tangible. We said that nobody after that started to use those agencies. Now we'll discuss hyper superpower. I will show you some things and give you some details. What is the real power of AI? I want to show you this video. In this video, it's for example approximately in 2023.
Basically create a demonstration where we're decoding the text, the speech, and the avatar at the same time from Anne's brain as she tries to silently attempt.
So whenever she tries to say,
just train some new
we're
models
trying to
yesterday,
take data from her using the EKG. This is why she had notes on her hand. The device is an electrophotography grid, which is attached to a pedestal, which is screwed onto the participant's skull. And it's the very first person to have this combination. So now she's trying to talk. However, if you look at her, you can't understand. So now,
Training lab, we really focus on restoring voice to people that have lost it due to conditions like stroke or ALS.
What we're picking up on are neural activity related directly to the attempts to move her facial muscles, and that's what we're able to decode into speech.
Okay.
Hey, Ann,
So
how's it going?
to recap what happened, you can move to the next slide. So as I said, she was helping the research
Giving them-
center to build an application that allow people who lost their voices يقدروا يرجعوا يتواصلوا باستخدام كل شيء signals من البرين عم يطلعوا. So كرمال هيك كنا حاطين لها هيدا الايتم. يعني فيكم تتخيلوا
If you can imagine, they wanted to bring back their capability of talking again and to express their feelings and expressions. Now we should move to the next application. There is an agency, the name of that company is AI. No, there is no any app, but if you research it briefly, you can say that you can see that it is available. Now we'll try with each other. You can chat immediately.
Hi Maya, how are you? Can you hear me good?
Crystal clear. And I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
Okay. Let me ask you something. We are currently in a conference room. Most of the attendees are teens, and I want you to give them an advice so they can have back this confidence. Because you know, when they started using AI, some of them thought that AI is smarter than them, which we know is not the case. So what is the only tip that you can give them to help them restore their confidence?
That's a great question. You know, AI is like a fancy tool, right? It can do some pretty amazing things, but it's only as good as the person using it. Tell them to think of themselves as the artists and AI as the paintbrush. The paintbrush itself doesn't create the masterpiece, the artist does. Remind them that their creativity, their ideas, their unique human experiences, those are the things that truly make them special.
So as you can see, we can simply chat with this tool, and then you can download the clip and save it, like for example, use it later on or chat with about anything. Now, the last thing that I want to show you is Manus AI. Move to the next slide, please. So Manus is basically, you can play it, but you can mute it, it's fine. So Manus was released like a couple of days ago. It's about an AI agent. It's said to be the first AI agent that we can use that can do things on your behalf. It's not public yet, but it gained a lot of hype because of its power. Next slide, please. So what are the things that AI can do? You can switch, move to the next slide. اوكي نروح على السلايد اللي بعده وستارت هيك يعني بس click several times. So it's true that AI can analyze massive amounts of data. بيقدر يحلل data بوقت كتير قصير compared للوقت اللي نحن بدنا اياه. في يعمل automation لريبيتيتيف.
There is automation of the same task. Of course, every time you cannot make the task in the same by the same efficiency. It can help us in translation, in making pictures, any outcome. We are humans. do you imagine the music or musical, the Arabic music, and there are a lot of things that in AI are not available. Simulate. AI can simulate. If I ask to ChatGPT in a friendly way, it will be edit some terminologies. For example, for inviting my friend to my birthday, AI. The words they will say, maybe it will be a very blissful words, but AI doesn't understand in a good way. If as a teacher you teach, for example, the teacher can see what is happening with his student because there is a physically connectivity, but AI cannot do that. Welcome you. If you see how you see the artificial intelligence in your daily life. I want you to introduce about your experience. We can start from here. Amalia Hashim, I am 15 years old. Sara Dervish, I am 14 years old. Peter Ayal, I am 15 years old. I'm a Green Knight. What's your opinion if the artificial intelligence can help us to learn more promptly, and why? It depends on the usage of that AA, or whether it can help us or not. We should do our best to use it in a better way. The AI help us and make it easy for us in our daily life. Or also it helps us in analytics in order to understand in a most rightest way. If we use it in a wrong way, it will affect on us. And of course, if we use it in a right way, it will help us definitely. Do you see that usage of AI will help us in our daily education in the school or not, or it is like affects us negatively? If we use it and take anything, any material from it and use it in that way, of course it will not help us. But if we make an analysis in that process about the solution that AI suggested, of course the analysis will help us a lot. By using the AI in a way that we understand it, by having time for researching and for studying it, of course it will help. But if students rely on it only and don't put any effort, of course it will not help. As I understood, Sarah, it depends on the using method of the student. As they mentioned before, and also I mentioned before, it will affect on us, but it depends on the way of the using. Let us tell that if you ask the AI or the artificial intelligence, make my homework, of course it will not help at all. But if we can ask AI to explain us any topic, of course in that way we will understand a lot. How you advise give an advice for to the students for using the artificial intelligence? The student whether should ask the question and get the answer immediately. I see that AI, ChatGPT, it is a helping tool, but we should not rely on it only. For example, in exams we cannot use the ChatGPT. So we should understand more than just rely on it and use it. How does the AI affect on the communication? If it is isolating or it is collecting the people? We will start from Peter. Okay, you are the first. Of course, it affects a lot. I don't say that it affects on people's communication. Artificial intelligence may make us to communicate with our friends or with our relatives, but in the same time, if the person he is not focusing on his daily life, of course, in that case it will affect negatively. In my opinion, the artificial intelligence it will not. It should not be with the person 24 hours. Not to be on social media all time, because it will affect on his life. It will have negative impression. Now you use the social media. You know that social media has recommendations. It may put content will affect on you. So how you see it? In the end, the AI will, of course, it can bring us content that will not be a good content, and we will not like it, but the person who use the social media, he should know what is in which point he should stop to use that content in social media. I think that it depends on the person, and it will be his mistake. You see that AI help you on creating your future and your capabilities. It depends on the specialization profession. For example, if we ask the ChatGPT, I don't know how to act, and I ask the ChatGPT for selecting the proficiency and the specialized profession. The things that we love it and like it. We can research, and of course it can be effect on our life. It depends on the exact response. Of course, the circumstances will be developed and will be better, but I'm not confident to 100% that my colleagues and my friends, I can say that we will use it in order to have a better job. In your opinion, AI can help you to select your profession to be specialized in any area from the side of the emotions and skills, for selecting the appropriate profession for us. Regarding to the profession, we can say that if we clarify what we want to do when we grow up, of course it can give us a lot of ideas that we can think about it in the future. When of course, that tool will help people for clarifying what kind of job they want, and also in the area of education. What is the most biggest fear from AI? If you see that AI will control the jobs in the future. Of course, I see that it can open new areas for positions. I see that it can think in behalf of person. It can act in behalf of person. At the same time, of course, it can give people's new chances of jobs, and who all don't know about a lot of things about AI. We want to know in the end how we can use AI. If we use it in a not right way, of course it will affect on us negatively. But if it's the right way, it will open new opportunities. If you have a chance for develop and enhance the AI for teenagers, what are the problems that you want to solve it for teenagers? I mean, especially if there is a mental health application, because a teenager can pass a lot of stages in his life, and that he cannot inform to anyone, or maybe he is ashamed to tell it. If there is an application to have a chat with that application, and he passes a mental situation to and that from that app to get to take some advices. Of course, we cannot go to the psychologist. I guess that it will be good. As you told, you feel that confidence. Can you give your private things to the AI? It's not necessary to give a lot of details. You can give like not that much deep information. For example, regarding the our world, there are a lot of things about the psychological and mental health. Maybe there are angry and upset people, and some conditions you can not tell your relatives, so but you can share it with internet. In my opinion, there are a lot of things. Of course, you cannot there are a lot of things you can only share with your friends, because the social media it doesn't have any emotions. If there are people that they want to share their ideas and their mind with other people, the only option is social media. If I talk to a person, he doesn't have any emotions, and it gave us some solutions which are not objective, and if it will help you. In the end, AI, we should know if it gives us a solution in psychology. If of course it doesn't know me 100%, and of course the psychologists they know better what is the better solution for us. What is the imagination of the vision of our world after 10 years? What kind of things will be changed, by your opinion? For example, self-driving cars, they are available in exact countries or exact regions. I see if it is spread in all over the world in public places, also to give some tasks. It will help. Of course, the artificial intelligence develops in a very promptly way. I cannot say after 2 years what will happen, and also the artificial intelligence can give ideas, help people, but in the same time it can affect on people. Of course, there will be conditions that will not be good for people. Will help us. I can say that it will help us and will affect on us. We should know how can we use the AI, and in the end, in the future, of course, there will be a lot of new things. Self-driving cars, for example, or powered by AI. A lot of job opportunities will be in that from that side will affect on us. Before we finish and sum up, I want you to give advice for the teenagers who are attending now with us. Ana, Ahmad Hasha, how can we use the AI in a way that will not affect on us negatively? I am Sarah Derwish. I am 14 years old, grade 9. The advice that I can give you, you should focus on yourself, but at the same time don't rely on it in everything. I'm Peter, I'm 15 years old and I'm grade 9. Frankly, AI is very dangerous, and at the same time it helps us a lot of it, but we should know how we should use it. As a person, you should be very careful by we are using it in order not to affect on us. We need to know how to use it. As you mentioned, Leah, Sarah, Peter, the way of using AI may improve the world and or maybe harm it. So we should know. Now we sum up the panel discussion. Thank you very much. Shukran. Thank you very much. Here you are. You can go on to have a seat. Till now, we heard opinions from teenagers who spoke about AI, and also we heard the professional repertoires and speakers, and we saw how it affects on us on daily basis in our lives. I will inform you how we should do after the break. Now we will sum up the live stream in Beirut, but we will listen in another countries. We have 16 countries. Now we sum up our discussion in Beirut, but after a bit we will have a rest. We will drink water, and then we will have a panel discussion with other people from other countries. How AI affects, in order to know how AI affects on our daily life. In modern days, we have virtual friends, as you know. Now I will give the floor to moderation to sum up this panel discussion. Then we will make a workshop, and Harut will talk about workshop exploring the landscape of artificial intelligence. After a bit, we will sum up the live stream, and the moderator will virtual friends will talk about virtual friends, and how will take the microphone and will start to make the workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and good luck for everyone.
and I would love to empower other young people like me to make projects using AI to make their life easier. So I made this AI project using PictoBlocks, and I named it a medical AI. It tells you, when you tell it your symptoms, it tells you what you're sick of. I personally programmed it only for diseases like COVID-19, diabetes, and malaria. So I would like to show you how it works. So this is how it is. When you click the green flag, it greets you, asks you for your symptoms, and let me show you guys. Okay. So it greets you and asks you for your symptoms, and it's like, how are you feeling today? Please tell me your symptoms. And if you tell it like fever, and it will tell you are infected with COVID-19 and tell you how to prevent it from spreading. Let me show you another disease, like diabetes. Let's say malaria. And then it will tell you you're infected with malaria. I would like to show you the code I used for this. Let me see. So, this diabetes too. Let's put So I've put my wounds do not heal quickly, and it has said that I'm infected with diabetes. I should control my sugar levels, and I should exercise more and eat healthy. But I'm still programming it, like I want it to be able to, I want to add more diseases, and I also, when it's done telling you your symptoms, I want it to be able to tell you to go to a nearby health center for more medical treatments, but still working on it. And for now, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Msimi. I would like to pose a very simple question. What inspired you to build this platform?
Well, what inspired me to build this was AI is so amazing. It makes life easy. So I was just then, I was like, can't I use AI to tell me when I'm sick instead of wasting fuel to go to the hospital? And besides, if I'm feeling bad, it takes time to get there. So not to waste time and money, that's why I developed this AI.
All right, a big round of applause for such inspirational conversations. Thank you very much, Emily. So the next session is going to be the AI, the teens panel. We're going to invite the moderator for the teens panel, who will invite the speakers for that panel. It's a teens panel, so you expect young faces to this. And the moderator is none other than Hannah Kalinda. Hannah Kalinda is, let me get the bio here. So Hannah Kalinda is a student at Defoldis Primary School. She's a robotics world championship representative of Uganda for this year, actually, 2025. Let's please clap for her. She has already reached.
Hi, my name is Kaylin Kalinda. I'm 9 years old. I go to Daffodils Primary School. Today our topic is AI for good. How can African youth use AI to solve real problems? I would like to invite our panelists to introduce themselves.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Yes, that's the energy. My name is Paul Nkolo. I'm 18 years old and I study at Kampala Diplomatic International School. I'm very interested in supersonic flying and aviation, so planes that go really fast, basically. And yes, today we're here to talk about AI for good. Thank you.
Hello. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. My name is Norbert Chris Lubankene, A-level students from Kampala Diplomatic International School. We are here to discuss about AI for good and how can it impact on the good life of African teenagers. So I'm really glad to be here. Thank you.
My name is Nathan Ishanga, and I'm here to talk about how AI can help Africans.
Hello, I'm by the name of Tim Emmanuel, and we are all here to talk about AI for good and how much of it we could integrate into African youth and how it could solve other big problems. Thank you.
Thank you. First question, what problems in your daily life or community do you wish AI could help you solve right now?
Yes, so one problem that we frequently have at home is when my sibling gets sick, it's almost inevitable that everyone in the house will get sick. And that's a problem that keeps happening again and again. And I keep thinking, why can't we learn from this? Why can't we stop the spread of disease, not only within our homes, but within the community as a whole? We've had many diseases that have happened throughout the years, and I believe if we give this information to AI, I would love it to help minimize the spread of these diseases.
To me, I think in the African community, one of the biggest challenge concerning healthcare is medical diagnostics. I know a lot of people in the crowd there that have experienced this problem of you fall sick, but then the sickness is not that intense, like you have some fever and then maybe some little bit of headache. And then in the village, my grandma would always say, just take the Panadol and swallow, you'll be okay. So from that, there are a lot of young Africans dying from wrong medical diagnostics. Like you just feel headache and then you take Panadol. You don't know what disease you are suffering from. Maybe it's a early side of COVID-19, for example, but now you're taking Panadol and you think you'll be okay. Or maybe you go and buy Coartem, you swallow. And then after 2 weeks, the medical condition, the illness that you have might increase higher. So I think we could use AI in medical health to better the process of medical diagnosis. In a case whereby if someone falls sick, we could use AI to determine better how much of what they're suffering from and what they're suffering from. In a scenario whereby someone falls sick, we could develop an AI tool, maybe an application or physical component that we could restore at home, people buy and use. Maybe you take a blood test. I'm pretty sure everyone here, with the help of your parents, you can take a blood test. Maybe we put in that tool and then the AI will be able to tell us what disease that person is suffering from. And that would help very much to reduce the high risk of death in the African population. Thank you.
I wish AI could help us with an weather app like climate change, because we are not sure if we're in the rainy season or the dry season. So farmers could get ready.
Thank you. From my point of view, we can use AI in the food supply chain. If we can model a chatbot or an AI tool that can be used to calculate, let's say in a smart family, it can be used to calculate the amount of food needed so that we can be able to utilize our resources and also minimize wastage, because waste is causing a lot of chaos, air pollution in our environment. So the AI tools will evaluate us which amount of food could this family be having today, and with that way the waste product will be reduced. And I want to elaborate about the climate change. Yes, AI predictive analysis can be used to detect severe weather conditions, when will the rain fall, and when is the drought system. As you know, most Africans, we are mostly at the youth age, according to the age bracket, around 25 to 45 years of most African population are the youth. So if we could be able to develop an AI tool, AI chatbot that can predict the weather, so that will help in the agricultural sector, that will impact on the health, it will impact on the economy of our continent. Yes, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we may have second question. Have you or your friends used any AI tools or apps to address an issue at home, school, or in your neighborhood? Share your story.
Yes, so I'm sure we all have hobbies here, things we like to do in our free time. So me personally, I quite like the game of chess. And I was talking with my cousin one day and we said, we should learn how to not only play chess, but how can we create it? But to learn how to create chess, you need to learn to code, and it will take a very long time. And so we used AI. We got into an AI and said, okay, how do you code chess? And it gave us everything that we needed to code our own game of chess. And yes, we used some help from some engines online. But not only did we actually code a fully fleshed game, but we learned how to code it. The AI explained each part. This part is because of this part is because of that. And that's something I'm very proud of. Thank you.
For me, it was a very funny encounter whereby I went back home after school. It was in Kitgum district. It's a very small town. So there was a lady in the neighborhood who sells food at a local restaurant. So, most of these road construction companies are the Chinese firms that come here to build for us the road. So there was a certain Chinese guy who wanted to buy a local dish called malakwang. I don't know if any of you have heard of it. It's a very delicious one. So the Chinese guy comes to the restaurant. He wants to buy food, but he doesn't speak English. And the lady speaks only Acholi. And then I was coming across to go to the restaurant to also buy something small. So the lady saw the Chinese guy is trying to speak Chinese, I don't know, some little English. The lady got confused and she decided to run away, close the restaurant and run away until the Chinese guy goes away. Then she comes back because she was scared. So I had an opportunity to talk to the guy, though the English was a little bit Englishing, not properly. So we talked to him and he said malakwang. So I was like, okay, and this is a food place. So I talked to the lady in the local language. He needs malakwang, but the amount he wanted, I didn't know properly because the numbers are a little bit difficult. So I had to use Google Translate to translate the Chinese language into English to know how much of the quantity of food he needed and in what content he would want it to be put in. So I think Google Translate helped me a lot there with the lady as well. So because it not only helped her to get the money, but also get the confidence that next time when a foreigner comes, you should not run away because we have AI tools that could help you to ease your life in your community. Thank you.
When I traveled to China, the Chinese food is not the same here. And so I wanted to order food and the man didn't know how to speak English. So I used Google Translator and it worked. And
Thank you. I would like to say some advice. If we are speaking, let's try to be short and brief because we have a little time. As I respond to the second question about the use of AI in the real world, how have we already used, or some of our friends who have used AI already in the real world, I could say, for now, we're in Uganda, we still don't have enough resources to engage in all these activities. But as per my view, we at robotics teams, and with my point of view, I can see if we could develop some sensors and we put in these robotic teams and we develop them to be used in the real world. So there's a robotic we built last time for irrigation. We know Africa always affected by drought and most of the countries. So if we could inbuild the AI tools in those robotics so that can just sense when they're in the garden, then you can even get the chat, the app in your phone. You'll be in office, you'll be somewhere else, even out of the country. Then you just check on from your phone, then you'll be like, I need water in my garden, there's low moisture content, and there's this and this. So you can just control from somewhere. Then this will actually impact on the economy of our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. What are the biggest challenges African teenagers face when trying to use AI to fix problems they care about, and how can we overcome them?
So, for example, after this talk here, we're all going to go home and say, okay, AI, how has this talk impacted me? How can I use AI? But there are a lot of people, especially in rural areas or in schools outside of Kampala, that don't have access to AI for one reason or another. Either they don't have the infrastructure, or sometimes they simply don't know about it. They're not sensitized about it. And so one way I thought of combating this problem was, there are some phones that have browsers automatically downloaded on them, and you can't delete them. And I really think AI should be one of these apps that should be automatically installed on phones and computers across the country. Thank you.
As a topic concerning the African community, according to me, I think accessibility is one of the main things as it talked about, but large parts of the population also doesn't have access to either the gadgets or stable and reliable internet. So if we could urge the government and some other non-government organizations to provide at least the gadgets or maybe stable internet and reliable ones, because there is internet in Uganda, but in some areas not that reliable, because searching on Google could take you 2 minutes. And if I'm to search about something on ChatGPT, for example, and it's taking me more than 45 seconds, there is a higher chance that next time I'll not go back there again. So accessing the devices and then reliable internet, and then sensitizing people on how to use it and the advantages of using it. Those are the points. Thank you.
Like, she said ChatGPT has the version where I have to pay for, so, and it gives more information. And like the person that doesn't pay for it has less information. And then we as teenagers might not have the money to pay for it.
Okay, about the challenges facing African teenagers in the use of AI, I think they all talk about all the good points, can talk of limited access to quality education, financial aids, and the sensitization is talked about earlier. So I'll just talk about some of the some of the solutions to this problem. As I see about the financial aid he made mention earlier, if government could come in place, like we can talk about the government policy. You know, with AI, we mostly use gadgets and devices for doing all these things. So if government can regulate the tax on the gadgets and devices access into the country, then that will greatly impact on the AI use and access by African teenagers. And also, if we could have organizations and some individuals to invest in the AI, then that will really help our people to get into the AI world and make the world a better world. I can give example. There's a renewable energy project we're working on. We are trying to put in place data center in the various regions across the country, and with that, I think it can really help the people to access the use of internet and the devices to enter into the AI world. And my request, if that could be elaborated more by the government and some individuals and organizations, then people get to the world of AI and it will really impact on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Can you give us inspiring examples of young Africans making real challenges with AI?
Yes, there's this Ugandan actually called Joshua Okello. So what he did is he created an AI chatbot that basically helps teenagers with mental health illnesses. So if you have depression, anxiety, you can go talk to this bot and it will give you recommended steps forward. And I thought that was a very inspiring example by a fellow Ugandan.
I did a research recently on a guy called Benjamin Rossman from South Africa at the University of Witwatersrand University. So for me, I'm interested in robotics, and being someone who is talking about AI right now, it'd be very exciting to introduce AI in robotics for me as a person. So this guy, Benjamin Rossman, he's a researcher at the University of Witwatersrand, and he has been carrying out researches on how to ensure AI is used better in robotics for the African community. So for agriculture, for example, he has built a machine learning program for the university students at Witwatersrand University, whereby he teaches the robotic systems on how to carry out certain activities in different environments. So he uses the reinforcement learning as a machine learning technique for his robots. So his robots are able to carry out activities without being told, do this, do this. You just make sure the robot studies the environment and what's happening in the environment. Then it makes its own conclusion and gives advice on where to improve or what to do next. He also did a reverse reinforcement learning, whereby the robots, now this time is the advancement of the reinforcement learning, because this time you just let the robot do its things, and then with your guidance, you correct only the areas that it's doing wrong through the trial and error method. So I think for our school, Kampala Diplomatic, we are currently having a robotic team that will represent Uganda in the Pan-African robotics. So we could borrow such ideas into the robotics world with AI, then it would be easier to carry out certain activities without the instruction and inspections by us. Thank you.
There's a young man called Efio Bada, a Nigerian entrepreneur and founder of Tingo, a fintech company using AI to provide financial services to underserved communities.
I have a person in place. You know, when you are in the world of development, you have to start right from home. And there's this guy called Asanka Helal. He's a tech innovator who focuses on the intersection of AI and renewable energy. So what he does, he developed an AI tool that could regulate the energy used in a smart home and give all the informations, and it helps in the sustainability of energy use at our home. Then if we could get in on and support some of these ideas, then we try to expand it to all our households, like mostly in the urban cities where we normally have power cut, though we have a high peak of electricity in the country, but management is the problem. So if we could come with those ideas, put in hands and invest in it so that we can try to minimize power outcut always in the country. And you know, if there's power outcut, development will actually grow low. There will be a decline in the GPT, and we will lose life in the hospital. So if we could manage the electricity we have, and with all the resources we have in place, that's the management is the problem. So that AI tool can really impact, and it will really develop the country. Thanks.
Thank you. If you had unlimited resources, what AI-powered idea or invention would you create to transform your community?
So as I mentioned in my introduction, I'm very interested in supersonic flying, where if you're flying from here to London, you can say, oh, it will take 8 hours, you should get there in about 3 hours. And what I would do is I would use AI to analyze how other startup airlines and other aircraft have been introduced into other countries to best get them to where they need to be to properly support their economy. And so I would use AI to figure out how to implement supersonic aviation, not just globally, but mainly in Uganda.
As someone interested in robotics and knowing that our background as Ugandans, our economy is resting on agriculture right now, I think even almost 60% of the African population, we are on farming right now, which is agriculture. So to me, I think, in my opinion, the way I want it to be if I have unlimited resources is to develop an agricultural rover, which is a robotics rover that could use AI and other tools and sensors that will be mounted onto it. We have one at school right now. We named it FarmFlow. So I would like it to have an AI-powered tool that would help us to predict future weather events. For example, if drought is coming, but we don't know, we can't know that next month there won't be rainfall. So the device could be a movable device that it's portable, and you placed it in your area, and it could tell you that maybe next month we expect this much rainfall. So a farmer would base his own activities or his own plans. For example, if he wanted to carry out farming, like planting the seeds in Feb, but then this device is telling you by May there will be drought, and then you'll have to switch the type of seeds that you wanted to plant, which crop you wanted to plant. Maybe you plant vegetables that would be ready within 2 weeks or 3-4 weeks there. So if you plant those twice, at least we'll have reduced the cost and the loss that we'll have experienced that by planting maybe maize that would take 3 months, then by May, the drought would come and clear all of them down. So I think that device would be a very useful one in the African community. Thank you.
Yeah, I would make a localized AI-powered weather prediction app, which would help farmers prepare for upcoming rains or droughts. This would help farmers to adjust planting schedules and irrigations and harvesting based on more accurate, personalized forecasting plans.
Thank you once again. With enough resources, we can develop in the AI chatbot that could. I have problem with my microphone, sorry. We could develop health chatbot. So I want to thank one of our dear friends, the little girl who just talked about the AI tool, the app that's developed for detecting COVID-19. My dear friend, thank you very much. If we could impact on such ideas, such a brilliant talent we have here in Uganda, so we could invest in more developing AI chatbots that could help detect health problems and also help in the diagnosis. As we know, in China, there's agent hospital that use AI-based technology in diagnosing all the sicknesses and giving medication to the patients. So with that, even if we don't have enough doctors in the hospital, the AI-powered tools can help solve the problems of disease and curing and prevention. And I can also talk about and elevate. With AI, you can develop a chatbot that will help students in learning. You can personally learn alone from wherever you are, so long as you have the devices and good internet. You could be able to learn. There are some mind-blowing games that have already been developed in place. Those are AI-based. So with that, it can improve on the intelligence level of our students, and it can really impact on the education system. So that's all I have.
Thank you, panelists, for giving us what you think on the questions. Thank you, audience, for listening. Have a good day.
Thank you.
I think our panel deserves another round of applause. As we get into our next session, I'd like to welcome the next panelists and our moderator, Mr. Davis Twine.
All right, it's afternoon already. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Davis Twine, and all right, so we shall be discussing the topic of AI as a superpower for learning. how teens can use AI to unlock their full potential. So on the panel today, I have Mr. Arigitwe Rugendo, who is a journalist and the founder of Young Engineers Education Program and a member of the Presidential Task Force on the Fourth Industrial Revolution and Emerging Technologies. Please, you can have a seat here. And also I have Mr. Katende, Nesta Paul, and Mr. Moses Tuhame.
AI.
All right. Thank you. So I'll start maybe with talking generally about AI, and also, as we've said, as a country trying to build this capacity as a nation. So maybe I'll ask our panelists here maybe to tell us, for the teenagers curious about careers in AI or technology, how can they start building these skills today in and outside the classroom? I'll start with Mr. Moses.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here. Maybe for the young ones, they need to know what they want. And this arises out of exposure. They need to be exposed on a number of situations out of which they can develop ideas. Now, the panelists who have just left, and the lady Mwezi who was here before, their stories are linked to what motivated them to do what they are doing. So we need to ensure that that exposure happens, and if possible, it should be guided. Some of them might get lost out there in AI and fail to come up with ideas that focus on specific problems, because the issue is to solve problems, not to have the technology per se. Yeah, that's what I can say on that.
Thank you, Mr. Moses. Katende, what's your take on this?
Okay.
Thank you so much. I think like my elder shared here is that exposure is very important, especially for young people. It's important that we introduce this curricula or technologies at a very young stage when they're still in secondary or primary. One of the reasons as to why I think that there's a low adoption of AI, especially in Africa or in Uganda, is because of the low levels of exposure. Many people do not know what this technology is, or people assume they understand AI, but they don't understand what AI is, especially when it comes to the Ugandan context, the Ugandan story, the Ugandan narrative. And so I will not differ a lot from what my elder shared here. Exposure is extremely, extremely important. Someone has to pay the price to take AI education or AI awareness across the country to the young people as fast as possible.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Arinitwe.
Thank you very much. I'm also happy to be here. I work with children. I'm a journalist, but I work with children at the Young Engineers STEM education program in schools, and we've experienced this firsthand with children. All I would say is I think we need to begin from the attitude at the top level, at the policy level. What is the policy in Uganda about the future of work, about the future of education? And I think this is where the problem is. And for children or teenagers to begin to adopt these technologies, it has to begin with the policy. The policy currently, I think, is that we are trying to look at the competence-based curriculum, for example, which focuses on enabling children
enhance their critical thinking skills, their curiosity, arouse their curiosity, for example, but also their innovative skills, their problem-solving skills. And so therefore, what I would say is that we ought to begin with the curriculum. I'm here, Moses, my friend, is here. How is the curriculum tailored towards crafting new ways of learning, new ways of teaching? And I think this is where it begins, because children and teenagers will always follow, because they always want to associate with something that excites them. If the policy is that we are doing away with rote learning and going to children or teenager-centered learning, and these are the tools, and this is the curriculum, then I think the continent, the country, will tag along and will be able to be, to follow, to move with the rest of the world. I was a member, like you introduced me, of the presidential task force that started work in 2019. The task force was about writing a fourth industrial revolution report for the country and where the country is supposed to go. We did that report, and I think we handed it over in 2020 to 2022 to the government. I don't know, and some of these questions were answered there. And I said the problem now, the challenge is the policy. Who is implementing this report? I'm sure, of course, maybe STI probably has a copy of this, and maybe they are following up a few things here and there. But like I've said, have the policy right, have the curriculum adopt to the future of work, to the future needs of children, of teenagers, or future generation, and the children will tag along and will have the best of it and be able to balance with the rest of the world.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rinitwe. You spoke about something exciting, which is tools, and you see we have such a young audience here. Maybe I just wanted to ask you, gentlemen, as educators, as people in your field, we have someone from the Curriculum Center, a journalist. Maybe can you share some exciting AI tools you would recommend to the teens here, to make their learning more easy, fun, and engaging as we embark on this journey? I'll start here with Mr. Moses.
Yeah, thank you so much. There are quite a number of tools. Someone was mentioning ChatGPT. There are a number of Google tools, many of them. But of course, the issue is they need to be guided. There are quite many. As educators, we possibly need to guide and select them and vet some of them so that we put up stations or sites or spaces where they can go and follow them up. We've seen tools that can help in career guidance. We have this challenge of students. I believe that A-level students here, you find a person is doing a combination like history, economics, geography. You ask them what they want to become. Someone tells you, I want to become an engineer. So the issue is what will take you there, you don't know even the subject. So if we have tools that can guide them about the careers they can do, well and good. Then we also have tools that can help them identify their personalities. We have a challenge. You're in school, you're doing whatever you're doing, but you don't know who you are. So those tools are there, and they have worked, and people are using them. So it's quite a lot, but they need to be guided.
All right, Mr. Katende, some of the exciting tools that you recommend to our young generation here?
Thank you so much for that question. I think I'll start this way before I talk about the tools are many. One time we were doing a training in some University X, and some people there had a problem with exposing these tools to young people, saying that these tools are going to make them dumb, they're going to make them dense, which I think is a very wrong conversation and narrative to believe. I think these tools should be used. I think they simply make the student better. They simply make the student to be more innovative, more creative. So it depends on which kind of tool you are going to expose your child to. I think the bias of parents, obviously there is a bias, algorithmic bias, and of course there should be that parental guidance as well, but I think it's important that we expose these tools to these young people to know how to navigate them. Quite a number of them. I mean, if you're talking of, the AI tools we have, for example, Perplexity, which helps you in terms of research work. The paid version of ChatGPT has quite a number of, tools in there for data analytics, DALI, designing of flyers and what have you. So the paid version of ChatGPT has kind of like a whole ecosystem of that. Quillabots is also a wonderful one. There's also one they call Photomath. Photomath helps in mathematics. Those of us that are doing, who have children who are doing homework. But also ChatGPT is really, really good because even if you have the free one, it has the voice command one. I have a little sister at home, and so sometimes when we are doing her math work, we put on that voice ChatGPT, and then she actually begins conversing with this ChatGPT. So she asks the ChatGPT, what is this? And then the ChatGPT replies in real time. I think it is important that these young brains are exposed to this as opposed to, being very averse in terms of what these algorithms can do. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katende. Maybe for Mr. Arini too. So the members here have talked about the tools, and Mr. Katende said that some of the AI tools shouldn't be looked at in a bad way. He has said that some university X, they said they will make the students dull, they'll make, not productive. So what are some of those common myths, and misunderstandings teens have, or even us, I don't know if I'm an adult or a teen, but what are some of those myths or misunderstandings that are there about AI?
Yeah, thank you very much. There are quite many, and I agree with the attendant and my colleagues here. I think the general myth is about, like you said, making teens or anyone who uses them tense, but the general myth is about AI eventually replacing the human element in problem solving, and then we become slaves of machines, slaves of these solutions. And for me, I think I want to disagree with that. It's a myth. The reality is that we are living in an environment of automation, and the future won't be without these tools, these solutions. I would want to say in a rudimentary way that I think internet, and of course that comes with AI, is the oxygen of the future. We just cannot say that we sit there and don't live without it. And I disagree with the parents who want to allow their children to explore. And for me, so that's the reality. So the myth is that, but the fact is that human skills, human elements, always will supersede machines. And it is what you instruct AI to do, to solve for you, that comes out. So what you ask, what you command it, it is what it will give you, what it will solve for you, in my view. And so if we mix it with a little bit of the other question where you are talking about what tools, I think for you children and the rest of the teens out there, the point is that I think that these are very good, these are opportunities for all of us, which for some of us in our generation we didn't have, but now you have them. You have an opportunity to command machines to sort of tailor solutions to your career, that this is what I want. If you set out, say, I want to be a doctor, then look for tools, search for those tools that resonate, that align with what you want to be. And therefore, you'll find the solutions. And there are so many out there. Every other day, AI tools are being developed. Even here in Uganda, people are developing AI tools. I think this young man, Kitaka, who has done something about language processing for Uganda, a sort of ChatGPT version that comes out and gives solutions in Uganda. And there's so much discovery there. And so the children of today, the teens of today have very curious minds, and that's very important. And so therefore, AI is there for you to help you exact your ideas, the sort of dreams you have, the sort of solutions you want for for the environment that you live in, the problems that you face, the challenges that we face as a world, you have a chance. So use it very well. And I think in this case, also we parents, I'm a parent, it's important that we work together with the children. You just don't have to leave it to them to say that they find solution. They might find solution. There is bad AI, there's also good AI. So if use good AI to solve bad AI and also identify what bad AI is. And that way you will be able to, you have an assistant. I think that's the point. I'm not technical in that area, but it's what they call assistant. You have this virtual career guidance, especially in AI. You may not don't have to run to Moses at his place at NCDC, but you have the help here and command good things, it will give you good things.
Thank you so much, Mr. Renito. Maybe from our discussion now so far, we have seen that, AI is good, or to some extent, and to a very big extent, we all agree, and we say that, let's use it to our advantage and also to drive this sector forward. So maybe as a parting shot, as we close out this session, is what advice would you give to the teens to stay safe, and responsible, ethically? Mostly, we want to tailor this maybe to when it comes to, doing some projects and maybe homework, because I've participated in very many, how can I call them? Okay, they're like, grant proposal kind of things. Someone develops a certain concept, but you can see the human touch is missing. Like mostly it doesn't communicate very, very well. So generally, in a nutshell, as we close out this, what are some of the advice you would give to the teens to stay safe, responsible, and maybe also ethically while using these AI tools, specifically we said to school projects and maybe schoolwork? Maybe let me go first with Mr. Katende, then Moses, and then Arinito.
Thank you so much. Just to speak to our young people here, because I'm also young. Number one, your background does not matter as of to whether you're going to do, it has a very good space when you're in secondary school and you're going to do computer science, computer engineering, beautiful, okay? But even if you do history and literature, you still have an opportunity, a space in this conversation, right? Because one of the things we're doing as OTIC Foundation is that we are trying to democratize artificial intelligence across our whole nation, working with the Ministry of ICT, doing this across 6 universities and all the national ICT innovation hubs across the country. One thing is they're saying is that AI is for everyone, regardless of your background, because it's an industry evolution. It's a bedrock technology defining cash flow systems and structures and curricula in this time. So that's number one. Number two, because it's for everyone regardless of your background, it means that you have an opportunity to innovate, to tap into your inner self, right? You are unique in your own way. You have your own print and distinction to create the future you want to create. Artificial intelligence is simply a tool, like any other tool that you can use to innovate. So look into yourself. Don't feel biased that because I'm not performing very well in mathematics, therefore I don't think I can understand these AI things. They're very difficult. No. Do you know what? We're into AI, my personal testimony. We're into AI, building algorithms, research proposals with different organizations across nationally and internationally. But my first undergraduate degree was community psychology from Makerere University. Community psychology. That means I didn't have any background. But that did not stop me from building a brand, from accepting a responsibility to democratize AI across the country, and that's far where OTIC has gone. Believe in yourself. Do not let any man intimidate you because of your youth or because you are young. You can innovate, you can be a distinct person wherever you are, and the future is yours. The sky is no limit. There's no limit for you, okay? So believe in yourself, regardless of your background, tap into that inner voice in you, and you're gonna shake the world. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. If I go to ChatGPT and ask it, if I want to commit suicide, how fast can I do that? Will it give answers or not? It will give answers. And in a short time, I can commit suicide. What am I saying? Use AI for good things. Use AI for good reasons. Now, for us in technology, we can get to, let's say, the local area network or wherever. We cut out the sites we don't want these people to access. But we shall not do that 100%. Now, it is up to you as a person to use it for good reasons. Then secondly, we search for a lot of things and then we present them as ours. It would be a good idea that if you've got support from a tool, please say so. Tell me that I was assisted by this to do ABC. Because what is important is to come up with solutions. Then I would guide that you always share with your colleagues where you get challenges. Because when we use these gadgets, that's research we need to do. For how long should we be in front of a gadget in 24 hours? So let's share our challenges. Let's not bully others who are on our networks. Then we shall be getting the best out of it. On the side of the National Curriculum Development Center, across levels we develop curriculum for, from early childhood up to A level. We've put guidance to guide all learners on how to use ICT, and we have included the components of ethical use of ICTs. Please, we put the guidelines, but again, it starts with us. Let's be Christian, let's be religious to do good things with the AI. Otherwise, it might go outside our control and it will be a big problem to all of us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. For me, I would want to say this. One, let's picture a scenario 20 years from now. Everybody is AI-oriented. Who will be in a unique position? It is the person who will have the human touch to AI that will be the uniquest person or the uniquest element within that whole quagmire. So for me, I would want to refer you to the Bible. In the Bible, we read that God said, man, created man to have dominion over everything. The point was that the human touch supersedes everything. So if you have the human touch to all these things, you stand out. That's the point. And so your question was actually about even how to ethically, bring in the schoolwork and all this. I have seen my own children when they come home with their homework and they say, "Daddy, give me your phone. I want to." And I'm very uncomfortable with it. But that's research. That's their world. But the point is, for me, is once the child has picked it and has found the answer, I make the extra mile to say, yes, interpret it for me using your own understanding, not the phone's understanding. So the point is that along the way, yes, these gadgets are with us. We are not going to do anything about it. But the point for you teaching teenagers is that always emphasize the human touch, the human element. The machine should not be the total solution. The machine is the enabler to your own thinking. That is why when you are commanding it, it starts with your brain. It doesn't start with the phone. So at the end of the day is that we want to see a product of that works with machines, that knows how to work with AI, not how AI wants to work with the human beings. And so you children, let me tell you that you need to stand out at the end of the day. Stand out of the crowd. If you know you are able to combine the human touch with AI skills, you'll be the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my panelists. That's it from us. I hope we have gotten something to take home. Can give our panelists a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. As you can see, we are joined. We are going to be holding a panel session with our panelists. We have Cynthia from Kampala. We have Hannah from Berlin, and myself. I will be your moderator. My name is Haig. I was a former Tumo Beirut student, and I will be holding this session. So our topic for today is virtually friends. One of the most important topics of this conference, AI Teen Conference, hosted by Tumo. So we're going to be talking about the impact of AI in friendship, in human relations, and etc. So today we have a rich panelists, and we're going to be talking about this topic. So I want to start off with an introductory question. So I want each of the panelists to define what is friendship. What criteria does someone have to have so to be considered your friend? What are the skills? What are the qualities? Can we start with Hannah, please, from Berlin?
Yeah, I define a friend someone who I can talk to without any context. So if I have something on my mind, if I have a question, or if I just don't feel like being alone at a specific time, I could go to that friend, talk to them, and we could just have a conversation, have some fun together. And that's what I define a friend. Someone who's willing to talk to me, someone who's nice and willing to go into and who's willing to compromise so that the friendship would work.
So as we can hear from Hannah, she says that friendship has to be spontaneous, right? Something spontaneous. Yourself with them. You can be your own in your own body. We can say like that. So let's move to the next panelist. The same question, please. Cynthia from Kampala, what's your take on friendship?
And one quality I know they should have is emotional understanding, because I know I want to talk to someone who is going to have that connection that I would need, like as a person. So, yeah.
So you highlighted the emotional aspect of friendship. That's one of the key aspects of AI. When we include AI in our friendships, will the emotional side of the friendship continue, or will we have an emotionless interaction with ourselves when we ask the AI a question about friendship or about a topic that is emotionally related to you? Can you ask the AI? Will it supply you the information you need, like a friend can, like your best friend can? Can you ask the AI questions you can ask your friend? And we know that AI is usually non-judgmental. So will this help you, or will this negatively impact you in your social skills in general? I know the question has multiple parts, so let's first talk about how AI. What are the pros and cons of AI? And if you include AI in your friendships, is it good? Is it bad? What are the good parts? What are the bad parts? And then we'll talk about your own opinion. Can we start with Cynthia, please? What are the pros and cons of AI when we include it in our?
So in my opinion, I'd say having including AI in your friendship. I mean, if let's say you have like a friend you're talking to and you have a feeling they're a bit judgmental, you have to go and talk to your AI because, well, they're not really judgmental, but they lack that human connection that you actually need. Like if you need someone to talk to, you really need that emotional understanding, and AI really doesn't have that. It's mostly based off of logic, and in most cases, that's not what someone really needs. So as much as AI will be like more, less judgmental and more kind of more present and more available than some humans can be, it won't really have that human connection which you really need in like a situation like that. So
Just a follow-up question to you, Cynthia. if we program the AI to be able to respond in a way that makes you feel like it's a human connection, will it still not suffice? And will it not be as good as a human friend? Are you still adamant on that point? That even if we program the AI to be able to respond in a humanistic way, will it still not be on par with your human friend?
I mean, AI, like, if it could be as good as human connection, I mean, that's great. But to be honest, AI shouldn't be a barrier between human connection. It should be more of a bridge. So I honestly wouldn't support having an AI that is just as good as a human when it comes to emotional understanding. Because, I mean, AI is AI, right? So in cases where, let's say you're having a bad day, you need like someone besides you and whatnot, you're not going to have like an AI. Well, your AI won't be as good as a human. You need maybe like a very long hug, a shoulder to cry on and whatnot. I mean, AI is great if it could, but right now it can't. And honestly, it all comes down to that emotional connection and understanding you need from a human. But honestly, AI wouldn't provide that as good as a human would.
Okay, let's shift to Hannah, please. What's your take? Can we include AI in our friendships, or will it ever be possible, or always AI will remain this logical, this helpful tool that cannot really take in emotions and understand your emotions and help you emotionally? What's your take on that?
I think while we have AI, we should use it as much as possible. And when you have an AI you're talking to rather than a human, you won't have the fear of being judged or that it could be perceived in a negative way, what you're saying. So you can open up to an AI just like you would in your journal and it can give some sort of logical feedback. So it could help you to sort your thoughts before you can say them to a friend, or also realize what could be a little offensive and what couldn't. And I think it would just give you a better overview of how you're communicating with your friends so that you can actually improve those relationships. For instance, if I made a mistake and I feel bad about it, I could go to an AI, tell them about it, and they would give me feedback how I could do it better, how I could improve on it. But if I have more of an emotional problem with it, as in guilt feelings or something like that, I would prefer a human. So AI is more pragmatic and wants to solve a problem. Meanwhile, humans would more beat around the bush, help you with your emotions, something like that. So I would separate my emotions, my feelings for the cause, why I'm even feeling that, and go to an AI with it. And then the actual feeling, go to a friend with it.
Oh, that's nice. That's a nice idea. So you think that we can use the AI before talking with our friends? So we use it one step before talking with our friends. We sort our thoughts and then we go and talk to our friends, so that it helps us to avoid conflicts. Did I understand that right?
Exactly. Like you can use it as a journal, which is just more reactive and also gives you feedback.
Okay. So let's think of a hypothetical situation. You wake up at 3 a.m. after a nightmare and you need someone to help you, to guide you. You can't sleep, you can't do anything, and your best friend is asleep. And you tried calling them, and they're not responding. So will you use the AI in this case? Will you ask them, please, I need someone to support me in this or that way? You're depressed at 3 a.m. You can't do anything. What do you think you should do? You should ask the AI, or you should not ask the AI, and stick to your principles that the AI cannot understand emotions and etc. So what do you think about this, Cynthia?
Well, if you're waking up in the middle of the night and you just really need a friend to talk to, I wouldn't recommend going to AI. I mean, you could just go to talk to your AI just for the sake of talking about it. But in a situation like that, just like waking up in the middle of the night, you can't sleep, something would really be up. And what you need is like someone who would understand you emotionally, someone you'd have like a personal experience with, and they would know how to guide you based off of what they know about you. But if it's like a situation where maybe you can't reach anyone, I mean, you could talk to your AI. Although chances are really high, you're going to get like logical responses. But I mean, I guess it could help. But what you really need is in a situation like that is a human connection.
Otil, from Lyon, did you hear the question?
Yes.
Could you please give us your take on the question?
What would I do at 3 a.m. in that situation? I not don't. To be honest, sorry, we had a technical issue. I think I could try to talk to the AI, but honestly, I'm not sure it would be that helpful because the AI doesn't know me very well. It can't understand what I'm going through that well. All it has is how do I explain? It can try to make a response, but it's only going to use things from its database. Nothing. It can't think. Sorry,
Okay, good. So, do you think if someone thinks that they can use AI as a friendship for friendship, يعني, they think that AI is a good friend, will this make them less socially tolerant or socially active? Will they be dependent on the AI for their social satisfaction? Will they always resort to the AI to ask them questions? Yani, they will not even try going into societies, asking questions, trying to make friends. They will always resort to the AI. Do you think this can ever happen if someone agrees that AI can be your friend? Let's assume that they think that AI is a good friend. Will this make them less socially active, as I said? Can we, Cynthia, please elaborate on this?
I'd say this would make them less socially active because depending too much on AI, the thing about AI is that, let me give an example of having fights with your friend. If you're to do that with AI, you wouldn't really have a fight with AI, right? And when it comes to real friendships and you have a fight, you need to know how to navigate these relationships. Yes, it will be hard, but you need to know how to get through it, and AI kind of removes these challenges. So if you've been too dependent on AI and then it comes in a real life situation where you have like a fight with someone and you don't really know how to get by it, it could really complicate your real life relationships, which don't kind of support this whole, like, I mean, you could talk to your AI, it's fine, but growing a strong bond with it and neglecting the more human relationships will really affect you, like maybe looking long term. Because if you're looking to maybe get like a human best friend, you're tired of talking to AI all the time, the logical responses, and let's say you guys have your first fight, you won't really know how to navigate through it, and you could potentially lose one of your friends or even more because of that.
So you think that AI as a friend can be used as a last resort, but we should try first, right? We should try to make new friends, and then if it doesn't work, maybe we can, as a last resort, try with the AI. If we're very, very depressed and there's no way out of it, we can resort to the AI. Is it? Do you agree on this or no?
Yes, but no. I mean, like, AI shouldn't be a barrier between human relationships, to be honest, because humans came first, and like, well, first come, first serve. That's like a standard rule. So honestly, this whole AI thing about people growing bonds with AI, generally it shouldn't clash with like the human relationships. A human bond should be way stronger than like a computer and an actual person.
One last thing. I was searching on the web yesterday, and I saw that there was a device called Friend that you put on your neck, and it gives you direct advice. For example, if you're walking in the park or you're eating something, it will tell you how was the food, how was everything. Yani directly to talk with you. Do you think this is a good idea? They're developing stuff, and I saw that it's $100. You can buy it and put it on your neck, and it will give you direct responses. So, do you think this is a good idea? Can we start with Hannah, please?
I would prefer not to do something like that because AI is kind of limited like in physically, and I think that's also a positive thing that it's limited, because that would also mean that we still have to build these human relationships, and AI will always have these limits, and when you use that more and more, you'll realize that, and it will also make people compelled to make relationships with other humans. And I think that if you had that friend always with you, it would take some of the limitations of AI and make us more reliant on it, which I wouldn't really think would be that great. I think it should always be an option, but not the only option.
Good to hear. Kotil, can you elaborate on this last question, please?
Yes. Personally, I don't think that it's that great of an idea, like others said before, because the line between reality and AI shouldn't be blurred. So it should be kept on your phone, I think, or on your computer, and not everywhere you go tell you everything you should do. I'm sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this was my last question. Thank you to all the. So okay, let me wrap up with the last question. What do you think the ethical implications of introducing AI into our friendships? What are the ethical implications when you share your secrets with an AI? Well, are your secrets being kept secret, or are they going into a large database where everyone can access them? Just briefly, can each of you give you their opinion on this? Can we start with Cynthia?
Well, I would say they're kind of kept secret. Yes, they go to this large database, but I mean, not actually, people don't have access to this database, at least I hope. But I mean, they are kept secret unless someday, somehow, AI gets better and just turns against us, knowing all this stuff about us and decides to use everything against us. Hopefully not. But I think at least I hope everything is kept secret as much as it's stored in this large database of AI.
Okay, thank you. Hanak, could you just a brief opinion on this, please?
I think your secrets would also be kept pretty secret if you tell them to an AI, but also if you have a friend you would trust, they would also be pretty secret. And then again, in the cloud-based, in some point, it could be accessed and it will always be somewhat retrievable. If you had a secret from 2 years ago or you liked someone back then, you can always come back to it and see what were your secrets back then, what was important to you. Meanwhile, with a friend, they might not remember it. So you kind of have, like I said, a mini journal, a little timestamp of what your secrets were, what was important to you, what you valued and kept for yourself, kind of. And that's why I think having secrets with an AI is, again, like having a journal, and they would be kept pretty secret.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to everyone who joined. We were live from Beirut. Next is Berlin.